You've always felt it, that spark, that pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn, risk, reward. Now you don't just watch, you step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So with the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro, let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy, now yours. Welcome to the grid.
Hi, I'm Jada. I currently race GT3 in Australia. It's a cool brand. The socks and the gloves are quite cool, and it's good to use on the sim. High quality materials, and most importantly, comfortable. Quite cool to feel all the bits doing their job, and that's good.
After a long wait for the Endurance Cup to kick back off again, we already find ourselves at, you know what, it's actually only a quarter of the way throughout the entirety of the Endurance Cup. 500 kilometers from Phillip Island is now in the rear view. And tonight, 2 rounds out of the 3, you'd be sitting there and going, well, Scott, that makes it 66%, 2/3 of the Endurance Cup. In terms of distance, though, we will only be hitting the halfway point at the end of tonight. The big thing that needs to be talked about, though, this is round number 6 of the Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. 500 kilometers around one of the shortest circuits on the calendar. Quick, sharp lap times, and it's called the home of horsepower because it's all about applying those horses to the road from turn 4, from the last corner, and then about getting them all pulled up again. And Sandman, well, might be easy to drive a Sandman around this place.
G'day Scotty, g'day everyone, wherever you're watching around Australia or even around the world. Sandown, for me, it is the traditional home and lead up to Bathurst, and that's exactly what we've got in our series. Every time I think Sandown, I don't think sprint round, I always think endurance. And this place has really got a good feel for endurance racing. And you look at the lap layout and you think, it's pretty easy to get around here. There's a couple of long straights, a couple of squiggly bits at either end, and it's a pretty easy racetrack. But you get out there and try and go fast with 40 of your best mates out there, it's a little bit trickier than what we think.
Mate, did you just say 40 of the best mates? I don't know that there are 40 best mates on the racetrack. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them, and the other guys, you don't like them. That is car driver culture and racing car driver culture in a nutshell. Well, Sandown, 500 kilometers, but it hasn't necessarily always been that way. Back in I believe it was actually 1962 was the first time that we're actually here. My apologies, 1964, the Sandown 6-hour International. It was an Alfa Romeo Giulia Super TI that took the win on that occasion. 230 laps was the distance around a racetrack that looked incredibly different to what we have here tonight. Back in 1968, though, the first of the Holdens started to take their run around this place to success. That is what it looked like back in 1964, all the way up until 1984, at which point in time we moved over to the sports car circuit. This one and the modern day circuit were inaugurated together all the way back in 1984. This circuit carried through to 2001. This is what we have left over, and it's the circuit that our 500 kilometers takes us to tonight. A history that dates back 62 years to the first of the Sandown 6-hour Invitationals, but 1968 and Holden Monaros, and boy, have there been some names since then, Sandman.
Mate, you're not wrong. And geez, you're talking my era. That sort of stuff is brilliant. And I love the fact that old circuit, I wish I had kept that. Obviously, you know, layouts have changed and we've had the horse racing track that's been included. So that's probably why that had to get scrapped. But would have been great to have that option. But Sandown Raceway, we love it. And like you touched on, mate, endurance racing. And here we are already, quarter of the way through the season. We're talking enduros, but it's brilliant. We had an awesome race at round number 1. And we're talking about the results that we got out of Phillip Island. Emily Jones, Rehan Lienage. And that was a win that's, I think, has been a long time coming. So good to see both of those drivers tee up. And tell you what, it wasn't luck. It was skill. They did the right thing all night long, regardless of where they are and the way the race played out. There was different things that were thrown at them with safety cars and everything else, but they did everything right and got their first maiden win. And the beauty about that is that'll give them that little bit of confidence coming into tonight. So we'll have a chance to chat with them on the grid once qualifying's done and dusted, and we'll see how their nerves are for tonight and what their lead-up's been. So the V8 Pro Series, we talk about the best of the best, and you talk about some of the legendary cars and that what we have. Or we claim that our series is the best of the best, and what we try and get is some of the drivers. Now, we're coming into tonight when we were doing our graphics package for the G Hub. We were thinking that Brody Kostecki might have been teaming up with Jared Filsell. It's not the case, so he's going to be with Geordie Macron tonight. But Brody Kostecki, obviously a big name in supercars, been awesome to have him as a real-world driver in our series. And we thought it'd be a little way of touching on some of the drivers that actually take part in our championship. And like I say, we are the best. We like to think we're the best of the best. We've got the best sim races, but we've got some of the best world races as well. So it's cool to have Brody Kostecki as part of the Lobs team and a part of our series. And that brings a lot of knowledge in that to that team, and that makes just one of the items that they're so powerful on racetracks when they've got the likes of Brody Kostecki and, of course, Shane Van Gisbergen in the background playing with them as well. So that makes things great for them. One of the other names in supercar land, we've got Andre Heimgartner, who's part of Trans-Tasman Racing, but his real-world job is back with Brad Jones Racing. So cool to have Andre. He's part of our series full-time, which is just brilliant. So not just for the Enduros, but he makes an appearance and brings a wealth of knowledge to TTR. And it's good to see. I think we saw a pretty good run from him from Phillip Island, and it was probably one of his best of races to date. I think he did pretty well, and looking forward to seeing how he tackles Sandown tonight too. So Andre Heimgartner's won. And Jaden Ojeda, of course, on the podium at the last round with Phillip Island. And the thing that's special about Jaden is obviously he's got his real-world racing as well. But his teammate that he'd be teaming up with, our series leader, and that is also Andrew Gilliam. Now, the special bond that these guys have is Andrew Gilliam is for Monday to Friday, and during the weekends, obviously, he's the oh my God, I've gone blank. He's a team engineer. Thank you, as for Jaden Ojeda. So not only do they have that special relationship on the racetrack in the real world, but they get to do that too in the sim racing world. And it was actually cool that Jaden sort of mentioned that on the broadcast too of the supercars that, you know, they had a race coming up, and that was obviously Phillip Island. So I'm really interested to see how they go for Sandown. It's going to be an absolute ripper, but how cool. Just a little bit of what we've got real world crossing into the supercars into our series, and we'll touch more on that as Bathurst comes round too, because we've got other categories and other drivers that take part in our series, and we want to give them some exposure as well.
Yeah, that we will. We'll be talking to some of them up and down this evening's proceedings as well. Sam, man, mate, as you walk away and find yourself another seat to sit down and get back into broadcast coverage, well done on pressing Control-Alt-Delete, and I believe we even got to see a Sam man restart in the middle of that one as the brain flicked through all of its gears. Well, this is what the points table looks like at the moment. The critical factor is there will be a Control-Alt-Delete and reset on this points table, but it'll come when we get into our final series. For now, the points table is important to all that look about it. And after that victory back at Phillip Island, Emily Jones has climbed all the way to third in the championship. She was hanging about the top 5 previously, but a race win at a double points round will do that for your points score. Luke Rosella is probably having the best season that he's had in a long while as well. Sits fourth on the table at the moment. Jake Maloney climbing a long way through the field. Damon Woods and Zach Rattray White. When you look at their results and how much potential has been on the card for them this year, I honestly believe you say 7th and 10th of those guys at the start of the year, if you'd told them Sandown 500 coming into tonight, that's where you'd be sitting. Both of them would have been, that's not good enough. Absolutely not good enough. And really, for me, there's been more on the table for the pair of them. And there'll be work to do there, and it's about execution on that note. There was a driver that I sort of pointed out in the midweek as well that I'm really, really impressed with his showing in 2026, and that's Jacob O'Reilly, who sits just outside of the top 10. But the big metric that he's looking at this point in time is he's 117 points back to Matthew Bowler. And why is that relevant? Well, that is the cut line for who gets into the finals and who doesn't get into the finals. But there's a secondary cut line, and the secondary cut line will only get activated at the tail end of the field. When we go into our final series, effectively, a second championship starts up, but we keep tracking this first one. Ryan Bettes is the driver on the inside of the bubble, and Lachlan Capel, the first driver beyond it. And I can still remember a date when Rick Kuznetsov was looking at this one and going, I've got a shot to win this championship. To find himself down in 22nd, he'd be scratching the head and going, well, how's that come about?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? And a little bit gut-wrenching for him. But, at the end of the day, there's still some time to rectify that and make the chase, but a lot of work to do between here and now. But I guess ideally, the drivers will have that cut-off line for top 16. But if they know that can't be reality, you really want to push for top 20.
Yeah, and, Jordan Mazzarelli's not had a bad year. He's right there and thereabouts. We're talking about track layouts and what we've got in the modern era. This layout has been in operation since 1984. That sports car layout, by the way, was open to try and attract. There was a minimum track length required for World Sports Car Championships, so they had to add a few extra kinks and bits and pieces to get the track up to the 3.5 kilometers, I believe it was a minimum track spec. So that's why we got the sports car layout from this circuit. These days, though, it's only what used to be the outer layout now is just our supercars layout. There's nothing available to us on the inside of this racetrack. And how much longer we have this one for? Well, it's digital history. Will live on forever. That much we do know. But for now, we've at least got it for the real world. 3.104 kilometers. 13 turns in the anti-clockwise direction, a very slow pit lane speed at 56 kilometers an hour, and really 19 seconds. It's a really, really short pit lane here as well. There's only so many garages that are actually available to our teams, and that pit lane entry, Sam, man, off the outside of the final corner, it is fractionally off the way, but it is just about on the racing surface, and we always talk about that. That's a factor in a race car.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the drivers aren't paying attention, we always talk about it's always, to try and grab as much aero and draft down that front straight away. And that starts on a corner exit. So that's if you're not paying attention and you're trying to grab some of that aero draft and they jump on the brakes and jump into pit lane, it can catch you out. So fingers crossed everyone will be on top of that tonight.
In the meantime, we get to sit here and enjoy the lovely sounds of race car engines for another 45 seconds or so. Practice will conclude. 161. It's a number. And yeah, sure, it's been a number that's been relevant here at Sandown Raceway for a long period of time. But it's a number that's more at home when we get to a track that is precisely double the length of Sandown. It's Bathurst, a mountain. 161 is a more important number when we get there in a few weeks' time. But it's still a challenge nonetheless. We have ourselves at 100% of the fuel tank, all 133 litres available to us, and in tank capacity, that gets us in the realm of 47 or 48 laps. The problem with that one tonight, Sandman, that's 6 laps shy of getting a co-driver's stints done. The critical lap to get home, 114. The critical lap you can put your main driver back in, lap 81, the end of lap 81. It cannot be the start of lap 81 or you'll be disqualified for more than 80 consecutive laps.
I love it. I love that there's that little bit of, there's some characteristics that teams have to think about and play with. And obviously they'll be thinking of a bit of a game plan in the back of their minds about how this race is going to play out. sometimes that dreaded safety car comes out and throws a real spanner in the works, doesn't it? So, yeah, those teams and drivers will be certainly thinking about those numbers, and always interesting to see how that plays out over 161 laps.
Yeah, certainly it is. And we are off and running with qualifying tonight. The shortness of the track and the raw speed around here. If we tried to let 45 cars get out around this circuit all at once, it would be chaos. It would be calamity. The car about every 1.5 seconds, if not even time, it ends up being about 1.3 seconds. So what does that mean? That means we split the field in two. The back half of the championship will get their opportunity to come out here and run an anger, and then the front half of the field will get an opportunity to see if they can best it. So for now, Brad Newman is going to be the first car in this session to set a lap together. You can already see some of the jockeying for position down that back straightaway, because if you're punchier than a car that's ahead of you, you want access to that clean air. And we can see Josh Horton. That's a pitch break. Was that Newman with a pitch break? That's not. You don't want to do that on a warm-up lap.
No, cold tyres and easily to make a little mistake and hurt the tyres. So they all got away with it, and the fear is that you run into the back of your competitor too and screw up your aero. So they all got away with it, but something to think about when on cold tyres.
See the attitude coming off the rear end of the Lobs Esports Chevrolet Camaro as they run down the turn one. Newman will get the first lap. Then he'll go to the top of the timing sheets. He'll be hoping for a red flag about half a second after he crosses the start-finish line. That'll lock him in the pole. It's not going to happen here in sim racing land, but Josh Horton is going to follow him around to start his lap. So these two are basically going to be chained together at the front. Newman's going to miss an apex. And for Josh Horton, I just wonder if his visibility, is he just a fraction too close to the car ahead of him?
Yeah, it's catch-22. You want to be there to capitalise on the draft, but if you're a little bit faster than old mate in front of you, then that sort of jeopardises you and holds you up through the turn. So it's really a fine line of where you can get, but for the moment, under brakes. There's obviously no contact, but you just feel he could get out of that corner a little bit quicker, but there's nothing he can do.
And you actually saw him. There was a couple of attempts for him to clear him on the wild lap. That's a touch of the grass on the left-hand side, tipping it into the final couple of corners. Horton might just bail on this lap. No, he's going to carry on with it. Ryan Jones was just in the background. That's not something I thought we'd be seeing from qualifying. 5 cars under a blanket at the end of the first lap. And Blake Warboys was the one at the tail of the queue. He goes to the top nice and early on. Hobson here and having a crack. I was just about to say, there seems to be that little care. I thought for half a second, I didn't even think Hobbo was in the car. I thought he might have left it at the hands of the co-driver. So such was the relaxation on the face of the driver of the 88. Chaffed enough through the final corner. Yeah, there was a bunch of junk on the road there, wasn't there? There goes Briggs to pit lane. Yeah,
easy to do. So we've already seen a few attempts, but just looking at that, we saw Hobbo's car. An absolute screaming paint job that he's got. A bit of a Brock-inspired paint scheme coming into this weekend, so really good to see, and that's one of the exciting things too, is that we get to see these little tweaks and changes to these paint schemes, which is always fun coming to see.
Yeah, and first time Peter Brock took victory from this racetrack was Sandown 250 in 1973 aboard a Holden. So a while since those ones have been stapled together. Ryan Jones is going to have a moment. Horton actually carried on and went for another lap there, and it is actually going to be a massive improvement on his lap time. I can tell you, Ryan Jones had a massive lock-up and a half spin on the way into the pit lane entry. So everybody's trying to fire away for lap time. This will be the replay. Briggs.
Pulled up, he's checked up. Look at the slow down probably. He's on the grass. So he's doing the right thing there. He's obviously staying off the racing line so everyone can get past him. This is where it hurts him. He's obviously got to get back up to speed. And he's conflicted. He doesn't know if he can get back on the racetrack. He's worried about getting on and going out in front of someone. Oh, gets on the loud pedal. Oh. So it's like the tyres lit up and he just lost it. A little bit of marbles and rubbish on the outside, cold tyres, and unfortunately looped it.
There was a bunch of jump on the road and on his tyres at that point in time. There's Horton back to the pit lane. And Andre Yusuf was the car that was trying to find a way through, and Briggs has gone, there's a gap here, I've got to get through it.
Oh, look
and
at the jump.
yeah.
that
So-
replay is actually awesome because you can see the amount of garbage. There was grass, mud, plus all the rubbish that was all over his tyres. So that really gave us a good indication of what he was struggling with to try and get up to speed. That was brilliant.
I remember this like race last year, the amount of rain that he had on that occasion, but it was also later in the year, and I mentioned to the Melbourneites, hey, there's actually not a chance of rain for this race here today, and all of them said, you've got to be joking, there's no way in hell we'd have a dry day in the middle of winter, and yet here we are, clear sky.
Yeah,
This racetrack must have moved locations. I think this must be on the north coast or something.
You always associate Sandown with wet weather racing too, isn't it? It's always brutal here with the rain. But thankfully, like I said, it's cool, it's cold, but it's not wet, so that's the main thing.
We started actually tracking average times to finish the race back in 1997. One of the biggest things is you can see massive variances in the average speed. I can tell you in 2002 Sandown 500, where it was back when it was an Australian touring car race, it wasn't necessarily a V8 supercar race on that occasion, was run by a Lamborghini Diablo GTR. Well, that average lap speed on that occasion was 139 kilometres an hour. A year later, better electrical Sandown 500, Mark Stave Tom Kelly, 126 kilometres an hour. So you think there's some rain next year.
Just noticed on that thing as well. Doing the motors, someone went off through the gravel trap, so a little bit of a mischief back there, but I don't think there was any heavy contact. I thought it was just an excursion through the gravel. But let's see, and who have we got? So Ratu, top of the timesheets, now gets replaced by Blake Warboys.
Pretty one as well.
My boy Larko.
By the way, the quickest this race has ever been run in the real world, 2019, 3 hours and 13 minutes and approximately 10 seconds, very, very close to 10 seconds. Average speed of 155 kilometres an hour as Angus Lawford throws it a little bit wide. I think we get those down a little bit quicker than that in the sim racing.
I think there was information that was brought to us just this evening that our first Sandown 500 was safety car free. So that obviously makes things a little bit different too when we don't have to get slowed up by a safety car. I don't imagine I reckon we're going to see safety cars.
At least I agree with you. I think the chance is there, and it's always created havoc ever since I've been a part of the series. Back in 2023 was a part of the reason that Luke Rosella and Harley Haber went to victory lane on that occasion, was because they went on the alternate strategy and just timed everything right, just ended up in a better strategical position on the tyres. Kurt Stenberg's sitting idly by in qualifying moment. He will be in the second half of the session. A little bit of a look around at the data. Last opportunity to think about some setup adjustments. A man that's currently having a little bit of a stroke of the mustache and think about how he's going to apply himself to the next qualifying lap at Angus Lawford in the Project 36 machine.
Happy with those paint schemes. Look at that. Larkham inspired, I should say, Mitre 10 paint scheme. Tweaks on the old heartstrings. I love seeing these old paint schemes and bring it to it.
This is Lachlan Price video camera at the moment. And we'll be partnering with Will Sapstead, who sits alongside me now. Sapstead will be beginning another flying lap here in a moment.
It's a funny situation when you're sitting there as a co-driver and you're just watching your teammate. You don't want to say too much on the radio. You try and give them just that little bit of advice if they're around some traffic or whatever the case may be. But everything's out of your hands. You're just a sitting duck, just waiting there and hoping that your teammate can perform. And you can see he's just watching and just staring at the timesheets and seeing what they can achieve. Obviously, they've got some sort of idea of where they might be. But things are always different when we're in the calling session. You can see he's run down to turn number one, trying to sniff that little bit of a draft, hard on the brakes. Just miss the apex a little bit, runs wide on the Ripple strip. And I love this sequence of turns. It feels really good when you get all that part right. Bouncing up over the curbs like how supercars do. Hard on the power. And this is where you just foot flat to the floor and try and sniff that little bit of a draft in front.
I think we're getting some coaching from Tyson a little bit earlier this afternoon. I had a few teammates in on Discord with me. And I was just watching and looking at some data and some numbers and going over some bits and pieces with them. They said, look, I don't reckon you can do a 108.5, Scott. Go on, get out there and have a go at it. Had a dip I did, and there's just little things around this place that, from the commentary perspective, you don't take in and really add to things. Carrying speed through the second last corner. Look at the two different lines from Ryan Jones and Sapstead. Sapstead's actually going to dive in the pit lane. Sapstead didn't carry speed through the second to last corner. Ryan Jones did, but then he had a better attack at the final corner. Blake goes, God, that's a pretty race car for the Glen Seaton era.
I bleed red. I'm a whole man through and through. But that Seaton paint scheme for me is just top notch, and you can't help but love it every time you see it, and it really looks good on the modern day supercar.
You say that, but I hated the Glen when I first started watching supercars.
Really?
It's more to be with the family I was in at the point in time as a Holden man. I was a massive, massive Craig Lowndes numpty. I've watched the 98 season. I had it on VHS tape. I would have watched the entire season highlights. So I reckon about 30 plus times in my youth. And as such, that didn't enable me to be a fan of Glen Seaton. Although just the memories of the open-face helmets, and he was the only one out there with it still going at that point in time.
Chewing on the straw, the babyface assassin, like he was just, yeah, I loved it. Like I said, I'm a whole man through and through, but I always have a soft spot for Seaton. That's good. Let's go check out the OGG replay. Whoopsie, straight on. The beauty about that part of the racetrack, there's no walls, and if you hit them at that part of the racetrack, you're probably going super fast and deserve to hit the wall if you have an off out there. But
that's not Adam Briggs' best night, because that's what the second mistake he's made. He's on struggle street in qualifying, which probably lends itself to he's put a lot more focus into the race, which is generally where you want to wear your effort. But we were talking about it before tonight's broadcast about what we're going to try and do and what can we do with the stream and things that we've got open to us. And it's the difficulty of completing a pass here, isn't it? Which just makes qualifying so much more important.
Absolutely, and things don't always come easy to you. You think you've got a decent car underneath you, and if you don't qualify as well, you think you'll be able to pick them off one at a time, but it's not always the case. So there's always a strong emphasis on qualifying, no matter what racetrack we go to, but especially here. And like I said in the opening, you look at the layout of this racetrack, and you think it's pretty easy, but don't forget it is a little bit like a patchwork quilt too. There's different race parts of the racetrack you can see from this onboard. Just you get smooth parts of the racetrack and you get older parts of the racetrack with different tarmac. So it's always something to deal with. And look through here, just you can see some of the resurface points. So yeah, qualifying, you always want to do best in qualifying, but the beauty is about tonight and going to Bathurst obviously is it's a long race. So qualifying's not the be all and end all like it is in a sprint race, but certainly not tonight. Just
Obviously, that's all qualifying duties for Cut 017. And this team working with Brian Borg for an extended period of time. And enjoys going about it. Actually sat down and chatting about Spa 24, actually just prior to last weekend's iRacing escapade. He was doing and enjoying laps thoroughly in tricky conditions from a wet to dry practice session at that moment. He's just been enjoying his driving of late, just getting back and doing different bits and pieces and adjusting and trying to drive with a new outfit. Benson show up on the timing as the Mustang Mods machine, but realistically for all intents and purposes, one of the moments of racing with the support of Jack Vlahovic and the team, Jack Wittes, and Tom Bewley over there in the Porsche Cups as well. Some new surrounds for all of those guys, and again getting used to each other, different style of driving. How about this guy? Just about got crushed. Is very, very lucky to be with us at this point in time for defending his Hyundai Excel titles in 2026 has not necessarily gone his way, but he is still around, he is still with us. Effectively was underneath the chassis of a car. I believe it was down at Sydney Motorsport Park. It wasn't on the static jacks, it was on, effectively wasn't locked up and in the air, and all of a sudden something went wrong and the car fell off the jacks and directly onto him, and he had the presence of mind to turn his head to the side at the last possible moment. Part of the reason that he is still here is still with us. I'm just happy that he's back and he is racing with us, and we do still have what is effective to be one of the best drivers that has been in and around this series for an extended period of time.
He's doing it right too tonight. So far for the moment, on top of the timesheets. Back that to Dylan Rudd, Blake Warboys, and Warren Stapstead for your top 5. So still a few minutes still left in this session. Ryan Jones, he's going to abort straight into pit lane and put on a fresh set of Dunlops. So he's going to continue on with this lap. Yeah, the one thing out of the Hobbo stable is that they've certainly brought the paint schemes to us this year, haven't they? With the Days and Thunder inspired liveries, and now the Brock inspired one.
I just had a message come my way from a friend of mine who said, keep your eyes on Brenton Hobson. I believe he's co-driving with Brady Baldwin here tonight. A reminder of his last performance in a sprint car. It was a big rollover. So we'll be hoping, Hobbo will be hoping, that Brady Baldwin's participation behind his V8 supercar will go a lot better than his wing sprint cars outages. Jay Kennedy just said in the background, the replay might be available to us. Let me see what I can do. In the meantime, Brenton Hobson won't have any thoughts of that. A man who also likes to run the wing as trimmed out as he possibly can, whilst the rear tyres point him in an alternate direction to what the steering wheel's trying to do. To the final couple of corners from the front half of qualifying. For car number 88, it's not going to be an improvement. It'll be a dive to pit lane on that occasion. So front half of qualifying results are now in the books. And it is going to be Ethan Griegolt that gives us a 107.264 to make sure that he's at the top of the first half of the session. Actually, have a look at where. I was just having a look at Josh Anderson. He's a 10th and a half back from effectively the front half of the session's pole position. We'll take it as a, what say you, a half pole position, effectively provisional. That's the word I was looking for. Provisional pole position from the front half of the session. Angus Lawford up in a 5th. Warboys was 4th. Brad Ratu home in P2 at this point in time. And Adam Briggs, albeit the troubled session that he was having, recovered to at least put a 10th place car in for now for that one.
Yeah, you'll take that, and obviously a little bit more to play out with the rest of the field coming out now. But yeah, and look, at the end of the day, like we touched on, it's not all about qualifying in these long races, but it certainly makes it easier. And the last thing you need if you don't have the best of qualifying runs is to get caught up in some silly incident. You know, there's so many cars on track and everyone having a red hot go. So at the end of the day, they're still in it, and it's not a bad recovery.
I was just reminded, by the way, that it actually wasn't Brady Baldwin's last time out in a sprint car. My apologies. I was corrected on that occasion. It was actually his last time out in this series at Adelaide at the end of last year. Do you remember what happened on that occasion? There was a massive accident. Somebody had to do it, and Brady Baldwin was hard into the tyre barriers at turn 1, turn 2 at Adelaide, and was the first of the elite to do so. So at least he'll always have a moment in this series that he'll be remembered for. One I know that he would love for us to forget, but Brady, there ain't no way that's happening, my friend.
Especially when these things get broadcast. I think a lot of my racing back in the day, thankfully, broadcasting wasn't a thing. So when I did a lot of my racing in R Factor, I didn't have to worry about getting caught out like that.
No, but you did decide to go and record a whole bunch of podcasts, so you can be held to your words. And don't worry, I'm aware of that. That get brought up with where I am as well. Right, one half of qualifying in the books. We've got ourselves about a minute before the front half of the field will roll off from pit lane. It's Ethan Griegolt who was the quickest from that part of the session. Brad Ratu, Dylan Rudd, Blake Warboys, Angus Lawford, Will Sapstead, Josh Anderson, Andre Heimgartner, Rain Campbell, Adam Briggs, Hobson home in 11th, Horton, Borg, Jones back to 14th. 15th spot was Tom Freer in the 41 SSR car. 16th spot, Andre Youssef, Brad Newman, James Chastanoff and Jason Bentz to bring us to the rear of the field. There are quite a few cars as well that will be serving a rear grid penalty here this evening for infringements across the year. But for the meantime, we wait. And in about 10 seconds time, we're going to fire off with the second half of qualifying. And Sandman, there is a bunch of guys that want this one. Hayden Veld is always good and quick here, and he puts probably his best performances of the season forward. You know that Phil Sell is going to be there. You know that Gilliam wants a little bit of pride back in his stretch of the imagination. He would love to win around this place. So many of our drivers would.
Yeah, and I think what these drivers are breathing a little bit of sigh of relief too is looking at the track conditions. The UV isn't striking this racetrack as bad as what it could have been. So sometimes there's that little bit of difference. If the first lot go out and it's overcast conditions, the track's probably a little bit faster. And if the second lot come out and the sun's out, the track will slow down a little bit. So I think they're thankful at the moment that they've got those overcast conditions to make the most of. And it should be a fairly even playing field. Pay too much attention to the track conditions at the start of the last session. But, you can see there's a little jolt in it there, but all in all, it should be fairly even for them.
Have a look at what's going on down the back straightaway, though. And this is something we don't normally see. Normally, the way that these tyres have been thought about and the way that the performance of the car has been measured over an extended period of time is keep as much temperature out of the tyre as you possibly can. And I've said to you a number of times on previous locations, I think front tyres aren't there for some of these cars. We saw weaving down the back straightaway. That is something that is coming to the field and is becoming more of a modern thing. And the guy that was at the head of it was Zach Rattrell-White. Earlier on in the week, I had to look back through the stats. I had to look back through the history. There is only one driver from the 8, from the 4 times that we've run this race, from the 4 times we've had co-drivers on board these cars. There is only one name that appears twice in the winners column. That name is Jared Filsell. For Zach Rattrell-White, he had Griffin Gardner alongside him back at Phillip Island. He's won this thing, and he's got Dylan Burse with him in a co-driver swap tonight. It was Griffin Gardner that won alongside of Dylan Burse back a couple of years ago. So for Rattrell-White, he would have to rewrite the record book to get that one done. And it'll all start here with the qualifying lap, 15 minutes to roar around Sandown Raceway in anger. And could this lap be the most critical of the session?
Looks quick too. It looks like he's put a little bit of a gap there. So over O'Reilly, I think he's minded. So nice run out of that last corner. And he's going to be the first to cross the line. Let's see what his time is. Trying to chase a 107.2. What does he do? Straight in a 107.3.
He's the first driver to go there. Madison Down to improve the time for the session. David Woods. But ultimately, the times from the first half of the session actually aren't all that hard. The big one, we watch for Phil Sell. We wait for his time. Does it shuffle to the top? No, it doesn't. Only goes 8th best. Gilliam would love an opportunity to go to the top. We mentioned car number 53 and Eclipse Sim Sports with a 107.178. Gilliam goes to a 107.135. So he'll pip it and he'll move to the top of the charts. But have a look, and it always is this way when we come to Sandown. A short racetrack, a short lap, a short opportunity to show the talent you've got, and the field is covered by nothing.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of those drivers will breathe a sigh of relief because they got that banker out of the way, and it was a good one for the likes of Gilliam, Madison Down, and that they're obviously stoked with what they've been able to pump out for that first lap. A quick dive back to pit lane, put on a new set of tyres, and go again. Zach Rattrell-White still pushing on here. He will dive into the lane. I think most of these teams and drivers just go for new set of tyres.
That's also a feeler. What was the session like? What were the conditions like? Did I have too much grip? Did I not have quite enough? And am I able to do anything with it? Should I get in there? Should I tinker with a bar? Should I perhaps think about a little bit more Canberra caster? Well, in the real world, you'd have to pull the thing into the garage. You have to start tearing parts off it to make those adjustments. In the sim, get out of the car, click a button, get back in the car. Adjustment made, get back out there. If you want some more point, you can go searching.
So Marcelo Rivera in 4th. What do we got? So Robbie Gibbs in 9th. Jared Filsell 10th. So a bit of a surprise there. Kirk Stenberg up into 12th. So that's not bad for Stenny there as well. So, and Zach Rattrell-White, who you were touching on before, back in 15th. So still a little bit more of this to play out. 10 minutes left, just over 10 minutes in this session. So like you said, they've had a feeler. They've got a bit of an understanding of what the track's like and what their car felt like. And they'll either be a little bit more aggressive on tyre warm-up or they won't bother this lap round.
Well, there's a penalty. I think it's exiting he's speeding in the line for Madison Down, which means he's going to have to come back around and go back to the lane before he can go back out and set a lap time. In the meantime, Damon Woods has been quick, has been punchy. he would love to chalk up another one in 2026. What is he capable of serving up for us? We're talking to a lot of the guys over there. There's been a lot of noise and chatter around that sort of thing. We know for perhaps playing with lines. And in 2026, they've really tried to redefine the profile of Eclipse Sim Sports. They say that Scott Damon's not in Eclipse Sim Sports. Well, he is and he isn't. He's a dual driver, but he's had a long-going relationship with Eclipse when he's not serving door on the doors. He is in Eclipse colours whenever he can be. That means that he participates with them because, well, when the team's on the other side of the boat, it's a little bit hard to work with them at times. So you've got to find somebody who's going to be able to support you in the colours. Maybe alternate colours back here, but they had a problem with team image. There was an adjustment this year about how they wanted to display themselves, and well, they've made some tinkers, they've made some changes behind the scenes, and the proof will be in the pudding, and that's what everyone's waiting to see.
It's good. We might be a little bit biased because those colours seem to reflect a little bit of what our shirts look like. It definitely looks the part.
Well, he's going to shorten the run of the flag. 107.133 says the timing charts, and it is going to pop all the way back up. It's a 107.161. He'll move to third spot. Sullivan improved. He jumps to second. Gibbs pops himself in the middle of Hayden Veld and Andrew Gilliam. So on that time of asking, and well, Gibbs did pop himself in the middle. Hayden Veld went and found himself. By the way, he improved. Do you want to know how the margin he improved by? 12 thousandths of a second.
Steady's improved too, up until P11. Oh, just so I say that. So James Cotley pumped in there too. So have a look at the times. You think, oh my God, Jared Filso is back in 10th place. It's only at 10th, isn't it? 1/10 of a second covers your top 10. So absolutely nothing in it for the top 10. And there's still just under 8 minutes to go.
A little bit of an alternate paint scheme for the Lobs Esports 55 of Luke Rosella. And don't forget, he's won at this place as well in race trim. Lap time's going to come in from Phil Sell. Rosella does improve fractionally. Phil Sell, I don't believe he has actually improved. 7 minutes, so we're halfway through this second half of qualifying. And Phil Sell, well, if he was to start there, I think that's the deepest he's ever started a Sandown 500. I can't remember a time in a long time that Phil Sell, without a penalty, mind you, without a penalty, has started lower than maybe 5th.
Look, we're still, let's never count him out. That's one driver that I would never count out for the moment. But isn't it insane that we're talking like a 10th of a second? And, yeah, he's in 10th. So Brady Myers straight into the lane. But that's how close it is, and that's what we love about our series. And you were talking about Madison Down, who had that pit lane penalty. He's now dropped. He was 3rd when that happened, and he's now dropped to 7th, missing out on that run. So he's hoping to improve on this one.
Last couple of points. Yeah, carry speed, and that's the thing is, when you carry speed with that second last apex, you run wide, don't you? So aborts out of that one, in a pit lane, break pitch on the way into the lane. You get a fresh set of tyres though, so that one won't matter too much. Gilliam's back into the lane, so he might have been up on that lap as well. So a little bit deeper on down on the field. He's been a bit of a mystery over the last couple of years, this Carnivore 6. At times it's been raw car speed there, and at times he's just not had anything really to fight with or put anything on the table. This is going to be awkward as everyone's squabbling for a little bit of track position in the final corner. They all managed to get it sorted out, but Damon Woods did slotted on the line.
I was trying to get a bit of a cheeky draft, and when they had to check up for traffic, I think that broke up the party a little bit, so he's still managed to get underway, but it's always tricky when you try to go with someone and you've got to deal with traffic, but they all managed to get away with that pretty well, thankfully.
Now they're going to fire themselves down on the end. I highlighted this man midweek as well. Jacob O'Reilly, 11th in the championship, and doing better than he has done in years gone by. Lap's not necessarily coming together for him, and he's a fair way down. So he's going to bail out and give himself another opportunity as early as he possibly can. There might just be enough time for 2 more simulations, 2 more run-throughs.
Just Dylan was going when he turned in off that back straightaway, and that right rear was just on the edge of that grass. That's the last thing you need when you've got that high-speed left-hander. But it was obviously very well under control. But for another couple of mil wider, could turn quite up.
Handiwork on board the Aston Martin at Silverstone just recently. I was just watching Andrew Gilliam and Luke Rosell on the back straight. Yep, all of a sudden times are starting to come on in, and Robbie Gibbs and Rattray White, yes, throw it together late on in this session. So 4.5 minutes left available to us, and the time has changed.
Rehan. So Rehan has jumped in. He's taken over qualifying for an Emily Jones. He's put it into P10 for the moment. So that's probably caught us by surprise. We might have expected Emily to do the laps, but Rehan's in there now at the moment. You see our most recent winner, taking the win at Phillip Island.
Part of that was an 8A drive formation, wasn't it? Both drivers could really have been the faster driver on board that car. They were just able to just go, yep, we can do whatever we need to.
He's got P1! Rehan! Hey! He's done it! P1!
By 100th of a second, and Robbie Gibbs by 100th of a second over Rattray White. An early lap in the session, Madison Down put him to 3rd. Now, that's fallen all the way to 10th. Jake Maloney is going to use every inch of the racetrack on his run down to turn number 1 to start a lap. Every inch up against the grass. Rosella and Gilliam are on flyers at the moment. This could be improvement. This could be a little bit extra rubber being laid down in the session. The track could be coming to us. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remain for Sandown 500 qualifying. It might be only half the field out there. The lap is short. It's sharp. That means we get more opportunities for these guys to fire it off. Gilling wasn't quicker. He's in the lane, and Rosella will follow.
Wow, how good's that wrap from Rehan? We were talking about it in the G Hub at the start of the broadcast, is that win at Phillip Island for the last round, that might have just boosted their confidence. They know that they didn't trip over themselves and fall into a win. That was a dominant win from both drivers. So that's obviously given them a little bit of a pep in their step for Sandown, and for the moment, they've got provisional pole.
But the interesting thing was, when we were talking to them as well, they could have won by a lot more, but they were just leaving. If a late safety car come, they wanted to leave tyre on the thing in case they wanted to stay out and hang out with track position and just let things go their own way. Can we get an onboard shot of Andrew Gilliam going down this front straightaway right at the moment? I know this is an odd one, but I want to grab the onboard from this one. What you're going to see here, I know this, and I've seen this in a whole bunch of international sim sports. We'll have to wait for him to get down the back straightaway, but it's the tyre warming process. This is a sim thing. This is effectively, it's the best way to heat up the front tyres. It's the best way to put it. Watch how hard he's going to work the wheel here. He's not going to do it for us. Yeah, he is, right there. Yep. Jerk the tyre, because you need to scrub it to get temperature in it. It's something that professional GT3, LMP2, and GTP drivers are doing to heat up the front tyres on board these things. Look, they're professional drivers. They want every advantage they can get, and that's the first time I've seen it in a supercar.
Yeah, and being a race engineer himself, as we found out at the start when someone's finally spat out the words that they wanted to say in the G Hub, him being a race engineer, so they're trying all different things, and they're obviously finding that little bit of benefit for them. So good to see. It'll be interesting to see if we can make it reflect on the time sheets with this last lap.
I will mention I've highlighted Gilliam doing that. I think there's more guys in the field doing it. I don't think he's the only one. Yeah, it's a very, very good example. I think if you went to down the pit lane and have a look at what do they do to generate front tire temperature, it's a lot of those guys. Hayden Bell had an opportunity here last year. He's on a barnstormer at the moment. I believe that was Bo Albert we were just taking a quick look at. Through the final couple of corners, Joe Stewart's doing qualifying for car number 12. And effectively, a car that's similar to what the guy who was driving his car a number of years ago in the real world was on board for. Stewart's looking to try and improve, did not manage to do so. Phil Sells finally give us a lap that we would start to expect from him. He's up towards the pointy end now in P6. Gilliam and Rosella down the back straight away. There'll be no tow for championship leader Andrew Gilliam. This will be the final time of asking. The final opportunity for these guys. When you ask the man, you've got to be important about putting the work in, putting it all there. I was asking him for a little bit of coaching a little bit of feedback on what I can do to improve. And he said, you've got to get curious about the Garter. You've really got to dive through it and try and find everything you possibly can. And that will start in qualifying. What is our championship leader able to give us with 10 seconds on the clock? For Andrew Gilliam, it's a 107.146. It's not an improvement on the final lap of asking. Rehan Leonage has provisional pole position, and there is a queue of cars coming to the final corner. Hayden Veld won't be able to improve. He put in an earlier lap down. Is going to be his best in the session to P8. Robbie Gibbs out of the final corner is on the front row. He's going to have a stab at coming to the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. He might be the only one that's on for it. It's a 101.207, but I don't think it's an improvement. So he will start on the front row, which is a return to form for the Chiefs Esports clubs. Boy, they went missing for a long period of time, but guess what? They are back.
Wow, what a qualifying session. Absolutely nothing in it, and it's something that we spoke about throughout that whole session is just how close the times are, and that was just no show. Sometimes there's a disadvantage going out in second. It was pretty even, and those times showed it, but man, oh man, what a qualifying session. This is going to be a brilliant 500.
Yeah, that it is, and the best part is I think we've got a real race on our hands as well, because that field is massively shaken up. Massively shaken up. I don't think there's a single car left out there on the track in a lap in anger. Robbie Gibbs was the last one, and he crossed and took the checkered flag. So that is it. Qualifying positions have been locked in, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be last race winner is going to be on pole position. Who will start that car is a second question that we'll have to ask ourselves. But Rehan Leonage has stuck it on pole as a co-driver with a 107.090. I can't remember that ever happening in this series. That might be a first.
It's a bit like what you touched on. You know, we talk about A and B drivers, don't we? You know, we say the A driver is the one that does the racing all year round, and your B driver is the one you strap in to do the second part. But with those two, they're so close and such great drivers between Emily Jones and Rehan Leonage. It's hard to say who's an A and a B. It feels like exactly what you said. It feels like we've got two A's in the car. He's done a brilliant job.
Yeah, that he has. And we'll get the opportunity to bring you the highlights here in just a few moments of the entire field as we prep to run through them. 500 kilometers is now run, and 500 kilometers is now what awaits us after qualifying has been run and done. In the meantime, it's Rehan Leonage with a 107.090 who gets it done by just under 11 thousandths of a second back to Robbie Gibbs, who returns to the front couple of rows of the field. Zach Rattray White and Ryan O'Sullivan make it an all Eclipse Sim Sports row number 2 on board cars 17 and 74. Andrew Gilliam, championship leader, will start off alongside of teammates. It's 1 and 2 in the championship. They're 5th and 6th, only 4 thousandths at the end of qualifying could separate the pair of them. Back over to 7th and 8th, there's going to be that of Damon Woods and Hayden Veld. James Scott will get his way inside of the top 10, and like we said, a return to form for those guys. And Matthew Bowler, our top 10, covered by less than a tenth of a second. And also qualifying car number 12 is Job Stewart as well. How important that is to see that car inside the top 10 there. Madison Down is outside the top 10 yet again, but Kurt Stenberg, normally the guy that goes significantly quicker in the race, well, for once, Kurt might have peaked too early. One of his better qualifying performances in the series for P12 and Trans-Tasman Sim Racing. Marcelo Rivera will start car number 21. It was Ethan Greig-Gold who topped the first half of qualifying. That lap stayed good enough for 13th spot. Lachlan Capel will line up alongside. Brady Myers and Brad Ratsu are going to be off of row number 8, and in behind them, Bo Albert and Luke Rosella. Remember, Rosella and Haber won this race back in 2023. Dylan Rudd and Wayne Burke will be the last couple of cars inside the top 20 before we get back to Jacob O'Reilly. He'd be disappointed he's not starting off at position 22. That's as close to triple two as he's likely to get. Dylan Pereira will have the honour of that spot alongside of him. Jake Maloney will be out of 23rd spot after that car had such a strong showing back at Phillip Island, and Blake Warboys and that colourful number 63 will line up alongside of row 12 for 24th spot. Angus Lawford will be the first of the Project 36 cars all the way back in 25th at the moment. And by the way, we're still less than 0.3 of a second to pole position. Will Sapstead will line up alongside of him. Josh Anderson's pace has been a little bit at times brilliant, and a little bit at times kind of nowhere, and we're going to see more of that second half of the equation here tonight after 27th performance in qualifying. Andre Heimgartner will line up alongside of him. Rain Campbell and Adam Briggs to bring us the back end of the 30. And again, 0.4 of a second covering 30 drivers in this field. Brenton Hobson has been away and working away from home, and I think that qualifying performance sort of reflects a fair bit of the lack of practice he's been able to put together. Josh Horton will start off alongside of him at the moment. Aaron Borg and Ryan Jones will be back to 34 spot. Tom Freer in the SSR Sud Speed 41 car will line up alongside of Andre Yusuf's number 900 Vermilion X Fury entry. Finally, to the tail end of the drivers who set a time in qualifying, there are a couple more drivers to come who had qualifying and rear of the field penalties applied to them. Jason Newman will start on board car number 3. James Chastanoff and Brian Borg, the tail end of the cars, to give us lap times. Righto, that walks our way through qualifying, and we're going to get an opportunity. We spoke to them not all that long ago, but car 51, Emily, well, you didn't have the stress of doing the qualifying performance on board that car here tonight, and by the look of it, nor are you having the stress of the run down to turn 1 on lap 1. But hey, you've got the shortest run of the field. Now it's up to the kid to get down to business.
Yeah, I'm look, I'm exercising my ability to get carried this week, so I'm very happy. Like, honestly, round's been so fast in testing, and I've just been struggling here, to be honest. I've not been really up to speed, and round's just been so fast that it's like, you know, no ego or anything. It's just a no-brainer to put him in, and he did an amazing job. Like, the pole is incredible, so I'm very happy for him.
Rayhan, a lot of respect being sent your way, but obviously confidence is flying high when you've just had that qualifying performance. Now, qualifying speed is one thing, race trim's another. How's the long-term run in this car?
To be honest, I think it's decent. I think the driving has been the problem in practice. I've put in more work into race than quali, so hopefully that turns out well. But yeah, we're in a good position, so hopefully we can make that into a good race finish result.
Mate, in terms of what's in front of you, 161 laps, and Emily's basically given you the tick of approval. You being treated as the main driver tonight, and you'll do the bulk of the driving duties?
I think that is the plan, yeah.
All right, mate, well,
100%.
enjoy, go hard. P1 converted into pole from Sandown. Mate, go, take a drink, get yourself sorted, because there's a massive 500 kilometres to come.
Thank you very much.
We will take ourselves a step down for a quick opportunity to have a chat with Andrew Gilliam and Jaden Ojeda as well. And I believe Sandman is stood by with them now.
Yes, g'day boys. So lining up here in P number 5, Andrew Gilliam and Jaden Ojeda. Let's talk about that qualifying session, Andrew. Well, P5, that's not too bad, mate. Absolutely close as you like throughout qualifying. So, you know, although you weren't that far off on the timesheets, P5 still not a bad position, buddy.
Yeah, it's definitely good to be up ahead of some of the clutter. You know, minimize damage in the first stint, and you know, sets you up. Not too bad either, because you can save a bit of fuel when you're behind a few cars, which will be crucial for strategy. So yeah, I'm not too cut up about it. I'm just bummed I made a mistake on that last quali lap. I reckon I could have really contended for pole if I made the apex at turn 9.
Well, the beauty about this, it's 500 kilometres. You guys got a long way to go. Jaden, how you feeling about tonight, mate? Sandown 500 in the virtual world. With William, how you feeling?
Pretty excited. Been doing some laps since I got back from Townsville, and yeah, looking forward to getting stuck in. Definitely a different challenge compared to Phillip Island. Just getting my head around this car on this circuit, but yeah, looking forward to it.
And obviously that little bit of confidence too, because it was a pretty good round for you both at Phillip Island. Didn't get the checker flag, but still had a great run, and that obviously looks like it'll bring over to tonight too.
Yeah, it's just about trying to put together the next few races for Gilly and his championship, and yeah, just doing a solid job. But no, it was a lot of fun at Phillip Island, and a good result on the podium is always nice. So yeah, hopefully we can do something similar again tonight.
And Andrew, you starting? I haven't seen yet. Are you jumping in the car for the start?
Yeah, definitely. It just gives you the strategy flexibility, because the way the continuous laps and everything work in this series. So we'll take the easy approach and have a crack.
All right, we'll let you boys go. Get ready for the start. We've still got about 2 minutes to go before we go green, but all the best, and hopefully we're talking to you boys at the end of the night.
Thanks,
Wicked.
mate.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. So Andrew Gilliam and Jaden Ojeda starting out at P5 for Lobs. And yeah, we talked about how his championship run so far has been brilliant this far and coming into the points, obviously leading tonight into the championship points. And would obviously like to keep that going and that momentum so P5, obviously a great starting spot. And like Gilliam said, he's not back in the mess. And that is obviously one of the biggest fears at the start of these races. So we're just over a minute and a half to go for the start of the Sandown 500. So much anticipation for this race. And for me, it's always the traditional build-up as we lead into Sandown, for Sandown, and then obviously into Bathurst. We see 161 laps, just under 500 kilometres race distance, and we're talking about pit stops as well. Obviously something that's going to be playing on their minds is the co-drivers and the laps that they're allowed to do. And that's always a beautiful thing too. There's a little bit of strategy that's thrown into this as the teams get ready. You can see the excitement building. And for me, Sandown is an amazing racetrack. I love it. It's got so much history. And unfortunately, every year we always talk about the fact that it might be the last year that we ever race at Sandown. And thankfully for us, we get to keep it in the digital world because it's just a brilliant racetrack. On paper, it looks so easy. But at the end of the day, it's tricky, and thankfully these drivers don't have any weather to contend with tonight too, because that obviously would have been a massive spanner in the works. So a lot of nerves on the grid. Everyone just building that little bit of excitement. And what a brilliant shot, just showing all these cars, everyone so lucky to be on the grid. And 500 kilometres in front of them, 161 laps.
I think I just come back.
There he is.
There we go. How about that for, I sat here for about 5 minutes madly pressing buttons to see what I could get to work, and it's literally just come back now. So, hey, we'll take the luck that we can possibly get. So, unfortunately, headset issues are going to give me dramas to start the night off. In the meantime, though, we are set for 500 kilometres of racing and a run down to turn number one. I think that was Gilliam. It didn't necessarily get away the best that he possibly could. Starts have been an issue for car 201. He's gone backwards to championship leader. But Robbie Gibbs is the guy who's going to get it all done into turn number one. It has been a long time between drinks for car number 31. But the opportunity is he's got it all done at one of the biggest opportunities of the year. For the rest of the field, it's chaos and calamity on the first lap. Survival if you possibly can. For car 201, it's gone backwards.
Backwards, but thankfully everyone's got away. Everyone's got a nice clean start. There's no carnage or drama back there. So obviously not the best start, but you can build from that. Just put that behind you, and all you can do is just get your eyes forward, not worry about what's happening, and just focus on it's a long, long way to go. So that is just a small little drum. Oh, we see it. There's been contact. And we're going to see, that was Jared Filsell. Oh, it's so tight through that. You've got to be careful. This is actually, there's been more contact. What a brilliant shot to give you the indication that these drivers are just having drama through that part of the section. That looks like one of the Team Pee-wee cars, is that right? I'm just trying to see who that was. But Jared Filsell was caught up in that incident as well. Brenton Hodgson, he's going through the lane. We're hearing he's got a jump start, so he's going to have to take that penalty. Best thing to do is get it over and done with as we go back up front. Rihan starting in P2 as he makes his way down the back straight away, trying to tuck up behind Robbie Gibbs. Obviously didn't get the starting line, but easily put that behind him now. Doesn't need to worry, he's got a straight race car, he's in the top three, and it's just eyes forward, get yourself involved with him, and that's what this race is going to be all about. Down the back straight away. The nerves will still be there for these drivers because obviously you've got so much build-up and excitement coming to this race. You know what's in front of you. And one of the exciting things about endurance racing is that you get to pair up. So the weight of the driving is on someone else's shoulders too. So you can do everything right. And like what we were talking about with Rihan and Emily said that she wasn't feeling as confident as she was coming into this race. So, well, you see Rihan, he's pulled over. He might have got it off track, so a slowdown penalty. So he's had to give up P number 2, and he's fallen way back down this front straightaway. So early drama there for Rehan. Easy to do though. This is a replay. Phil Cell up the inside. There's that contact. So I fear that the stewards may look at that as we check out that OG gear replay. But Rehan now gone from second to P7. What he needs to do now is just breathe, get himself into a rhythm, not worry. He's obviously maybe flustered about the start. It's easy to get that off to the penalty, especially when you cut through the chicanes. But he's observed that straight away. Doesn't need to worry about it. Put it behind him, analyse for him. So Robbie Gibbs over Zach Vatro White, Jared Filsell, a move up into P3. He started back in 6th, but obviously that early contact, the stewards may be interested in having a look at that. Hayden Bell, Damon Woods, Matty Bowler, and Rian Linage, Andrew Gilliam in 8th. Rhino Sullivan, oh, drama here. Oh, that's Stenberg, more drama. Oh, he was trying to flick it round the wrong way and got contact. So he's got big damage. This might be a safety car, depending on what they can do. Multiple cars involved in that. Massive damage, obviously, to the front of Stenberg's car. That thing will not be tracking right, and he moves out of the way. Hobbo goes past after serving his penalty. But you can see just how much he's struggling to get that thing in pit lane. You can see the tow out is just, there's massive damage to that. So that's going to be a long, long way pit lane when they fix that. Early drama for Stenberg. That's not what they needed after a brilliant qualifying run for him. We're going to go check out an OGQ replay. Here, he's going to do it all by himself. Did he get a tap? He got a tap. Oh, hard into the barrier. And the problem that he had here is he tried to get going. And he's tried to do the flick spin, and unfortunately, just collected another car. And it's been a bit of a concertina effect there, unfortunately. So it's gone from bad to worse for Stanley. So not only did he lose the front bumper bar, but that's when he obviously got a little bit of that steering damage too. Gilliam looking to make a move up the inside of Rehan. And he's done it under brakes. I think the smart thing for Rehan to do is just settle down. We're hearing too of the audio. Rehan's actually in the fuel saving mode too. So that's probably not a bad thing. He hasn't got the greatest of starts. He hasn't got any pressure on these, so he's let Gilliam go past. He's obviously got that Sullivan there, but you know, the start hasn't gone to the way he would have liked. So take that opportunity just to save that little bit of fuel. It's so important for these drivers just to get themselves into that rhythm. Not get worried about what's happened at the start. Obviously, Jared Filsell will be thinking about what they'll be playing on his mind, or whether the stewards may be looking at that incident. Normally, it's supposed to tail like that. And again, this is where it gets tricky, is to rejoin. In a moment there, thankfully that could have gone a lot worse as well. All these drivers just get themselves into a rhythm.
Have you got? Hey.
So we apologise. Let's have a couple of technical issues here on Holbake Scotty Rankin. He's having some dramas with his microphone, so unfortunately we're going to stuck with me for the moment.
Here we go. It's about that one. You got me now, Simon?
There he is.
There we go. All right, yeah, so just at the drop of the green flag, my headset decided, no, I'm going to exit the building stage right. Either way, we've managed to get that one sorted for now, and that's the most important one. A penalty for Cunningham 81, and William Sapstead has come through for contact with Andre Heimgartner. I believe that was down at a dead-on road at the end of lap number 1. So regardless, that one has been already coming on through. Early on in this one, Gibbs got the getaway. Rattray White is slotted into P number 2. And Rehan Leonage has gone tumbling down the order after strong qualifying. Here comes, this will be the contact with Andre Heimgartner from Will Sapstead.
We saw that from the drone shot, but unfortunately just got him up against the barrier. And he was sitting back, unfortunately. Everyone just goes past. He's trying to pull reverse and get going again. But I tell you what, if you're going to have dramas, you always want it at the start of the race, so you've got plenty of time to bounce back.
Well, it's happened early on. And regardless, it has now dropped into the rear view. For now, it's apply yourself as best as you possibly can. Get the eyes down the road as much as you possibly can. Fergus Lawford, who's realistically right in the middle of a horde of Hornets right here, just trying to park it up. Think about this qualifying, a lot of pace on board the cars, low fuel tanks, tons of grip, and now you've got to throw an extra 100+ kilos at these things, and they crawl over the road. They don't want to pull up anymore. They don't want to come out of the corners all guns blazing, and the balance is different. The adjustments are different. Josh Anderson will be looking to grab as many spots as he possibly can after not the best qualifying performance that he put forward.
It's strange when you struggle with that, isn't it? You know, like you said, we're so used to Anderson running up towards the front, and to be this far down the grid, it's a bit strange that he's probably not as comfortable as he is. Maybe it's a TTR thing, as we said. We heard when we spoke to Emily Jones that she wasn't as comfortable as well, but it's not a whole TTR thing, obviously. We've got Brian Leonage and Madison down and up until Kirk Stenberg and his James. They weren't doing too bad. So we keep an eye on Josh Anderson, P27. It's so important. A lot of these teams really need to be in the ears of these drivers just to calm them down. And I think that's probably where we're at now for lap 8 of 161. Anderson and Forza Milnavi just basically get themselves into a rhythm. I think the beauty for them at the moment is that there's no big dramas. Obviously, one of the things that you worry about too is when the cars are all bunched up and then drivers start jumping around and fighting for position. That can cause a little bit of concertina effect, but everyone's just in a rhythm at the moment. So, nice clear road. As we look at the battle for O'Sullivan and James Scott. I love that as Eclipse Sports paint scheme as well. Obviously a little bit of a throwback to the Chico paint scheme, but and we touched on some of the paint schemes for the Sandown 500. We love that people do that. You can see that little bit of a draft that James Scott's there on the back of Ryan O'Sullivan. As they tip it in, this is where it's hard under brakes. So easy to make contact. We see it every year in, year out. It's almost Calamity Corner on this racetrack.
Yeah, but it's the best opportunity to overtake Dunn, isn't it, up and across the crest of the hill? But it's 2 chains of corners. You've got to get over the crest of the hill, the end of the back straightaway, get it parked up, and it's so difficult to go around the outside. And then you've got to try and have a lunge down the inside when you get yourself down to turn 9 as well.
Absolutely.
And that's the challenge with getting the pass done here. It's a better opportunity to try and get it done at turn 1 because it's just so much more room to get up alongside, a lot more room to showcase the speed. Jared Philsell's been penalised for contact with O'Sullivan on the first lap, so he's got a penalty. It's only 5 seconds, so it's not a massive hindrance to the race pace. But 5 seconds around this place, and we talked about it. What was it? 4/10 covered the top 30.
Yeah, and exactly. But, you know, we're talking about lap 10 of 161 laps too. So, yeah, he'll serve that under his next pit stop. And look, at the end of the day, a safety car will bunch the field up again. And Jared's obviously the quality of the driver that'll be able to mount that back up. But, 5 seconds, I think you've got away with it. How's this battle down the back straightaway? Down in the grass!
Yeah, the big thing will be Corey Shepherd just wants to get a move on with things on board the One Performance Racing car, co-driving, of course, with Ryan Bettes. And Bettes had that massive performance back in the wet at Spa. The Bettes is really the main driver here, and this will be an opportunity for Corey to get in, and their target will be doing co-driver laps in and amongst the main drivers. They knew they were starting at the back. I believe it might have been a grid penalty, a rear grid penalty for car 13. So they knew they were starting at the back of the field. So when you know you're that far down, do something different, and it might buy you with a little bit of track position. Will be their target for the day.
That's
I think
rolling.
Dylan Pereira's just being rotated around at turn 4 as well.
Jordan Mazzarelli, who's managed to get up the inside there. Great little paint scheme as we check on Dylan Pereira. Did he get rotated, did he? Wow.
Well, he's gone around. Whether or not it was rotated is a completely different summation that we have to come to. In the
no,
meantime,
no.
Ryan Jones is going to shove the nose 3-1 as they get run down the back straight away. Everyone's elected to bottle themselves back in, which is probably the right call, all things considered. But I tell you what, the field spread, by the way, Sandman, at the end of the first lap, is our lead. It's basically half the track that's already covered with cars. So, no, it was him on his own.
All by himself. So easy to do. You get that right rear on the grass. Thankfully, didn't get collected. Able to gather it up and get going again.
So, a little bit of a something to sort of put things together is this is what it looks like in terms of our field spread. They're already on the back straight. They're about halfway down the back straight before the last cars are coming down and crossing the start-finish line. Ryan Jones goes ahead of Josh Horton at turn 1. Horton was out across the curbs, picks himself a slowdown penalty up front. Pereira's trying to get those positions back. They're all just about into each other. 500 kilometres, and it's all kicked off inside of the first 50.
Mate, they managed to get away with it. A little bit of hip and shoulder in there, but they all got away. Josh Horton now trying to get what little toe he can down this straightaway. Oh.
We're going to get another replay, and this is following up from the Pereira incident from a little bit earlier on. But there's been a report of the unsafe rejoin from car number 61, and there's also just been a pit lane penalty issued to Brad Ratu for one incident and another incident for an unsafe rejoin. And Horton's come out of turn 2 and been faced with, turn 4 and faced with this. And I don't know, Sandman, put your stewarding hat on. Put your race car hat on first. Are you annoyed by a rejoin like that?
I am if I'm trying to pass him, but if I'm trying to rejoin myself, it puts you in a situation like, what do you do? You know, I know you probably just, you need to probably be a little bit more aware of your surroundings. So I think the stewards may be interested that he did sort of flick spin right in front of the car. But yeah, it's a tricky one. You know, the car behind is always going to blow up, and the car in front is always going to say, well, that was the best I could do to rejoin. So yeah, that's why I'm commentating, mate.
Oh, this battle pack will probably stay with it for a fair while because Pereira went back to third in this little group, and this group is 28th. And it was not long ago that Josh Horton was at the pointy end of this group of cars as well after the rejoin and getting down the inside. Now it's going to be the elbows into Ryan Jones into the final corner. So they're all squabbling for it. They will know that there is very, very likely to be a safety car coming our way at some point in time. So the race is about track position at that safety car and resetting yourself and going again at that point in time. For Ryan Jones, he will slot back in. Horton goes around the outside at turn 1. But now it's going to be the little battle in behind them. Freer gets through to P29. He'll slot back in, and Rain Campbell is forced to just watch. And there's a shark bite out of the front right corner of car number 92 of Rain Campbell.
Well, that's been going. You can see Stenberg is still in the lane from all that damage, and there's been a penalty actually handed out as a pit lane drive-through penalty. I think it was that Ratu? So he's going to get that drive-through over and done with. Oh, and now we're just hearing that Stenberg, as he's rejoined, has got a black flag now for speeding in pit lane. So
did he get a black flag for speeding in pit lane? He got one for an unsafe rejoin. I believe that one might have actually been. So the stewards handed out 2 drive-through penalties for that incident that I was madly scrambling to fix cables during the middle of. So one to Ratu and one to Stenberg from one incident.
it's really not going from bad to worse.
Oh, that's Brady Myers.
Did it. Mate, he put some temperature in that right rear, but he held on to it. Thankfully got away with it. And now it's a drag race down the back straightaway.
Now they'll have to try and find their way back through and find their way back into settling for Brady Myers on board car 22. You'll see him just get fractionally 2 up and on to the curb, and I believe touching the grass on the right-hand side. By the way, an update from the stewards of whether or not they agree with Josh Horton that there was an infringement there, and indeed they do. 5-second time penalty, Dylan Pereira for an unsafe rejoin.
Tell you what, it's always heart and mouth stuff when they go on board from Brady Myers. When you go for that second hand of opposite lock, you know you're in a bit of strife. But you did a great job of bringing that all back together, and leaves to fight another day with a straight race car.
Cindy dives out of the way down the start-finish straight as he rejoins from serving and drive-through penalty. He'll know after, like I said, his best qualifying performance, I think, in a very, very long time. He would have been absolutely wrapped with that one. Didn't last all that long out the other side. We
gut-wrenching thing is it wasn't his fault. He was just unfortunately got tagged in the rear and round he went.
Well, the troubling part as well is we're 16 laps into this one, and Stenny's only on his 6th lap. He's 10 laps down, but he is back out there. He is circulating. We don't get enough safety cars for him to get back to the lead lap. It'll just be about him leading and running all the laps tonight.
Well, points. He wants to grab points. It's important, regardless of how your night's gone. If it's turned to absolute custard, it's important that he grabs as many points as he can. So, you know, he might snaffle a couple of laps back, but like you said, the likelihood of getting that many laps with safety cars is fairly unlikely. But what he does need to do is just circulate and grab as many points as he can.
So he's gotten back out there. Meantime, Sully inside of the top 10. He would like to be further up if he possibly can. Another car that's actually coming under assault at the moment is Matthew Bowler, who's about to have Rehan Leonage trying to put moves around his outside.
Was he going to give up the real estate? No, he's not. So Rehan just holds position here. It's always difficult and frustrating as a driver when you know you have a great qualifying session and then the start doesn't go to plan and then you find yourself just down a little bit further. So sitting back in P8, he'd obviously be kicking himself a little bit, but he's a good enough driver to bounce back from it. You know, you can just put it behind him now. Once you sort of get yourself into a rhythm, he doesn't have to stress too much as we go to an OGQ replay. What's going to happen is it nose to tail through. Whoa! Just the cut through. How often do we see that at Sandown?
Yeah, that's the trouble. 2 chicanes on the lap. One of them's all about bouncing it up and over the curbs, and they are massive stonking curbs down at turn 2 and turn 3. The car's just got to be able to accept it.
Beauty about that racetrack, that part of the racetrack, is that if you do have an issue, you can opt out and sort of cut the corner there and just give up a little bit of time. So, yeah, it's better than fighting the car and then probably obviously ended up into the barrier. But you can take that little cheap shot through there.
How often does it end up a muddy mess down there on the track of the 500? How many years gone by of support categories have bailed out through there only for Sunday for it to just be good luck? We'll see you out the other side, and we expect it to be covered in dirt and mud.
The radiator's filling up with mud. Oh.
Realistically, actually, I'll give you my thoughts on this place, mate. You've been an engineer on an oval racing team. Well, this is probably the closest we get to an oval, isn't it? There's only a couple of corners going back the other way.
Yeah. What about engineer? I haven't been an engineer. I was only a spotter for a NASCAR team. That's as good as my highlight reel got.
So is it fair to say your job description is the loudest with the least knowledge?
Yeah, pretty much. Bloke knows nothing about motorsport. Just give him a headset and he can talk to the driver. That'll do.
Mate, I've spent how many years working in this commentary booth with you? I don't know if I want you on the headset. In the meantime, Robbie Gibbs, though, is coming under a fair bit of assault and pressure for the race lead. And a car that would love to lead it right now. Rattray White. And the big thing for Rattray White, and one thing that he'll be asking for is to put a car between himself and Jared Philsell, but Gibbs got a better exit off the final corner. They're squabbling down the start-finish straight. A few technical gremlins, not only in the commentary booth, but also out there and on the racetrack for Robbie Gibbs as he stays to the inside. Paint was traded, and that says to me, Sandman, that Paint can be traded back. And he was elbowed a couple times on the straight, and Robbie Gibbs just lent on Rattray White when they got to turn 1. And you know what? I reckon they won't touch that one too much.
Dive there. They got away with it. I don't mind that. That's fair. That's play on. Rubbins racing. Good to see. So that's just showing that lets Robbie Gibbs know that Zach Ratro White's pretty key to get past him and maybe lead a couple of laps, because he knows he can look in his rearview mirror, and he's got a hungry Jared Filsell that's right behind him too. So that's going to make this a very interesting little pressure cooker situation maybe over the next few laps. And then we obviously got pit stops to talk about. Around lap 47 to 48, that's when they're getting laps out of their tanks. So lap 20, we're almost a halfway point possibly through this sequence before we get into pit stops.
I got this for an interesting story for Robbie Gibbs as well. Co-driver tonight will be Thomas Freeman. Well, Thomas Freeman's a One Performance Racing OPR driver normally, but such is the nature of the Enduros and V8 Supercar calendars, and this is quite common amongst a lot of the teams, is that when you go searching, you just go and grab whatever talent's out there, and the teams tend to be like, all right, we're going to try and support our internal teams first. But I've also known teams in the past to go, I'm sorry, I got an offer from a really, really good team I'd like to go and drive for. And the team just goes, yep, go have fun. Go do what you can. Go do something different, because you'll walk back in the door with a whole bunch of knowledge about how a different outfit goes racing. And we can either leverage that, or at the same time, you can just get out there, drive something different, do something different. And sometimes that teaches you something that you need to learn as well.
Absolutely. And it's an amazing, there's a dive up in the inside. Zach Ratro White. He tried to do this a couple of laps ago. Again, they're going door handle to door handle. Just seeing how this plays out in the next braking zone. Have a look at Jared Filso though. Now he knows that Zach Ratro White's trying to look everywhere around Robbie Gibbs, and that's given Jared Filso an opportunity, but also Damon Woods is starting to come into the fold as well.
I had a chat to Damon and Zach a little bit earlier on in the week as well, and they said that there's times this year we felt we've had the best car, but I don't think they've necessarily delivered on that promise, and that's something they want to focus on, is the execution moving forwards. An opportunity to start that statement and a new era potentially for Eclipse Sim Sport here tonight. Wouldn't they love it? As he just puts the power down and the rear tyres not as compliant as Ratro White necessarily would have liked. Filso will loom large in the mirror. And between these two guys, just think about it as well, the narrative that they've put on this year. They don't get on, doesn't matter. You're at the front end of this field. You two are going to have to learn to play nice. And Phil Sell will set it down the inside, parked it up. Ratro White got two tyres in the marbles, and he just couldn't reply. And Phil Sell, the big difference then, you see that? Phil Sell got it done in one. How many times has Ratro White been there and just pecking away? And Phil Sell shows up, lunges, job done.
Made it look so easy. Phil Sell just took that dive and took it away from him. So, like you said, Zach Ratro White had a couple of bites at the cherry with Robbie Gibbs and only sort of got door to door. But, yeah, under brakes, Jared was very strong. And I think it will be only a couple of laps where he might be harassing the back of Robbie Gibbs and maybe looking at leading this one.
There's been a couple of moments for Robbie Gibbs as well where the cars just flickered out from the server tonight. But every single time it's happened, it's been the front straight. It's been about the same spot on the front straight. So something about that location for where Robbie Gibbs is triggering it. And the stewards, well, it's part of the sim. They've got to monitor it. They've got to keep half an eye on it. They looked at it and been like, yep, that's okay. It's not in a section of the racetrack where we're going side by side. It's pretty consistent. And so long as it stays that way, I don't think they'll touch it.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. Just trying to see this pack. And I think that desperation from Zach Ratro White is because he could feel that Jared was all over him and probably felt that Jared's move was coming. So Zach's eyes were obviously, if I can just get past Robbie Gibbs and put Robbie Gibbs between myself and Phil Sell, that might buy him some time. But we can already see that Jared Phil Sell starting to put a little bit of real estate between him and Zach.
Fell out a little bit deeper down in the field, 17th spot. Has just let a couple cars go, and he's not fought it too hard either. We're hearing from Bo Albert. So how about Hayden Veld? He'd love to be in that lead group and in that fight, wouldn't he?
Yeah, as would 40 other people here. And as we go on board with Damon Woods, I wonder if he feels like he's getting held up a little bit from Zach Ratro White. He's probably seen what Jared Filsell's been able to do, and is he thinking about making a dive here? Looks like he's thinking about it. He's obviously positioning himself. He wasn't going to make the dive then, but it's all about eyes forward. And if he can see Jared Filsell starting to make a little gap, he'll want to go with him.
get a fraction closer. Fraction closer. A fraction closer will be the goal. And then once he arrives on scene, what can he do next? I just wonder whether or not with the aggression that Rattray White was trying to display, if he's hurt the tyre just a little bit.
Whoa, Woods. Oh, that's the second time Woods has done that. Just got that right rear near the grass, but you're right, and that's possibly what he's done. And Woods can probably see that too. You can probably see the back of Zach's car just moving around a little bit, and he probably thinks it's his time to shine where he can get the job done. But, you know, if you do abuse these tyres, they do take a few laps to come back to you if you go too hard on them. And that's probably where he's at the moment.
Really talk about this track of the point and shoot style of it, isn't it? Pull it up, park it, turn it in, apply that power down again in its second gear traction zones as well is the big thing. A lot of torque going through the rear end of the race car trying to be applied, and the art in it, you can't just give it full beans and expect the tyre to be compliant, do what you want with it.
And that's almost exactly what we were talking about at the start of the broadcast. Is on paper, this track looks really easy. But when you want to try and punch out a fast lap with the fast guys, oh, Mazzaroli thinking about a move up the inside. Not quite. They're still going to battle it out into the braking zone. Jacob O'Reilly just covers a little bit. No, that's not Jacob O'Reilly, sorry. Zane Ball.
So Jake Burton not in operation here tonight. Left a hole and a vacancy in the series. Well, that one's been picked up by Aaron Borg and Craig Bond, who'll be taking on board car number 35 for this evening's festivities. More laps for those guys, an opportunity.
Absolutely. Getting hounded at the moment, though. And another brilliant paint scheme. Throwback to the old Holden Racing Team colours.
Probably a good opportunity as well here, Sandman, to talk a little bit about the movers and shakers to this point in the night. We know Stenny obviously a long, long way up the field, and he'll just be limping around for the rest of the night. 10 laps down, there's nothing, absolutely nothing he can do about that one.
Oh, there he goes. Up the inside, Mazzaroli. Oh, a little bit of door handle to door down. Oh, they're still going at it, though. Love to see it. No harm, no foul there. But they're still going to battle. Mazzaroli, if he can hold on here, he will be in the right position, but he's got to worry about the undercut. He got the power down. Nice move.
Well, there's something I know about Aaron Borg. He has a never say die attitude. He will race you for every little bit of real estate. He will never, ever back down from that one. But regardless, job's done now. And their next opportunity will be to try and settle into a reasonable pace.
This race is settled down a little bit now. Looks like it's warming up. We've got a couple of orders at Brandon Miller. He's in the lane.
Oh, someone's around! And just tried to do a flick spin and has caused a massive check up. And there's a bunch of cars that are involved in this one down at Dandenong Road. Bunch of cars involved. And I thought it was a TTR car that was trying to flick spin it. And I think it might be Stenberg. And if it is Stenberg, and indeed it is, it was Stenberg that was down there. And the problem for Stenny is his day is definitely done. Oh, sorry, I might be watching the replay. My significant apologies. I went back. It was... No, I'm not watching a YouTube replay. I went back and I had to dig through the archive footage just to sort of see what I was looking at. I saw some damage on some old race cars, and I went digging through it. And then I flicked back to the live time and didn't realise I was watching a replay on my main screen. Right, never mind.
You just gave Jay Kennedy and myself and all our viewers at home the biggest heart attack. Well, you thought this race had just undone it. So here I am saying, yeah, it's nice. Everyone's just going into a rhythm and things are warming up. And then we thought chaos has unveiled.
I was wondering why cars weren't tracking and lining up with where I had them on timing. Well, that makes a lot more sense. Look, everything's broken tonight. You leave me alone.
Oh, Gilliam, he was nearly broken. He got sideways off onto the grass. Again, that right rear. Managed to save it, though. Kept it off the barrier. Woo, heart and mouth stuff there for Gilliam. Don't worry, mate. Everyone's a little bit broken tonight. I couldn't even spit out what Andrew Gilliam's role was in Supercars in the G-Hub earlier. Have a look at this replay. Oh, almost kisses the barrier. Gathers it up, gets the power to the ground, and lives to fight another day.
Well, he's still alive, so there'll be a little bit of a take a breath, reset, go again. I'm so sorry. In a long, long period of time of broadcasting iRacing, that's the first time I've ever done that.
Don't worry about it, mate. Like we said, we think tonight was the perfect time to do it, mate. Considering all the ups and downs that we've had with technology and people not able to spit out their words and everything else, I think it's probably the perfect time to do it.
But there's an important trend that's happening at the moment at the front end of this one. And that trend is car 94 is getting closer and closer and closer. And I reckon he's just about in striking distance now with Robbie Gibbs. Rattray White's got the fastest lap, but only by a little bit. And by the way, lap times have fallen away about 3.5 tenths of a second since the start of the race. That car's a fraction closer than it was a moment ago. And here comes the lob from Jared Filsell. He did it from a fairway back. And Robbie Gibbs is going to give him a serve out and on the other way. And he landed on him to get that one done at the mid-corner. And now Robbie Gibbs is into the bar of car number 94 as well. Remember, car 94's got a penalty, a 5-second time penalty. It doesn't have a co-driver to work with here tonight. And Phil Sells sharing his displeasure of the whole situation as well. Yeah. Zach. And now, Phil Sells going to have to cover the pair of them. He's going to try and go the long way around at turn one. Rattray White is going to try and shove a nose in here. If Robbie Gibbs goes back to the lead, Damon Woods is on scene.
Oh, that got juicy there. Jared Filsell, Robbie Gibbs are into it. And I think Robbie just gave him just that slightest little nose to tail as they were coming on the front straightaway. And that unsettled Jared. And then it was just, he was able to get the power down and it was a drag race down to the front straightaway. So Robbie Gibbs not rolling over, but Jared Filsell, I would imagine, he's pretty keen to get the job done. Like you said, he's still got a 5-second penalty hanging over his head. Early stages of this race, but what he would love to do is get up the road a little bit and make that 5 seconds on this pack.
And the big ticker that then comes to be a part of this, and all of this, is race scenario, race position. Haydenfeld will hand over to Cody D. Rattray White will hand over to Dylan Burse. Both of those guys credentialed massively so. Rattray White said back to me the week before Phillip Island, he said, keep your eyes on Seth Brown. He is wringing the neck of this thing. And then I've got to be honest, I don't think we saw that from Seth Brown in the race. So Seth will have a point to prove here tonight. And one of the things that tends to fire a sim racer up, and over the years, I've said it to a bunch of guys. I've said, I think you're better than that. I think I've seen better stuff out of you. Oh, boy, that is the best way to light a fuse under a competitive man. And if there is anyone that's competitive in this top 5, it's a lot of them. A lot of them do not like that being said about them. Some guys, they'll whinge, they'll whine, they'll complain. Not this lead bunch. No. You say stuff like that and they go, right, I want to prove him wrong.
And that's the best. When you can light a fire under a driver and just get them to maybe peak a little bit, then that's always a good thing. And it's the old adage in motorsport, isn't it? You can't speed up a slow driver, but you can slow down a fast driver. So, and that's what, sometimes these drivers have that, is that they might not be sort of feeling it at the moment, and you light a fire under someone, and that can be just a real game changer. But I tell you what, Robbie Gibbs, he might be in a bit of strife here, because I reckon Jared Filsell is pretty keen to get that margin back. 0.2 of a second, he's almost nose to tail here. He'll be thinking about another dive up the inside. And I tell you what, there's not too many people that take it to Jared Filsell like that. Here he goes.
That was a big old lob from a long way back, and Robbie Gibbs saw it coming and decided to crisscross him. And that is racecraft of the highest degree. The problem now is that Zach Rattray White would love to just rap out a tune on the rear bumper of Jared Filsell, and he'll get an opportunity. It's coming. But also, we mentioned Velda's in this battle, but with the squabbling that's going on, the field at the front is condensing. What was a 3-car pack became a 4-car pack, became 5. Gilliam's here, and if they keep this up, Leonage is going to buy into it as well.
Absolutely. And what I love about that move with Gibbs and Philsell is that Gibbs saw Philsell make that dive. Oh, he's going to think about another one here. No, he's going to probably...
he is.
Oh, he did. He's gone late. He didn't get the nose up the inside. Great that Jared Philsell backed out of it. But he knew that he was going to make that dive, gave him route, and made the undercut. And what a move that was.
How good? How good is this series, though? Chiefs, Lobs, Eclipse, Door, Eclipse, Lobs. 3 different teams, 4 different teams inside of that top 6, all thrown under a blanket, all throwing haymakers at each other. Go back to 7th and Leonage, Trans-Tasman in and amongst it as well. So there's a lot of different elements, of different approaches. Gilly, I tell you what, Gilly looks quick. Gilly looks really, really quick at the moment. And look at the aerial shot. That Lobs car that's out in front, that's a lapped car. That is Brad Newman and Jason Newman, the brother pairing at the front of them at the moment. They're just trying to survive and keep their car on the road. They're 2 laps down, and you will see them jump way out of the way.
Will they? So there are Lobs. Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, stewards know, everyone will know that everyone will be watching that, and you would think that they will get out of the way quick, smart. But if they happen to be in the wrong point, the racetrack at the wrong time, it could benefit their teammate in Jared Philsell.
You'll see it here in a moment. There you go.
Mate,
job done.
That was really good. He could have been there. He could have just paid a little bit of hardball, but really good to see that they just rolled over and moved on.
Righto. Back on again. By the way, 31 laps have ticked over at a fair clip. Sorry, 35 laps have tipped over at a fair clip. The co-driver window is now open to get your co-y in and clear their laps as soon as you possibly can. That opened about lap 27.
Take your hat off to Robbie Gibbs. He's had all sorts of pressure thrown at him for this race, and he's just handled it so well for the moment. The scary bit is, though, it's not over. Jared is still keen to get past. And will he think about another dive? Oh, we've got a car backwards. Wayne Burke. Looks like the car's fairly straight. He either might have got on the grass and done it by himself, or got a little bit of a helping hand. We'll check that later.
So there's a replay of an potential overtake down at turn 1. So Rivera and Ethan Grigol's car on the outside. Move done. But then there's secondary bits and pieces.
Yeah, he's gone wide.
It's Wayne Burke, that is a very unlike Burkey thing to do. And you saw the car actually switched off. That was the light on the rear end of that one flashing.
So easy to do. It's so unfortunate. It's so easy to do in that part of the racetrack. But
also at the same time, that engine off when you stall the car engine, they didn't have to code that in. But what it has done is it gives us a lot of symbols, a lot of bits and pieces. The only thing we're really missing on board of these sim racing cars as well is probably indicators. I tell you what, endurance racing would probably love a set of indicators, particularly in touring cars, added to cars. But hey, in terms of gripes, it's quite a small one, and I'll leave it down the field.
Hey, what I'm loving at the moment is this 7-car train. There's a 6-car train here. Back in the field. How's this getting a little bit spicy here for Rosella. Matty Bowler. Look how dark and overcast it's coming this part of the racetrack too. So no threat of rain, which is good. So we don't have to worry about that. But we are going to get overcast parts of the racetrack throughout the day. And this is Madison Down trying to claw his way back.
It's incredibly dark out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Very, very gloomy. Like I said, there's no rain in the offering. But that cloud cover is at least if you think it's 10 past 2 in the afternoon in the simulator, albeit 8:30 p.m. outside on the eastern coast of Australia.
Almost need to have headlight switches for those.
How good's the defence, though, been from Robbie? But it's not been a casual defence, not just a cover. He's had to get the elbows out. That crisscross move on Philsell at turn 1, that is just brilliant racecraft.
Yeah, absolutely. And we say not too many people get away with it or get the job done. People will try it. You don't always get the job done, but I don't know. I know if you had a heart rate monitor on him, it would be a different story. But he looks calm and collected. He's seen Jared have a go, and he's just given him the position. He's got back underneath him, and they've had the battle. And the bit that I love too is they haven't been afraid to, you know, swap a little paint too, which is good. It's all been fair in love and war.
How good's the shot been from Hayden Veld as well? And the thing is, a lot of the time, when you get some of these shots, I know we've certainly seen it from the Porsche Cup broadcasts from Hayden Veld and a few of the Eclipse guys. They're quite relaxed, quite bubbly, expressive. Look at him, not expressive. And that stretch that he just had, that says to me he's tense and he is working hard.
Just another slowdown from Greenhart. Looks like that bit him earlier in the race where he was running inside the top 2 or 3.
Just stay with this camera a little while longer, Jay. I'm just curious, but keep your eyes as the camera's actually going to go a touch out of focus at this point in time. There's actually a move on for the race lead for Hayden, just ahead of Hayden Veld at the moment. See the shake of the head as well. There's smoke and dust up at the last corner. Phil Sells finally got the job done, and Rattray White was looking for the door to open to him. It didn't do so. That creates opportunity, though, for them all to have a go in behind him. And it's going to be Damon Woods that was nearly opened the door by Rattray White out of the last corner. He squared the exit off, and then it snapped sideways when he went for another gear, and Gilliam's going to have a go at Veld as well.
He's going to try and pull it up. He's done it. He's got away with it. But, man, this has got spicy in the last half a lap or so. Jared Filsell finally got that job done on Robbie Gibbs. Zach Rattray White, Damon Woods, they're all nose to tail here. And here's that replay. Filsell almost trademark, get up the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact. Oh, it's interesting. I think it's fair. Play on.
The only way that we can really tell is it needs to be the overhead shot of Dandenong Road. And the reason why, I tell you, I reckon Robbie Gibbs turned down the inside of him, and Rattray White's not going to get that job done, but it won't just be one as Woods and Gibbs are now going to change paints. And don't forget, there was a mechanical relationship between these 3 cars at the start of the season. Now Gilliam's lining up to have a go at Damon Woods as well. He was looking for the drive off of the final corner. They were side by side at one point in time, and he had to slot back in. But he has got a run here as car 201. Another replay. And this is how it gets done. But see how narrow he is? I reckon Gibbs has turned in just to make it difficult, and Phil Sell's gone, right, I'm here. You need to open the corner up.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it. I don't mind if a driver covers a little bit and the other driver gets behind and gets a little bit argy-bargy and it's all play on. I don't mind that one bit. So we knew that Jared Filsell was quite hungry, and Robbie would have known that too. So a little bit of biff and barge between them, but play on, I reckon.
And the elbow all the way up to the big curb on the outside at the end of turn 8. That's just phenomenal. But that's the to and fro, isn't it, in sports car racing? Is, right, if you're going to turn down and I'm alongside, I'm allowed to lean on you a little bit. And there is an element of paint that's allowed to be traded. But it can't just be arrive on the scene, shove your nose in where it doesn't belong, and move a guy out of the way. No, it's leaning on the doors. Like that stuff right there, perfect.
I agree. If you get into a driver and don't fence them, I think it's play on. And I think, you know, as long as they're happy to do that, and then if the vice versa, the roles get reversed and it happens to you and you don't have a whinge about it, then play on. I think it makes for good racing.
Yeah. So they will play on. For the meantime, Jared Filsell moves to the point. Here comes the opening half of the pit stops. Now the requirement is to get through 54 laps for a co-driver. 54 laps. But the big problem is you got to get them in as early as possible. Now, if you want to clear your 54 laps for your co-driver, that's a massively damaged race car. Who's had a shocker? There's Brian Borg on board 017, and Jason Benz is his co-driver. He's going to check the leaders up, you know.
He'll be getting out of the way quite quickly too, you'd imagine, with that sort of damage. Oh, he's in a difficult spot. Here he is. Heads up.
I don't think he realised that there's a queue of them.
That's heart and mouth stuff. He's done it, actually, a brilliant job, considering that was a horrible part of the racetrack, but he's actually done a pretty good job.
The problem is he's checked up Damon Woods, and now that's going to allow an opportunity for Andrew Gilliam to try and get down the inside. Gilly recognised there was no room on the inside of the racetrack. To the outside he'll go. He gets into the rear corner of Damon Woods, and again, all's fair. All's fair in love and bodywork exchanges. And so long as it stays paint exchange and it doesn't become bills on race cars, then we're okay with it a while longer.
that might be an interesting hamburger cam on Gilliam, because it looked like they might have made a little bit of contact. Obviously, Woods was trying to cover down that front straightaway, and it looked like it was close up against the guardrail. Might have been a little bit of nose to tail, but no, a little bit of play on. I don't mind it whatsoever.
So, clears for a few moments longer. And now they'll start to settle down on an end.
Here we
And
go. This is hamburger cam, and I saw it in the long shot. Oh, he's almost got a nose there, so a little bit of contact. Gilliam's going to try and go on with it. He gets taken straight to the guardrail. Oh my goodness, there's a cigarette paper between them. But that got interesting.
it did. Think about this as well. Rattray White's back to P2. Zach Kerr's going to jump on board car number 89. He's co-driving for Wayne Burke tonight. We've got driver swaps coming our way. I get the feeling Gilles will drive this as long as he can early on.
Yeah, you'd run it empty. Absolutely, you just run it till it's absolutely dry. And ideally, he would have liked to have got the lead a little bit earlier so he could open up a little bit of margin, because we know he's going to take a hit in that pit stop with that 5-second penalty. As Gilliam looks up the inside. Didn't quite have enough there and got out of it.
What a car race here.
It's so good. I love Sandown, and Sandown produces such good racing, regardless of whether it's wet, dry, or whatever. And it'd be a hard argument if you looked at it on paper. You think, well, how can this race be any good? But Sandown always turns it on, and I love that it's on the calendar. And for me, like I said, for me, it's the traditional lead up to Bathurst. I love it.
But the problem is that difficulty of the overtake. We talked about it a lot earlier on qualifying. So important. About James Scott up to 7th. And Rehan Leonage has not had the greatest opening stint. There was a lot of faith and a lot of trust put on board his shoulders. Still inside the top 10. Safety car's just been deployed.
Oh.
And I tell you what, anyone who's actually been in already to get their co-driver in, that is a win for them. For everybody who's still out, you can effectively fill the car up right now. If you've got 6 laps out of your co-driver to this point, you can get them to the last lap they'll need to do for the race from here. I think I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say Zach Kerr was a fraction early. But the problem for car 89 is it's off the lead lap. You are going to see everyone dive into pit lane that hasn't been there yet.
Absolutely. It's almost perfect for him. Lap 44, we were talking about 47 to 48 laps out of a tank. So it's almost ideal, perfect for him.
I'll tell you the safety cars.
Yep.
Down at turn 1. Mustang GT4 safety car. Car 017 will be weighed around.
Please, iRacing, let's have a safety car with flashing yellow lights on the top that we can have switched on and off, please.
And there's going to be a queue of cars forming in behind this one.
A couple of driver swaps. When you see the car just disappear for a moment, that's when the driver swap happens.
All of them. The entire field will driver swap here. That will not be a question.
And now the race out of pit lane. Oh, jeez, it's close on exit. Holy dooly.
I reckon the only car that had pit to this point in time was the guys with damage, and then I reckon Zach Kerr. Now, Zach Kerr is only 2 laps into the stint here. Why is that important? Whoa. You give me 3 laps under a safety car here, and I tell you what, he can get his co-driver. He'll be the first guy to be able to get his co-driver done. He's the only car that can do that.
That's interesting. So this, I imagine, is what we call a competition caution. So you haven't missed an accident or drama that brought out this safety car. So we have some random safety cars throughout the night, and this is our first competition caution. So Dylan Burse will maintain the lead, will grab the lead, It was Jared Filso who's now handed over to Geordie. Seth Brown in third, Jaden Ojeda in fourth, Tommy Freeman in fifth.
I reckon we'll ever see, we're taking elements out of the NASCAR schedule here in 2026 with the sim racing element, and that is the final series. We saw that and how that worked out, and boy, how controversial it was for us last year in the real world.
No comment.
Do you reckon we'll ever see a day where we see stage points
God, I
for
hope
the
not.
Enduros?
God, I hope not.
I'm going to float something to you. A third race distance, 50, 40, 50, 45, 40, 5-point differences all the way down to 10th spot. But just a reason just to fight for that lead a fraction earlier, perhaps, than sitting back and tyre saving, fuel saving.
Yeah, maybe. Not a fan myself. I never liked it when they did it with NASCAR, and look, to be honest, I'm not a massive fan of a final series either. But that it is what it is, and a lot of championships are going with it now. So I think I'm too much of a traditionalist.
Well, for the meantime, safety car out on track, and the question becomes, at this point in time, is who has strategy position and who does not. Just taking a quick look at car 215. I think Tyson Broad's done all the laps for that one to this point in time, which is co-driver, and indeed that is the case. And Sam Blacklock will now jump behind the wheel. And he'll get the opportunity to jump away. Remember Ryan Bettes and how on board car number 13? And they led with Corey Shepherd to do 43 laps to this point of the race as well, where Ryan Bettes now becomes the main driver amongst Coe's. They've only got 10 more laps to clear to get Corey Shepherd out of the way, but Corey Shepherd's quick enough in his own right. He's there or thereabouts. I do just wonder, I'm very, very curious from car number 89's perspective, what do they do here? Do they go to the rear of the field, but give themselves strategic position? Because again, they are the only car that's in the position to take advantage and get co-driver laps cleared as soon as possible with a benefit from this safety car.
Yeah, but then do you want to exhaust your driver where your driver has to go to the end? I mean, it's catch-22. It's I hear exactly what you're saying, and it'd be good, but yeah, it's catch-22, isn't it?
At this point in time, we're 55 minutes into this race, and we've chalked up 47 laps. Well, the run home, effectively for that car, would be 70 laps or so. It's going to be about an hour and a half. Not too bad. Not too bad. We do more than that in a regular night's worth of racing.
Yeah. I think you can benefit from a fresh driver too at the end of these races. But you're right. If you want to roll the dice, and if you think it's, definitely they're in a good position to try it, and it wouldn't hurt. But yeah, it's the pros and cons, isn't it, of weighing up of how you think your co-driver slash A driver B driver pairing is, and if it's a benefit, then maybe go for it.
Remember I talked a story about Seth Brown. He's got an opportunity here in this next stint of the race. He will restart third spot. Jaden Ojeda. Thomas Freeman. The furthest up this field Thomas Freeman's ever been. Remember, he's driven laps himself a couple of years ago as a main driver in this series within a few teams and then as a privateer. Sits fifth on the road.
Going through that order in P10, we were talking about real-world drivers. Richie Stanaway, who was a regular in the Supercar Series. He's part of the Lobs outfit as well. And it makes you wonder, we know about how strong Lobs is, but you think about the names that they've got in the background of that team. We touched on with Kostecki and Van Gisbergen, who he also, you know, as busy as his schedule is and the time difference that he has to deal with that Van Gisbergen deals with in the States, for him to still be part of this team and having his input with setups and all the rest of it, it's so cool. And there's no doubt, there's no reason why that team is as strong as it is, because they've got the likes of those drivers that are putting the work in for this team too. It's very cool.
The biggest and the best guys, though, and a lot of them, is that they are just nuffies, aren't they? They're just absolute race fans. Van Gisbergen's always struck me as that. You know, wants his fingers in everything, anything to do with racing.
Yeah.
All the stuff that happens over at his property, you know, fun. That's what do you do when you're done doing your work job? Well, I go back and do my work job some more, but I do it for fun.
Yeah, that's it. And invite all your mates over and have a little race series and bang up some cars on some property, and like that's just fun. It's just boys enjoying what they're doing. And you know, recent interview I saw with Van Gisbergen talking about, you know, the pressures of cup racing in America and the schedule and everything else. Like, he pinches himself. He's lucky that he does what he does. It's obviously, it's not all luck, it's skill. But to be in the position that he is doing that as a full-time career, and then what does he want to do on weekends when he's got time off? He wants to race cars and race simulators and race with mates, and it's just the larrikin and what everyone enjoys. And that's what everyone does in this field. You know, it's not just supercars that are race in this series. We've got people that race in the Mustang Cup. We've got people that race in the Ute series, and that's more that we're going to cover on come around Bathurst. You know, we touched on the real world with supercar drivers in this series, and we're going to touch in a little bit over Bathurst about what other people do outside of sim racing, and you'll be surprised at how many real world races there are in your Pro Series.
Well, the guy behind the scenes and pressing all the buttons tonight, involved in motocross clubs, Jay Kennedy, and him and I share that commonality. I think you guys at home would have heard me at some point in time talk. We were actually just talking earlier on in the evening with somebody else. So I was having a bit of a natter away about my parents are back running a motocross club again. Not that they want to, but you know, when you're a fan of stuff and rev heads, and let alone you, Sandman, who decided that he was going to have his midlife crisis, race out and buy a performance motorcycle.
No regrets, mate. No regrets.
Mate, just as long as your head doesn't come back more polished than it is already. Dylan Burst is going to lead some laps at the head end of this field. But what does the rest of the field look like? Is someone going to go in pursuit of car number 17? For the meantime, though, Zach Rattray White will give him the tip of the cap, the nod. Go get him, son. And Geordie Macron's deep in turn one, and Tony Diamond, he was just deep. The big problem is Rattray White's lead lasted less than a corner. Jaden O'Jaden's through to P2.
Oh, the stewards will be looking at that,
Oh,
so that'll be
Sandown.
drama. Yeah. Wow, that's. I was just about to say before that unfolded, we've got a little different race on our hands because we've got drivers that have all been itching at the bit, so they're all cold. They haven't had the laps to get under their belt, so they're all in it a little bit fresh, and we've already seen it at turn number 1.
Do you reckon the pressure got to Geordie Macron? I reckon it has.
Maybe just caught him out. He probably just got caught out at turn number 1. That's all it was. I don't know about pressure just yet, but he's in the thick of it now. He'll be feeling the pressure now because he had a car that was there for P2, and unfortunately he's fallen all the way back to 16th, and it may get that little bit worse. So here we go. The OGG replay into turn number 1. Jimmy going just a little bit deep.
He's deep. He's just deep.
And made contact.
And the only thing he could have done was gone down the inside, recognised that he was deep, and just basically just gone, well, I'm deep, I'm hot, what do I want to do here? And Rattray White would have been in trouble, but I can tell you that my apologies, Dan Yeaman's just gotten into car number 94 at turn 1.
Oh, lucky not to get damage. I thought when he rejoined he might have got left front damage, but managed to get away with it. It's going from bad to worse for 94. They've still got their 5-second penalty hanging over their head as well. So that hasn't been served as yet. Oh, drama down the back straight away. Nosed into the wall. Ben Faulkner, this might bring out a safety car. He's managed to get going. A lot of damage to the front of that car.
That'll be day done. That'll absolutely be day done for car number 43. And they were looking for a co-driver to get that car on the track all week for car 43. For the guy's first time on board of that car, It's in the fence.
It's just down the back straightaway. It just wasn't clear, and unfortunately, there's nowhere to go. If you cut across the nose of the car behind you, unfortunately, that's the way it's always going to end. So it's a tricky point of the racetrack because it always narrows up a little bit there on exit, and unfortunately, there's been that contact and big damage to the front of that car.
I'm just looking, what happened to car 41 as well? Where'd they end up? They're in lane. They're in the lane. Billy Mole's got steering damage on board car 41, and they've just come to the lane and just gone, yep, damage. Got to get out of this one and go serve it. Get out of it.
94 is slipped down to P24 at the moment. Here we go. The onboard. Unfortunately, if a car just comes across on you, you've got absolutely nowhere to go.
Look at the wheel. Look at the steering.
Right hand down.
He was there. He was on the crest of the curb, as far to the right as he possibly could have gone, and you just can't go any further.
No. And like I said, it narrows up in that part of the racetrack, so Billy was unfortunately just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
In the meantime, though, it is boxing on everywhere. Car 38, Brad Ratsu. I can tell you from a personal perspective, the fact that Brad Ratsu is actually trying to get out there and race, he's had a lot of personal stuff, and I won't go into his private life, but I tell you, just the fact that he's out there and racing tonight and putting his best feet forwards and getting boxed and beaten up at the moment.
No! He's going to hold on to it. No! It's going to cause drama here. Another one into the fence. It's a concertina effect down the back straightaway.
Again! Car 18's got the front bumper off it. Dan Yeaman, it's just gone out and underneath the rear of the car. And now he's just going to get beaten about the head. And I tell you, the amount of times car 18 has had damage on it this year, and again, in just about every case, it's been not of his own, not his fault, wrong place, wrong time, somebody bombing it down the inside. But car 18 and its endurance campaign has just followed along that script. And again, there's nothing Yeaman could have done in this one. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So unfortunate, and this is what comes with endurance racing. It's part of the love-hate relationship you have with endurance racing, is that you've got to hand a car over to another driver, and they've been sitting there watching, and now they're excited to get back in the car, and they're not quite warmed up. They need to sort of get themselves into a rhythm, and unfortunately, it's turned to chaos for a couple of these teams, unfortunately, in the first couple of laps of this restart.
But Yeaman's right there, right? It's the two cars ahead of him, and then he's just been nosed into the guardrail, three wide, cars into him, nowhere he can go. But the damage is done, and if you just keep watching, eventually the spoiler goes underneath the car and out the other side.
Yeah. Look, you hate to say it, it's the old adage, isn't it? That's racing. You know, unfortunately, the concertina effect happens in front of you, everyone checks up, and you're the meat and the sandwich. Yeah, Emily Jones finds herself in a P5, so them bouncing back from those early dramas that Rehan had, I think this is good. Emily said she wasn't quite comfortable, but I think for her, she's going to find herself, as we see, the 94's got himself another 5-second penalty.
And by the way, the one from earlier on in the evening hasn't been served yet, so that's up to 10 seconds of penalties.
Oh, plus, they're back in the field as well, so what do you do? I don't think they can afford to serve that right now, but boy, oh boy. 26th position on the racetrack. Who would have picked it a couple of laps ago? They were P2. It's amazing how these races change.
A weird one. Aaron Borg, car 35, 5-second penalty, safety car pit exit infringement, lap 45. Stop and blue cone noted. So I'm assuming pit lane exit wasn't open because the field was on its way past. And I would say what's happened with that one is probably Aaron Borg stopped at the wrong pit lane exit. And that's why it's 5 seconds, because he has stopped and he has gone to the back and not just accelerated out into the queue, but you're supposed to stop at the end of pit lane. Now look at the queue of cars that's lining up behind car number 18. Have a stab. Dylan O'Shea on board car 61.
We're not even close to halfway. We're gasping for breath.
We are a third of the way through the race, though.
Yeah.
And that's flown by in fractionally more than an hour, less than an hour and 10 minutes. O'Shea will get down the inside, and that again is just Yeaman just hanging on.
No error. Yep.
Yeah, nothing you can do. The car's banned. Replay down here.
Front straight away. Oh dear. Again. Man, lucky to keep it off the arm code. But that's just, unfortunately, just not being clear. And that nose to tail contact, and that always, it never works out well for the car in front.
I'll give you an interesting thought to stick in the back of your mind, Sandman. The next time we see all these co-drivers going at each other is the co-driver clash at Bathurst.
Oh dear.
And there's a golden ticket on the line.
For me, that race is the best race we have all year, and I've said it ever since its induction. But I think from what we've seen tonight, I think it's going to be an absolute pearl.
I think there's going to be some ego on the line in that one. Everyone, you don't want to be a co-driver. You want to be in the series of your own right. When you can't be, you're a co-driver. But I think there'll be some guys who think they should be here, and they will be looking. Think about this. We'll have Ethan Grigalt competing as a co-driver.
Yeah, go figure. It's not a bad co-driver to have in your back pocket, though, is it?
There's a guy who was competing for a podium last year with Ryan O'Sullivan. Sullivan's here on his own right this year, and Greg Galt's not. So that's just the shoe on the other foot, isn't it?
Yep. I tell you what, that's the one thing that I love about endurance racing is that you've just got to put the car into the hands of someone else. You've got to trust them with all your heart that they're going to do the right thing. They're obviously got their heart in the right place. They want to get the result they can, but it's so easy for drivers that don't do this full time to get caught up in little incidents. And I still remember back in the day when we had iRacing and we didn't have driver spots, so we're really lucky.
Keeping an eye out here for Jackson Dial in this queue. Dive down the inside from Harrison Lewis. Gets elbowed a little bit wide. Rejoins nice and safely, but now there's another car looking for a little bit of space. Chastanov's teammate.
That's a good little... Oh, he's in the marbles. Oh, what a save. Unfortunately, got out in those marbles after that little bit of contact. He's just going down the order, unfortunately.
And Emily Jones has driven through to the back end of the top 5. What can she do to make a statement of moving further forwards? Jaden Ojada's doing a supreme job to keep these trainer cars in behind him at the moment. And as usual, that Lobbs car has come on stronger and stronger and stronger as the stint's gone on. But the other side of that coin is also true. Car 31, as the stint went on, looked weaker and weaker and weaker. So right now he's pacing, is Thomas Freeman. But that might not be his way in a few laps' time.
I get a bit of a feeling that Emily's probably feels like she's got a little bit more pace than maybe what Ojeda and Freeman have in front of her. And she'd be pretty keen to get past them just so she can sort of run her own race and not have to worry about the likes of Dylan Burst that's right behind her as well.
Something I'd like to have a little bit of a see at the moment is movers and shakers in this race. Who's gained the most, who's lost the most. The reason I'm thinking about that is because co-drivers, there's an opportunity to shuffle your way through the field. Forznell Narby, and we expected that for car 37. It was out of sequence in qualifying, didn't put the best case forward. Stanaway and Kobe Jones, both up 9 spots inside the top 10. Forznell Narby, I think, will keep coming forwards on this one. By the way, Sean McNamara driving car 63 alongside the Blake Warboys. And Ethan Grigolt's apparently been involved in something as well.
Yeah, just have commentator's cursor on it,
I'll do nothing of the sort.
We were just talking him up. Holy dooly! Oh, my goodness! How did he save that?
But again, good work from the drivers around him as well to prevent that from growing and escalating into something bigger.
Yeah.
A little bit of damage to the left rear corner of car 21 as well. Marcelo Rivera, the main driver, on board of that one.
And you'll gladly take that well, if you're going to get damage front or rear, it's not ideal to get it anywhere, but you'd rather have it maybe in the rear than on the front guard. And that's obviously what is splitting the aero all around you. And we've noticed a couple of times that as soon as these cars get that little bit of damage to the front of these things, it hurts their straight line performance. Whereas if it's in the back, you don't notice it as much.
Just hearing some clutching going on. I think it might be Dylan Burse on car 17.
Well, here we go. It's getting spicy here into turn number 1, 3 wide. Oh, it's the last of the late breakers. It's really quite gentlemanly, actually. I'm hearing that this has been going on for a full lap where they've all been dicing it out. Forzan El Nabi, Ethan Greg Galt, Zach Kerr, Tice Hodge.
Something else that probably doesn't get spoken about enough around here as well is when you're in a battle pack like this. Like obviously the cars are big and dive down the inside. Across the hill and job done for McNamara. But that wasn't just the only one. It's Forzan El Nabi who gets down the inside and gets that job done as well.
The beauty about this though is that car is now going to pull away because these guys are all going to start tripping over each other.
That's only about 3 wide on the main straight.
Yep. Oh, it's close. Love it. No one's given an inch. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant to see.
I went back through, I had to dig through the footage. It was Emily Jones who was fuel saving out of that group, by the way.
And that's not the first time. We actually picked up on that. I think when you were having dramas and it was Rehan behind the wheel. And he was actually...
Emily Jones has just barreled it down the inside of Thomas Freeman. So, one spot picked off. Fuel saving opportunity. Here we go.
Beautiful. And that's where I felt that she probably felt that she had a little bit more speed than the people that were in front of her. So now that she's managed to do that as we go to a replay, committed, underneath, controlled, nice job. That was a really good move. But as I was touching on, earlier, it was Rehan that was actually clutching and saving fuel in some of the stages as well too. So a little bit of a trend that they've got going. And I'll tell you what, if you can save just that little splash here and there, it can pay out big time for you.
So they've got a strategy. So by the way, I was doing some digging, I was doing some math earlier on this afternoon, and I went, no, I can't do the math anymore. I'm going to go out, walk out and do it for real and put some effort in. And one of the things I wanted to tinker with and find out is exactly how much fuel it takes. With 25 seconds to do a driver swap. It's 76-ish litres, 76, 77 litres needs to be sent through the car to clear that amount of time. And that ends up being about 28 laps of fuel. So after 28 laps on the stint, that's enough to get a driver swap done. Because it's going to be a critical thing. If there's anything short of that much of a run being done, you will take a penalty to get a driver swap out of the way. By the way, Emily Jones, as soon as she got clear, new fastest lap for this little group that's going on the coach drivers at the moment, immediately took half a second out of Jaden Ojeda immediately ahead of her, and was 3/10 quicker than Seth Brown, 2/10 quicker than our race leader Cody Deef.
I feel like, thankfully, everyone has just got themselves calmed down for the moment, which is good to see, because I know a few of those teams would have been worried because there was so much happening. And it's not only that, you know, your driver might be the nervous one, but you don't want to get involved in someone else's mix-up, is what we've already seen.
How long do you reckon before Emily decides it's time to move on and go for the next spot?
Yeah, well, I was just watching that margin. It's now, there's nothing in it. Just trying to see Jaden Ojeda there. So, yeah, she's within 2/10. And I feel like she's got that pace. And I think if she did make that dive, Jaden would probably just let her go. He's smart enough, obviously. He's a real-world driver as well. So he probably thinks if he doesn't really have much to go with, maybe he'll just let her go. He might be hungry enough too to keep her back there too. So, but she looks racy at this point of the race, doesn't she?
And this is effectively first versus third in the championship as well. Could you imagine if car 51 picks up another race win today? We could be... I don't think we'll be talking about series leader, but I think we'll be talking about definitely a battle. Phil Sell's second in the championship. I think he's losing that today. I think Jones... Now, admittedly, you got to run all the laps. You got to still be there at the end. But I think that's all that's required from Emily Jones and Rehan Leonage to be P2 in the championship.
Well, you just take a snapshot of what it is now. So Emily P4, and I'm just trying to see that 94 is back in 33rd. So it's definitely a position swap. So as we go on board, and you can see exactly what Emily's dealing with. This is a really good indication when you're a driver and you're catching the car in front, you actually see where they're weak. You can see Jaden just missed a little bit of the apex there. So Emily's picking up on where she's stronger compared to Jaden. And she's just doing the math in her head. Where's a good point? She gets a little bit of a draft here. There's obviously no way she can make a move up the inside here. Not at this turn. But will she think about it under brakes? Into Dandenong? Not this time.
Now, how do you go about setting this one up? Is it just, all right, okay, I can't get him here. Is it wait for the mistake?
You probably, you don't want to rely on a mistake. I think if you've got a little bit of pace, she can try and put as much pressure on the back of Jaden as she can. But if she gets herself a decent run, especially down this front straightaway, and think about a dive up the inside here, that's a good passing move. I feel like the two strongest moves on this racetrack everyone knows about and is probably ready for anyway. It's just whether you feel like you can block or hold off that car behind you if they're going to make that move.
Well, I can tell you she's a fraction closer than she was at the start-finish line. She's gained about a tenth of a second to this point on the lap to Jaden Ojeda. Are we talking about a change for P3? No, Ojeda was strong up and across the crest of the hill. Wasn't vulnerable then when he got to the brake pedal for turn 8.
And that's what I mean. I think you need to be perfect in those two braking zones. And you feel a little bit of wiggle there for Emily. That was a great shot to show she got on the power as quick as she could, and the thing just stepped out on her a little bit. So she's not close enough for a dive up the inside, but this is the other braking zone where you think about it. So really, if you're getting attacked, they're the two zones that you need to be sharp on.
Fraction of curb pickup. At turn 1, a fraction too much for Ojeda. Jones is closer again. She got a better exit off this corner last time. A fraction wider goes Ojeda. Picked up the touch of the inside curb. But it's not been the gain that Emily Jones was looking for.
Yeah, but even if she gets a gain here, you're not brave enough to make the move up the inside for this turn. It's too risky into there. It's into this braking zone right here. Will she think about it here? Oh, no.
Well, she did. She definitely did. She positioned the car that if she was a fraction closer, and I reckon she only had to be a metre further up, and she would have just launched.
The beauty is what she's doing here is having Jaden sort of keeping an eye on his mirror. She's got a good run out of this corner. And just making Jaden look in his rear view, and that's what you want to do. Not quite close enough for this turn.
It's fun, this, isn't it? Dissecting an overtake. Dissecting the psychological battle. It's played out. And the physics of it. What can you do with the car?
Sometimes the best thing you can do is just move around in the mirror and just have the driver that you are chasing, make them look in their mirror and go, what's that person doing? Where are they going? Even if it's a spot where it's definitely not on. Just move the car around a little bit and have that driver in front of you possibly second guess what you're doing. And I think sometimes that can do you some more harm than good, Billboard, for the driver that you're trying to chase, because if they get, distracted that tiny little bit, they might miss their braking marker or just turn in a little bit later, and here she goes. Oh, she's getting closer, but obviously not close enough there. Look at the build-up and the marbles that we can see off that corner too. That's going to be a factor. 68 laps down, and that marble build-up is just going to get thicker and thicker as this race goes on.
And Jada crawled all over the track on the entry of the second last corner. That might finally present an opportunity, but Jones this time is a tenth further back as they exit the last corner. That half a car length or so just prevents that. And again, it's not a full mistake. It's a half moment. I think she's just flipped back over to fuel saving, because when they landed in the braking zone down towards turn number 1, all of a sudden there was a half a car length pulled by Ojeda.
And that's what you'll find with drivers that will do that. They'll have a crack for a couple of laps, and if they feel like, no, didn't get the job done, let's just save a little bit. Make the most of that draft that they're catching, roll out of the throttle, clutch it a little bit at certain points. The thing that will be frustrating, Emily, is that Cody Death and Seth Brown, they're 4 seconds up the road on these guys. So, still early days though. Lap 69 of 161. It's not something to get yourself too caught up about, but it's never ideal when you've got cars that are in front of you that slowly just starting to pull away from you.
I think everything's just simmered and come down off the boil of fraction. It might be a great opportunity for us to just sort of talk about some of the stuff in this racetrack and the previous winners. I wonder if Jay's got those graphics ready and handy for me. I was taking a quick look through the data, and I mentioned it a couple of times already. We've only had one multi-time winner at this circuit, and that won't be Jared Philsell chalking up another win. In the meantime, lunge down at turn 1. Job Stewart down the inside of Will Buchanan will put car 12 up a spot further. This will be to get 14 out of the queue. Clear air, you can do something with clear air. Number 1, 2022, first inaugural year of the series. And have a look at the colours for Jared Philsell at that occasion. Boost Mobile. Car number 94 with Dane Warren in 2022. Then it was on to 2023. And this, actually, my apologies, we're going to have to drop away from this one, because we got a car parked up, and that is in an awkward spot, and that will definitely be a safety car.
I wonder if he's done a motor, because he's just rolled. You can see he's come into that braking zone, he's just rolled wide.
Yeah, it did, definitely.
Not going anywhere, yep. And that'll be on the downshift, I reckon. So this will bring out a safety car.
It's a weird spot because you stay in third gear from the was Luke Rosella and Harley Haber in 2023 in the Dr. Epoxy 55. And that one was celebrated like a mad thing back on that occasion. But sometimes this race just creates unique winners. Well, in 2024, they followed it up, and somebody sitting there going, that's a weird way to say it, Scott, but, well, Griffin Gardner was on a hell of a lot of speed in 2024. And on that occasion, he was joined by Dylan Burse, who's on board car 17. It was the Doing OK Lobs Esports car number 93 for Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burse in 2024. And that was the last time we'd take Gen 2 machinery in the Holden to the short circuit here for 161 circuits before the new era in Gen 3. And Jared Philsell and Brody Kostecki. Philsell again wrote his own name into the record book. And Kostecki, well, he's been one of the best co-drivers we're ever likely to see in this series. But that one's not in offering here tonight. And that, again, says to me, and the big thing I said, Sandman, as well, you don't win this race twice. There is only one driver to do it. He will not make it a three-peat. What does that mean for the car that leads the field? Car number 53 leads the way at the moment. Cody Deeth and Hayden Veld. And Veldy wants 2025 back very, very much. He would love to go back out and play in the wet last year. It was damaged last year. That meant car 53 wasn't able to. Who do you reckon is a shout this year? And there's a large list of drivers that you could say are a shout.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and you can't even say that the driver that's going to win is currently in the top 5. You just never know. And that's the beauty of endurance racing.
I'll give you an interesting one. Car number 51's done a driver swap. Emily Jones got back out of that car. Remember how I said it was about 28 laps or so? That previous stint was a couple laps shy of the fuel drop you needed to get a driver swap done. So car 51's lost some track position, but they've got their main driver, air quotes, back in the car at this point in time. In the meantime, Cody Deeth will lead this race on the run down to turn number 1. And there's already some aggression being shown. And Sam, man, you had a long list of real-world drivers that are in this game. I tell you what, there's a guy right now sitting in P3 that will say, Sandman, I was not on that list. And talking about commentators firing drivers up, you might have done just that.
Well, I hope so, but that wasn't the case. It was only a touch because there was obviously other people like Macaulay Jones who's been in the series as well. And but yes, that's right. And how lucky are we that we've got the likes of Joe Stewart and all that take part in our series, mixing with real, let's move up the inside. Rehan got the job done. So he's slowly just picking them off. That was Bill Buchanan he got the job done on, and now he's got his eyes on Dylan Burse. But we're blessed to have such good talent in our series. We've got the best of sim races, but we've also got some of the best road races.
I just wonder, I thought I heard a whole bunch of smoke down at the last couple of corners. It was Jaden Ojeda at the final corner who ran wide. He basically went into the second last corner, all sorts of hot, crossed it up, and he's lost a couple spots. We'll get back down to turn 1, and they're trying to sort it all back out once more. Dylan Burse is going to have a go at him down at turn 2. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yes, you do.
That was brilliant.
I've never seen that. You just don't. That's not something you do. You don't. You go through turn 1 side by side with someone, and you don't complete the move, and that's how you end up side by side at turn 2. You don't do what Dylan Burse just did.
It's just a little bit of give and take from both drivers. Good to see. Wonder if Rehan's going to move up the inside. He absolutely will. Got position and got the job done.
And someone just got around in the background as a result of that one. It was Carl Odegaard and Will Buchanan. And Ojeda, they linked on each other. I don't know who's at fault in that one. And this is the issue that Ojeda had on the restart lap. See how hot he was down there by the second last corner? He caught it. But the car around the final corner.
Yep.
Corey Shepard.
Painful, just having to wait for the field to go past, and now he's just plucking a gear and getting on with it. Still got a straight race car though, didn't get collected. Easy to do when you're that part of the racetrack.
Well, one safety car restart has bred quite a number of chaotic moments will get an opportunity to run all the way back through, but he has been aggressive since the restart. A number of drivers out of sync. I am so curious. Remember, Car 51's got an A and A pairing. They can basically do whatever they want in terms of strategy. And this was one of those holes that just opened itself up to them. Yep, turns down the inside. There's that window.
Had pace, had car position.
Cast your mind, Sandman, back to Phillip Island. And Car 51 basically swapped drivers every pit stop, if I'm correct. Because they just went, yep, we'll just swap drivers every time. So long as there's a hole in the tank to do so, we'll just swap drivers. Why?
Yeah.
You can never infringe the driver restrictions if you do that.
That's right. That's right. And they also had, as we check out more action from the OGB replay. Oh, a little bit of help in hand. And this is the worst bit now as a driver. Just have to wait for the time for it to go past. The beauty that they had at Phillip Island is they were both very confident in their car pace. How's this run down the back straightaway? Oh, my goodness, it's close. Nose to tail. That's on the back of Hampstead. Just stand away right there. Boy, that got juicy.
But the reason that got juicy is Stanaway got Ojeda out of turn 4. Ojeda's just on the slide. I mean, he absolutely was on the slide. But now he is on the slide in terms of track position. So there's no car pace for car 201 at the moment. But I've got a question. I just wonder if something's wrong for that car.
Well, maybe he's just not comfortable with the pace at the moment. The guys that are around him maybe just got their eye a little bit more. I don't know what it is, but it's one of these things that's still got. The point is that he's at a point where he's ticking off those military laps, and you would imagine that as soon as he gets that done, Dylan will start back in the car. And being that we're almost at the halfway mark, it's still not on yet. So inside the top 10, Jaden Ojeda, it's not a lost cause just yet.
How about Joe Stewart, who's driven his way to P3 and attached himself to the back end of the lead of the group? How about the lead cars, actually, as well? Car 38 has had a drive-through penalty, and it's back inside the top 10. That is a phenomenal recovery effort. Because that happened very, very early on. So they would have been dead plumb last in the opening stanza of this race. And now they've driven within, say, 70 laps or so from dead last to the top 10. That's a phenomenal rate of picking cars off. That's about 1 every 2 laps.
Well, that brings to my point that I'm worried that the 94 have still got all the way as well. And it's done away from into the second penalty with contact with 88. But I was talking about the 94. They've got so many penalties. I think they've got 10 seconds up their sleeve. And there may be another one with the pit lane altercation. But they need to get them over and done with and serve those penalties, because a safety car, good save. He's got his foot saved, but boy, keep it going in the right direction. But you want to get those penalties over and done with, because safety cars will bring this field really bunched up together, and you'll be able to benefit from it and just pull you over.
Now back up in the lead group and challenging. Car 51. After doing another driver swap. Moves past Thomas Freeman on board car 31 and Robbie Gibbs as co-driver. He'll move to P5 in the running order.
He's just slowly picking him off. This is a great drive from Rehan.
There's another driver for co-driver clash as well.
There's so many great drivers, and it's so hard to say who would be the odds-on favourite. And that's what's going to be so special about the co-driver clash, is the talent that we're going to see, and the fact that one of these drivers will get a golden ticket into next year. I just love that prize is on the line.
Mate, you know the best part about the whole deal? I've heard that there's a veteran, V8 vets support categories coming our way for Bathurst. Are you getting behind the wheel?
Yes. I am. So I'll look after the rear of the group for everyone. And I'll be able to give you updates of what it's like running in the back of the pack for you.
I'd love to get them and keep you entertained, but I do worry that the beeper we'd need for the commentary box might get overboard.
I reckon we can rig up a camera, and I reckon I can have a chat with an open mic. I reckon that might be.
You just let us know if you need to go elsewhere. Well, you're not the only one. Well, you're not the only one. I get the opportunity to have a walk around Bathurst. It won't be in a V8. It'll be in a effectively an airport's Volkswagen, a Porsche Cup car. I'm looking forward to talking a bit of that on Wednesday night. There's a whole bunch of support categories, as we always do with this series, that'll be coming to us in the biggest week of the year. And it really feels special in the biggest week of the year, doesn't it?
And they're kind enough to throw us the keys and kick us out of the commentary box so we can go and play and get a feel of what it's like to be one of these superstars. But you'll have a better result than I will. But absolutely looking forward to it. And look, it's going to be a bit of fun. There's so much fun to have, like I said, the co-driver clash and everything in the lead up to our biggest race. It's so exciting.
Well, let's put it this way, there's no more for the keys to a Porsche 992 Cup car in the real world at the regular season going on. So you said I'm doing better than you. Let's not highlight that.
Listen, we'll walk away with a smile on our face.
A grin from ear to ear. Some noises at the very least.
Look, I'm getting a Gen 2. It's a Gen 2 car, so that's going to be different. I haven't driven a Gen 2 car for quite some time.
And I thought a couple of years ago we might have seen the last of the holders up the mountain. The news is this year. No, we have not. They won't be competing for top honors, but they will be competing for something new. How about this? The slide continues for car 94. Spot just about the end long, and he pinched the brakes once more.
Just going to give up the spots. He did his absolute best to get out of the back bumper, and I was just about to say I haven't seen any stewards notes of whether there's any more penalties coming away from that, so I think they contact. Boy, I'll tell you what, Jared's going to have his work cut out for him if they want to pull this result.
Well, this will be interesting. I don't recall that we've ever seen a moment in the pit lane like that before. So normally I'd go, oh, well, there'd probably be a little bit of a precedent. We could go this way, we could go that way. We don't have anything. Now, the only thing that can really liken it to is effectively, it'd be an unsafe rejoin from the pit box, which means that it's actually going to be opposite.
Ratings already up to speed. Look, I don't know. We'll let the stewards sort it out. I think mine was already out and up to speed, and then the 94 sort of turned in to go to his pit box. And that's but anyway, the throttle goes both ways.
Couple of three's going to rejoin the race. Brad Newman will jump back behind the wheel. He's going to rejoin the next of a whole bunch of traffic. Everybody is squabbling for a little bit of racing real estate at this point in time. This is back into the top 20. Sorry, my apologies, back into the top 30. And leaning on each other, it's Marcelo Rivera that carries the camera on board the Evolution Racing Team car.
That was really good. Shout out to Jay for that camera work. That was just brilliant timing. Just seeing the cars move around, and then all as hungry as they were into turn number one, really gives you an indication of where they were strong on the points and where they were trying to position the car. It's up and out stuff. Probably looked a lot calmer on the outside, but when you rode on board and backwards, boy, it looked like chaos.
Just getting an element of that. Certain points around the racetrack.
Stanley's going to lose out to Jaden Ojeda. I'll tell you what, he's going to think about maybe a move here over the handstand. He'll probably think better of it.
Oh, he's going to get lens on by his teammate!
Jaden Ojada's got turned round. They had a little bit of contact, him and Stanaway on the exit, and that spun out Jaden Ojeda. So our series leader for car number 201.
Well, I'll just put it in the back of your mind, Sandman. It's a long way to go. We are just past the halfway marker, but could we see a new championship leader at the end of tonight? It is going to require a strong drive to the end from car 51, but it's not impossible now.
Yeah, we obviously were riding on board when that incident happened. We probably need to see the outside replay. It looked like it was a tussle into turn number 1. Here we go. And it was door handle to door handle. A little bit of contact. Oh no, it was actually contact with the rear. Just stunning. He just turned it around.
Did Ojeda get deep into turn 1? He's drifted right.
Oh no!
There's another car rotated around. It's Jordan Ross.
2 cars, yep.
Brody Sentence is the other.
Not much panel damage, which is good, but unfortunately both in the fence and at the rear of the grid. Ooh.
I'll tell you what, with this, that one's going to need a replay. They were 3 wide entering the second last corner. Don't ask questions. Just wait. Is probably the best way, because I can try and describe it. I've had a very quick look at it. So just ahead of this one, you'll see it. The end of turn 1, there'll be a car rotated up the road. But just in behind it was Tice Hodge making contact. I think that was car 215.
And that's when Stanaway and Jaden Ojeda were having their dramas. Man. I'll tell you what, you said we could see a new championship leader with that many points on the line. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, but lap 88 of 161, Rehan, P number 5, and everyone else is just having drama.
Watch this. You just got to go for a ride with this one. It's a massive dive down the inside. So they exit here, turn 8, 3 wide. Now they go onto the bridge 3 wide. Now they're into each other. Campbell's car clears ahead of it, but there's a car down the inside, and everyone just tries to bail out. And then they just trip over each other.
Oh, synchronized spinning there. We thought this race was starting to settle down. We were wrong.
Well, we had a production meeting earlier on in the day, and the course of that production meeting was, look, we can try and plan and squeeze some stuff in if we possibly can, but there's 2 ways this race goes. It's either a snooze fest, as sometimes happens when everyone's just in the right places and the pace differentials, there's not much offering, or there's a lot happening all at once, and there's nothing in the middle. And I think we've been treated to a classic here tonight. One of those ones where there's just bits and pieces going everywhere.
And there's still a lot to play out too. As, you know, will there be a penalty for the 94? Will there be a penalty from the outcome between Jaden Ojeda and Richie Stanaway? We don't know which way that's going to go. So, mate, I never want to be in the stewards office, but I'm glad I'm not up there today because they've got their work cut out for them.
Very, very, very tricky is about the best way to describe this one at this point in time. There's a lot to play out. There is a lot to play out.
Isn't it? You know, we talk about Rob's, let's face it, they're probably the #1 sim team in our series, and they're just not having the night so far. There's still a long way to go, and they can bounce back, but it's very un-Bob-esque, isn't it?
You just expect them to be polished in their performances. Everything done to the tee, practice done to the lines. They know where the limits of the tyre are. They'll come back at you as it goes on.
Me too. Nice move there from Job Stewart.
So he'll he'll now go off and pursue Cody Deep. The problem being for car 12 is that they've got a quick co-driver on relative. They'll hand back over to Matthew Bowler. And Bowler's no slouch. He was inside of the top 10. He was there or thereabouts. But when you compare to the other cars that he's around, that car will go backwards once the main drivers are back in. So they need to make hay whilst the sun shines. They have to get through it. They have to run if they possibly can. And the other story of the race at the moment is that this second group, Leonage is still fuel saving, but they are faster than the race leaders. They are slowly, very slowly, it is only by minuscule amounts, coming back at the cars ahead of them. And it will take some time. But when they start to make those gains, Leonage has got the ball in hand.
Here we go. He's going to make a move up the inside here, and he's done it. We haven't seen too many passes. It's not long ago that Job Stewart just did the pass as well there, but we haven't seen too many passes into that first section of the S's throughout tonight. And now we've just seen 2 within a matter of laps. It goes to show that just how happy that Rehan is with his car, and obviously Job Stewart as well. We have to go and give Job an apology when they race at QR, I think, for leaving him out of the graphics department, but he's done a great job.
I'm so curious just to see what the speed of this car's like now it's been released. Will it go further forwards?
Remember, we tried to second guess that at Phillip Island too, and we thought, oh, they're saving fuel, they're having dramas, and they went, no, we were just looking after it.
Brady Baldwin's last opportunity to put some laps in this series ended in disaster. Tonight, he'll be trying to make good on what he's capable of. He's actually got he is the major series owner. He does a lot of the work to make sure that series happens. Comes under the Australian Sim Racing Group banner in 2026 as the Sprint Car Pro Invitational, including SpeedwayDraft.com. I saw some bands out there in the chat. We might have ourselves a draft. A pick-up, if you like, for the Bathurst 1000. Gee, wouldn't that be something to have as a part of race week festivities? But Brady Baldwin has had a phenomenal season from behind the steering wheel of a sprint car. Vance Scott is a very, very different prospect. When asked to co-drive, he generally sticks his head up and goes, yeah, look, he does a really right job. Just don't hand him a car for it. And he'll take that along with him. I will be popping it back at some point in the next week, I guarantee, because we've got sprint cars on Wednesday night.
It's going to be that Brady was playing love for this. But I'll get you back, brother.
If I get asked to step aside and you get asked to step into that commentary box on Wednesday, I don't know exactly why. Mate, you get the checkbook out and start buttering up. Yeah, you'll need it. Good Pryke's having some fun as a co-driver for Will Saxton. And look, when your first driver of the series comes, you're not expected to be at the front end of the field. But I think Pryke's been reasonably quiet about his duties, but just long and laps, we had an opportunity to have a look at him. And he was sort of fretting a little bit in qualifying, wasn't he, watching Sapstead go about his business?
Mate, the thing that he can take away, he's got a straight race car. And that's not what a lot of people can say around him.
How do you reckon the nerves were about 45 minutes ago?
It's a unique feeling, isn't it? It's just out of your hands and you've just got to sit and watch and hope and pray that your co-driver is going to do a great job in qualifying, and it's always nerve-wracking a little bit. Another on board. And he's just back and through.
Blake Rubens, he's adjusted that sim. I reckon that steering wheel is new from the last time we saw him, and that web camera. And I reckon the steering wheel is as well. I reckon there's been some upgrades done on the rig to car 63. Took us a year out to become a dad, go back and do some go-karting. step back in 2026.
It's good. It's good. Those shots actually gives you a bit of an understanding of what these teams are doing. They're not always away from the sim rig. They are sitting there and watching and seeing how the race unfolds. He's got his best mate.
Jay, go back to that shot. Go back to that shot. Oh, that's a cat. That's not a dog. That's a cat.
There you go.
See, ginger cats can sit quietly. What do you reckon the sound will be when he tells it it's got to get out? He's got to get back to business here shortly. Another man who's also sitting patiently on the sidelines and watching and waiting. One of those denizens that will have double duties in the week of Bathurst 1000 and all-round Euro weeks with the Porsche Cup and the supercars as well.
Oh, there's a dive up the inside, up in front. As we're watching this on board. And it looks like Ojeda is in the thick of it again. He's going to be in the marbles here a little bit. Oh, I'm going to go 3 wide. Whoa! Oh, he's got to be careful. Oh, he could have easily been turned around there. Jaden just slipping back. You touched on it before. You wondered if there was something wrong, but I don't know if he's just not comfortable at the moment.
Something's changed. Something has absolutely changed with car 201. There's something not... I'm going to pose something to you. I have a sneaking suspicion they may not have changed tyres at the last pit stop. There's no way, because there's a definite... Ojeda was there. He was one of the quickest drivers in that last thing. He was top 5 in terms of pace. Something changed. Absolutely something changed about that race car. I just don't know what it is. But in the meantime, he was just absolutely making a mockery of his teammate. And a man who does a lot behind the scenes. He's known for his content creation over on YouTube. The last time I watched him making a series of YouTube vids was a whole bunch of different old style cars around Bathurst, by the way. He's been doing some more of that in the lead up to the 1000 this year. Mr. Brenton Hobson.
G'day, mate. No, I haven't been doing much sim racing at all, actually. I've been extremely busy this year and pretty limited time on the sim, so some of that's probably shown in my results here in this series, to be honest. But no, I haven't spent a lot of time in the sim at all, in this, that, or anything else anywhere, really. So I'm just glad to be back tonight and having a bit of a burn.
Mate, confirm or deny, Brady Baldwin was trying to tell me earlier on in the week that he's actually the co-driver of this car and you're the co-driver.
Yeah, he's definitely the main driver, especially tonight. For whatever reason, I've unmapped my handbrake for the start and the line locker, so jumped the start, got a drive through, and then spun out twice in my first stint. And he's passed 20-something cars in his, so I'm going to never hear the end of it, I'm sure, but credit to my old mate Brady. He hasn't driven the supercar since I think round 1 of the qualifying series or something this year. Literally hasn't even done a lap in this car until this week, and he's absolutely ripping, so it's good to watch, actually. I'm having a lot of fun sitting here.
Mate, we've been giving him chaos and we've been giving him hell, so we'll reply to that when he starts to give you hells. Mate, what was your last trip in the series like? Cough Adelaide, cough. Just remind me.
He did remind me of that already before he got in the car. He said, last time I got in this thing, it didn't go that well, just letting you know. So, so far, touch wood, we haven't seen any of that tonight from him, but yeah, so far he's done. He hasn't made a mistake, to be honest, and I shouldn't say that.
Jesus Christ, what have you done?
He's had a
Brady,
pretty
it wasn't us. Brady, it wasn't us in the cover. He did it to himself.
He's had a pretty good little run, and his pace has been as good as mine. He's been passing so no, he's having a ripping night, and the best thing about driving with Brady is that we love it. We have a lot of fun, and there's not a lot of pressure for us. We just come in and enjoy it, and it's been really good fun with him again tonight.
Now, Hobbo, big thanks for you, mate. You obviously helped out with the G Hub this week. We did get a clip, though. We forgot about Job Stewart, P2, mate. I think he's going to make us pay because we left him out of the G Hub, and mate, he's harassing the leader and maybe thinking about taking P1.
Yeah, not a bit of an oversight, wasn't it? A bit of a sleeper, maybe. He's just crept up on us and had a great night. I was watching him qualifying and he did a great job. And he's right up the front, and you can never underestimate how good Job is in the sim. So credit to him for jumping in and being fast. Those Eclipse cars are always pretty quick this year, and yeah, he's having a great night again. So it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see some different people, up the front and mixing it up. I hope the race up there has been really good for you guys to call.
There's been plenty happening, mate, and there's even the whisper of a possible lead in the championship changing. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, but the Lobs cars just haven't had the night that they would have liked, and that Rehan Leonage in P4 at the moment, they're having a good night. So always nice when they can strike and everyone else around you is having a bad night.
Yeah, I'm going to have to put in an official complaint to Rehan because I didn't have a driver photo for the graphic for the pole position on social media. So I've never in a million years anticipated that we'd have a co-driver going pole the car here in qualifying. So shout out to Rehan. We know how good he is. Obviously, those guys are trying to back up a big result at Phillip Island. So they're thereabouts again tonight, and he always turns up and does a great job. That code is like a professional co-driver at this stage, isn't he? Every year he turns up in a high-profile car and delivers a great result. So, Rehan impressing yet again, as always.
Finally, mate, final little opportunity before we let you go, because you know you've got driving duties coming your way in the near future. Take a look at it's a new look Synergy Sim Racing stable, isn't it? There was some drama of what should we call you guys moving forward? Is it 9-5 Synergy? Is it Synergy 9? Is it, what's the new team label? But what's it like having a wealth of new drivers and new talent to sort of talk to? And that's been a mechanical partnership, obviously, that you guys have had for a fair length of time now, but now it's formalised.
That's right. I mean, obviously, first things first, need to acknowledge what Sean did with 9-5 Sim Spirits. Class act is Sean, and so is his team. They achieved a great lot of things. For an underdog team, I think, most people would agree they achieved a lot for what they were as a team, and a great bunch of guys. We've worked with them for a couple of years now here on the pro side, so it's not that different for us, to be honest, and we didn't have any qualms about those guys coming in and joining the SSR umbrella because, one, we already know them, but two, Sean built his team around a lot of the same morals that we have at Synergy, and the guys were always going to come and slot right in and be a perfect fit for us, and they're a pleasure to have. It was pretty cool this week to see a few new names for us in the Porsche series as well, giving you a hand this year, and it's awesome to have all those guys in. It's been a bit of a breath of fresh air actually, having a bunch of new guys hanging out with us every week, and it's been a great fit. They've been great fun to have around, and no dramas at all. We've enjoyed having them.
All right, mate. Look, go back, have some fun, and enjoy the remainder of the race and the remainder of the Sandown 500. It's creating moments that are going to be remembered. And I said to you earlier on with the article, I think we're going to have another set of new winners. Could you imagine if Cody Deeth and Hayden Veld win this one, or Job Stewart and Matthew Bowler at the moment, that are certainly throwing up? We could have another set of new winners, and that would be one repeat winner from 5 years of racing at this racetrack. How about that?
Incredible stat, isn't it? I don't know what it is about this place, but it just seems to do this every year and creates an opportunity for someone new to come in and make their mark on the series history. And I mean, Valdi, if he gets the win here, that'd be everything, wouldn't it? Because he drove with us many years ago, had great success here, and he's always a bit of a specialist at this track. So he deserves a good win here. But whatever happens, I'm hoping it's just a good show and good fun to watch.
Mate, congratulations. I hope you're enjoying proceedings. I hope you're actually just enjoying getting behind the steering wheel as well. I know how busy you've been, Bill.
Yeah, I am. It's great. Thanks, guys. Enjoy it.
Catch up. Righto, he's going to go and flip the lid on his helmet and get the head down. And Jaden Ojeda, we're hearing, has been involved in more drama, Sandman. It just doesn't settle.
This is a replay. He's made a dive, hasn't quite pulled it off. That's the 77. So I don't know who was at the wheel of that one. Down. Oh, it's going on too. Let's go see. Is there any more that comes of this? He's just having an absolute shocker. He's just sliding backwards. And you mentioned whether you think he may not have taken tyres. I don't know that they would have done that. But
sure, but a mistake, right? A mistake is what I'm saying. Like, that car had pace, and it's just not there anymore. What happened?
Yeah. And we saw how quick both of them were, Jaden especially at Phillip Island. So it's not like, we know he's got talent. His real world antics speak for that, but it's just really odd to see him sort of slipping down the way he is.
Righto, so dramas aplenty. I actually just flicked him a message. I do wonder whether or not they'll be trying to problem solve on board that car and get themselves out of things. The critical factor here is that we are rapidly coming in on our pit lane window to get home. And the window to get home with one more stop is lap 113. We are 9 laps away from it. That is inside the fuel window of this stint. Ojeda picks up a 5-second time penalty for that contact that we saw before, but it's still continuing on in the background of this one.
So a lot of these cars and drivers that still they've got penalties hanging over their head, and I just wonder how much longer that the Lobs guys, especially the 94, how much longer they're going to go as far as those penalties that they've still got playing out too. So Forza's still trying to get back up to speed, so I wonder if something's happened here.
Oh, have a look at the bar that's poking through the front end of that race car. That will be straight line speed loss for sure. That's an aerodynamic. As soon as you see that silver piece of bar poking through, it just loses front end speed.
Oh, save. He saved it. Lucky not to get collected.
See that piece of metal poking through?
Yes. Yep. That's exactly right.
I think he had something prepared for this, didn't you, Sam?
Yeah, just get me around. I might be able to delve into the pot and see what I can find.
I tell you what, there's been some tinkering as we all love our gadgets here in the commentary box and new opportunities to show and bring you the racing that we possibly can. And as usual, there's tinkering. It's nearly become a thing in this commentary box of what can we pressure each other to drive a little bit better. At the moment, it's on. Richie Stanaway versus Harrison Lillis. Harrison Lillis, a winner in the GT Pro Series, the final round of the championship last year. He would love an opportunity to go elbows out with Richie Stanaway. Down the back straight away, Stanaway will get the job done. Lillis will slot in behind. But again, that car is now in 9th place. It loses a spot. It was in 8th a moment ago. But that car has come from dead last in the field earlier on. 90 laps later, it's not just inside the 10. It was up as high as 8th for Harrison Lillis and Brad Ratsu. And for the week that Brad Ratsu has had, I tell you, he will be enjoying watching Lillis go at this one. There's nothing better than when you've had a rough week and things are just not going your way. You jump behind the wheel of a race car, you put pedal to the metal, and you go after it. There is no better feeling at all. When things just come off, it just makes you feel vindicated. In the meantime, Forza Del Nabi gets the elbows out. Tice Hodge is his next victim. He crawls back inside the top 15 of another car that's effectively walking wounded. And I think Sandman will be moments away from talking to us about damaged race cars, aero profiles, and I think he's got himself a Ford Mustang to help do it. So we'll be with him with a new improved piece from the Logitech G Hub. In fact, here he is. Oh, no. You go to throw to the man, and he's still prepping and preparing something in the back end.
Now we can be ready.
And now, over at the Logitech G Hub, with ourselves in an aerodynamic cutaway car, Mr. Sandman Clark.
Yeah, so something that we've been trying to delve into a little bit, and Jay, with our technology and our partners, that we try to give you that little bit more of an in-depth look of what happens in our sim racing world. And something that you touched on, Scotty, is that damage to the front of that car is where the bar was poking through. So obviously aero plays a massive key, but that part that you would have seen on the front was right about here. And as soon as you see that start to protrude through the front, you know there's an aero impact. It's easy when you see damage on the sides and where the crumple zones start to get. If these parts get affected, that straight away affects your aero and your straight line speed straight away. But if you don't see that damage, the key indicator from what Scotty's picked up on the vision is that bar that starts to protrude right through this section here. So as soon as that protrudes, you know you've got damage there, and that affects your straight line speed. So you can be the best driver in the world, but as soon as you get a little bit of impact in here, that hurts your straight line speed. The air up over the car doesn't cut through the wind like you want it to. And everyone around you who's got straight panels, they get that advantage. and that straight line speed, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. It's frustrating as a driver, and all you can do is just cat along, keep going, head for pit stops, and maybe try and fix it. But when you're as damaged and you're not near a pit stop or anything like that, you've just got to push on.
The big thing, though, as well, is there's a little bit of a difference. And there's that shot of that protruding bar at the front end of that race car for Forza El Nabi at the moment. That will be sacrificing him major. That's a part of the front clip crash structure when that protrudes through. It doesn't look as good. And there's also some debate about the rear end of the cars in the real world as well. Is the Mustang a little bit weaker? Somebody's pitched a brake. Was that Mazzaroli? I think it was the Jordan Mazzaroli car.
Yes.
And Sebastian Vandel was the car that was on the outside, but who? It was Jackson Dial. Yeah, it was Jordan Mazzaroli, who's the other driver. It was the Mazzaroli entry, and Jackson Dials pinched the brake massively. Someone at the moment in the background of that shot trying to bring the car up to speed was Russell Pepperell for the Trans-Tasman 027, co-driving with Andre Heimgartner.
It's frightening how easy it is to do down that front straightaway too. You carry that little bit of speed, and once you're committed, it's so hard to pull it up. Oh, these guys still going side by side through here. This could end up in carnage. They all managed to get away with it. But so many times we see drama into turn number one, and unfortunately, once you're committed, it's hard to pull it up, and it's always a little bit of calamity, unfortunately.
Just got to keep an eye on the progress of car 201. And you get the feeling Jada was just going to clutch from this car as soon as they are able to. In terms of fuel mileage, that is 4 laps away from us hitting the critical lap number. And it will be just immediate. Get out of the car. It's my turn. Let me at them. I want to go as hard and as fast as I can. Critically, though, is our race leaders at this point in time. This is Seth Brown in P3. Rayhan Leonage was back there with Dylan Burse not too long ago, and he's driven towards car number 56 and driven this car in a podium contention for Seth Brown. But he's going to have to get the elbows out. He's going to have to mount a defense of a car that is tipped to potentially be a championship leader in 51 laps.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've had pace throughout the night and had their fair share of dramas. We saw the struggles that Rehan had in the opening stages. He was in P2, got a couple of slowdown, and then had to give up a lot of positions, and then just felt like they were slipping backwards and backwards, but they've turned their night around, and now he's all over the back of Seth Brown. And you think that the way the car looks, it's got a little bit of pace on board, but you'd think he'd be pretty keen to get the job done. But they've been good at fuel saving too, not saying that no one else is doing it, but we've noticed them a couple of times at Rehan, and even when Emily was behind the wheel. They were just taking opportunities where they'd have a strike, and if they couldn't get the pass done, they'd just find themselves for a couple of laps where they save a little bit of fuel. So good driver management at the moment, and they wouldn't be too concerned that the leaders are 4 seconds up the road, but as this race gets into the dying laps, that's something they're going to have to monitor though.
Don't forget as well, car 201 still has a 5-second time penalty to come its way. Whatever the issues were for car 201, it looks like finally at the tail end of the fuel, it's starting to recover a little bit of car pace back into it. 2 safety cars has been the duration and the critical lap number. 113 or 114 in the bottom right-hand corner. The critical factor for this one was co-drivers. They've been asked a very, very big ask of them here tonight. But haven't they done it supremely? For most of our co-drivers, I'm checking 67, 68 laps. By the time they're done, it'll be over 70. It's going to be close to a third of the race distance. It'll be gone a third of the race distance, yeah.
That's brilliant, and that's what teams strive for, because you just don't want to have a co-driver that just does a plum effort. They do the minimum laps and then you send them on the way. You know as a team that you can benefit, that if you've got a co-driver that can do just as many laps as what your A driver does, that really puts you in a good position. So that's what, ideally, that's what everyone aims for. It doesn't always work out like that, but you know that if you've got confidence in your co-driver or B driver, what you want to call them, it really opens up that strategy and how you want to play it out.
Have a feel for Seth Brown at the moment. as he's just being hunted by car 51. As Rehan Leonard might have been thinking about if he could get some drive off. Now he's deep. I tell you what, if he was a car length closer, he would have gone straight down the inside.
You know what I love about this, though, is that Rehan, he's not being silly. He's not just taking those dives. He's being smart about it. He's happy to wait a couple of laps, 3, 4, 5 laps. And if it's not this lap, he'll think about it maybe the next lap. And that's what you need. You want someone that has got that mindset that they don't have to get the job done straight away. So his patience is really paying off for this team at the moment. Here he goes, up the inside. No, just moves around. And I love that. We spoke about moving around in the mirror and having that driver in front, something to think about.
Well, this is important. We have started lap 113. Now, if you're a little bit lighter on the fuel burn, this is the critical lap number. At the conclusion of this one, we are less than a pit stop to home. So you can fill the thing all the way up. 133 litres, brim it.
There you go.
And for Rehan Leonard, he's found his way inside of the top three. So car 51 is about to go back-to-back in terms of podiums. And the True Force Endurance Cup, they'll have the lead of that by a country mile, by the way, when we head to Bathurst.
It's really great to see that Rehan was patient. He got the job done. That's twice that we've seen him make that pass into that braking zone. It was himself and Job Stewart. They're the ones that we've seen on camera that have made that pass, and it's been really good. But how's the battle here between Deeth and Stewart?
But the other thing I'll throw your way as well is respect from Seth Browning. He saw him come to the inside. He knew Rehan was quicker. As soon as Rehan got alongside, he was like, yep, that move's done. I'm not going to fight that one. We both lose if I do so. So he did the responsible co-driver action.
Seth knows he's in a great position. They're battling for a podium here at this stage. So what's it going to hurt where you back out of the throttle just a little bit? He knew that Rehan had that run on him. And why make a mess of it? You know, you're still battling for a podium. And, yeah, absolutely.
Jackson Dial picks up a 10-second time penalty for that incident down at turn 1 that we were looking at a while back. Here comes the first of the pit stops. Car 201 jumped in. It is going to do the maximum distance to get itself home. It needs to make gains for Andrew Gilliam. He will have a lot of work to do. They've served their 5-second time penalty as well for car 201.
Yep.
So it won't be asking what we need from the stewards. The guys at the front end, though, they're just like, yep, we can just keep going. We can just keep going.
A lot of
Sandman.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, car number 94, though, has been in, and Jared Filsell's back on board that car. But they have, 10 seconds at least? I hadn't seen if there was any other penalties. And they haven't cleared any of their penalties. So add it to the post-race time, 10 seconds to car 94.
Yeah. Ideal. Yeah. Look, everyone does it differently. I personally, if there was going to be a safety car, I'd want to have that over and done with, and then you can possibly make the gains on the safety car. But they're going for a different strategy, and Jared's definitely got his workout cut out for him, but boy, I bet it'll hurt him if there's a safety car with a couple of laps to go, regardless of where they are on the racetrack. It will really punish him. So, but not saying it's the wrong way to go, it's just a different way to go about it.
Pass your mind back to 2024 as well, and the Endurance Cup, and the first of our co-driver clashes. Well, in 2024, the Endurance Cup meant so much to the championship. Why? We entered Bathurst, and at that point in time, any of about 5 drivers could have won the championship. Out the other side, Jared Filsell was eliminated from the hunt because Brodie Kostecki elected not to take part in the Bathurst 1000. Thomas McMillan, who's now in this series but not available tonight to race, stepped up to be Jared Filsell's co-driver at the last possible moment. Blew an engine in his first stint, and that ended Jared Filsell's championship hopes. I'm not saying the same things happened this year, but I'm not saying it. I am definitely suggesting that I reckon Filsell's preferred choices in co-drivers has not been who he's been offered in this one.
Yeah, it's catch-22, isn't it? You know, it's you've got to put your faith in someone. You make a decision coming into these races, and you know, sometimes it doesn't always play out, and it's not always the driver's fault either. They can easily get caught up, as we're hearing that Filsell is making a drive in the lane. So this is back-to-back pit stops. I wonder if they're getting...
There might be a change for the race lead. I was scrolling through a whole bunch of cars. Car 53 had a massive snap of oversteer out of the last corner. Got to the throttle. They're down low in the fuel tank. And Job Stewart. And the thing I'll say to you is, when has he put his best work forward? Think about Erebus. Think about Bathurst 2025. Co-driver for Cooper Murray on that occasion. The heavens open, and probably one of the best drivers. There's the huge moment. He's lucky to walk away with it.
That was
It's Cody Deeth.
Yeah.
But when he was offered a co-drive on board an Erebus car, and this one very much resembles one of years gone by, that was when he stood up. And that performance on that day in a wet, windy, wild, chaotic Bathurst 1000 in October last year earned himself a main game drive for this year. Well, he stood up as a co-driver once again. Car number 12 leads the race. Oh no! Oh, I thought Cody Deeth was going in the barrier.
He's struggling. I wonder if his tyres are just absolutely shot, because he's having drama getting through that corner. As we go to an OG gear replay, this is into the braking zone. A move up the inside, not quite. There's going to be contact. Round it goes. Yeah, struggling with that car through the coming to the start-finish line. So I wonder if the tyres are absolutely shot.
Well, okay, so why do you keep going on then? It's time to bring them in the lane.
I think because they think they know they've got margin at the moment over Rehan. But the problem that you don't want is if that car gets away from him and he makes contact, we should just stay with him and see what they do, whether they pit or whether they have the same drama. But it's been 2 laps in a row where that car has struggled just to get through that little left kink where pit lane entry is.
Well, there'll be under 10 litres left in the tank too. We are 46 laps since they last entered the pit. This is the back end of the pit.
Struggling.
He's continuing on.
Yeah.
We're beyond the critical pit stop window, so now it's just a matter of when.
It's just strange that that happened 2 laps in a row. Maybe he was adjusting things for pit stops coming up. I don't know what the case might have been, but it's just strange that it happens 2 laps in a row. But nevertheless, Job Stewart over Cody Deeth and Rehan. Now, Rehan, since making that pass, has opened a second up over Seth Brown too. So we know he's quite happy with his car. I'm just wondering how many laps has Emily done? Has she ticked off her?
She'll have to get back in.
There we go. So 2 different views. The driver behind the wheel and the co-driver sitting back nervously watching. Oh, shout out to Blake too, that paint job again. Love it, absolutely love it. Old Scotty's having a bit of a heart attack in the background because he already told us, how can you not be a Glenn Seaton fan? Seriously.
Look, I grew to love him as I got older, all right, okay? I suffered.
But that paint job, yeah, really looks good.
And that's co-driver, main game driver. Sean McNamara has just climbed from behind the wheel of car number 63, and Blake Warboys has just climbed back behind it. We're off the lead lap as we're in the middle of pit cycles at this point in time. Most of the guys that are on the lead lap are still yet to give us their pit stop, their final pit stop of the night. The guys that are off the lead lap have already given us a final stop.
I wonder what that second back-to-back pit stop was for the 94. I wonder, did they clear their pit lane penalty? I'm not sure. So we're hearing that they may have served both their penalties. So 5 seconds in each, and that will take them to the end, but I imagine they're up down at the moment. So
Well, they're actually 2 laps down.
Yeah.
When we get through the final pit stops, that will cleanse and become 1.
So this is a bit of a rarity, isn't it? When you look at Jared Filso behind the wheel, a Lobs car that doesn't have damage, 339. I
just think, are they the last car running at the moment as well? Well, I think Sorry, my apologies. The only car behind them is Ross Rizzo at the moment on board car 47 for Stenny.
They were 10 laps down or something, weren't they? So, yeah, that's incredible. It'll obviously change a little bit. There's still a round of pit stops to happen, but boy, oh boy, that wouldn't have been on your bingo card with 40 laps to go.
No.
And the pace that he had, obviously, at the start too, was good. It's just unfortunately when they did the co-driver swap, unfortunately it just started to turn to custard for him, and they've got their work cut out for him to bounce back.
I'm expecting cars in this lap. Yeah, here they all come. So Joe put about a second and a half, 2 seconds on. And remember, Rehan Leonage was fuel saving for a large chunk of that stint. He can go at least one more. Might be able to get the second out of it.
Yeah, and look, to be the position they're in, I don't know if you'd want to milk it for too much longer. As we see, Ryan Jones got a 5-second penalty there. But obviously the other cars are going to rejoin with fresh tyres, and they're going to be on older tyres. So you probably don't want to give up too much real estate. I wonder how many laps they've got left in them. And they'll be getting back behind the wheel.
I'll give you a metrics there, man. Fastest lap of the day for car 51, 108.005. Last lap, 108.121. They're a tenth of a second slower than their fastest lap of the day. So you don't want to milk it for old tyres. Oh, mate, I don't think they put a mark on them. I don't know what you're on about.
At the end of the race, end of their stint too. So that says a lot for their car setup and the way they've been driving and the way Rehan's been steering it. It's just brilliant.
Right, we might get our final round of pit stops coming to us. No, Leonard's just going to go 2 longer than the field. He's absolutely just going to continue on at a rapid rate of knots. There are 9 cars on the lead lap right now, Sandown.
Safety car? Can you say safety car? Can you imagine?
But that would just ruin it, wouldn't it? It would just royally. We'd end up with such a mixed up field.
But that's the gamble you take. When you save fuel, you have that opportunity where if you can stretch it that lap or two and a safety car happens to come out, yes, it ruins a race from a visual point and from a commentator's point of view, but from a strategic racing point of view, they'd be like, that's exactly what they want. But you would imagine it wouldn't be too much longer before they're in the lane, if not this lap.
More dramas. Car 2 on 5 is going to get lent on. And out the other side. Bretton Hobson's going to try and line up and have a go down at turn number 1. Covers to the inside.
He's going to go a long way. He's getting shown the exit. Holy dooly, pushed wide. Oh, he's still there. And he's done a dive up the inside. Good move. And Rehan's gone for another lap as we look at the live pictures. Wow.
There's 7 cars on the lead lap.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it.
There are 52 laps on the current set of tyres, the current stint, and the last lap was an 8.274. And for our race leader.
Goes to show what fuel they've been saving, because we were thinking 47 to 48 laps on a tank of fuel. And they're at 52. I guess there might have been a safety car there. That one might have helped a little bit with the end of the safety car. There you go. So they wouldn't be too far away.
But the other thing is, think about how little they have to add at this final stop. There are 3 cars left to give us pit stops now. 2 more, sorry, there was 5 cars, 2 more of them are just giving us stops.
This time, surely.
No, he's got another. Are you kidding? New fastest up of the race for car number 53.
Yeah, that's fresh tyres, baby. That's his fresh tyres, a fresh driver, and Veld is pushing on with it.
And that was Robbie Gibbs flashing Rehan Leonard to say, mate, pit, please, can you just come off the track? I'm a lap down. Robbie Gibbs is 6th and a lap down. There are 5 cars on the lead lap. I mean, it's a short lap, but
yeah, still, if there was a safety car, what would hurt them though is that they'd have to get straight in the lane. If they got caught behind a safety car, they may not have enough fuel to get back to the lane. But you would imagine if something happened, they would dive straight in. But boy, oh boy, 5 cars on the lead lap. I just wonder how much longer they stay out how much it's going to hurt them and what ground they're going to lose to Bowler and Vel.
But they're trading, right? They're trading up front pace for back end. Like, they are going to be so punchy for a race win at the back end of the race, let alone they've gone 5 laps longer, 6 laps longer. They don't have to add that fuel. Finally, Rehan Leonage will come to the lane. It is going to be a forced pit stop. Emily Jones has only given us 27 laps. She owes us another 27 more.
And 37 to go. Jeez, we might need a split screen there, Mr. Director, for Rehan. Look at that. Like you could read my mind. And that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on, because we're waiting for Rehan, or the driver swap to happen. So Emily's got in the car now. And these cars are just coming down the back straight into the S's. But you imagine, just with those couple of laps that they stayed out and Bowler and Veld on fresh tyres, that they will leapfrog the TTR car. But what sort of margin will they have? We'll just wait and see.
Out of the final quarter, car 51 has Emily Jones on board, is not rolling, is now rolling.
It's not
It is
bad.
going to be very, very close.
It's not bad at all.
That is a net gain for car 51 for sure. They were 4 seconds behind prior to the pit stop. That margin is 2 seconds to the race lead, and the tyres are 4-5 laps fresher as well.
Great strategy, well done. And that's hats off to Rehan, Emily, the whole TTR team. They really played that strategy out well. I was a bit worried that Rehan was staying out on the older tyres with Bowler and Veld on fresh tyres. I thought it was going to hurt him, but it hasn't.
I'll give you the alternative strategy, and the alternative. Damon Woods was car 56 had Seth Brown at the wheel. They were only just behind car 51 at the pit stop. They're now 5.5 seconds in the rear view.
Unreal. What a shot in the arm this is for the 51. We spoke about the run that they had at Phillip Island. It was incredible. It wasn't headstrong. It was all done by skill and pace. They drove that race really well, and they managed it right at the end. And I said it when we were talking at the G-Hub at the start of the broadcast. I wondered if that momentum was going to carry through to Sandown. Absolutely it is. P3 at the moment. They're only 1.5 seconds off the lead, and they're in good position at the moment where they've got tyre life on their side.
By the way, I'll give you an alternative as well. We just had only 5 cars on the lead lap. We're back to 37. So,
yep, swings and roundabouts.
The problem for that is, if you actually, we need a track map display at this point in time, because this will tell a large part of the story of what we're going to see over the next end of this race. Right, we're on the run down the back straight away. You can see car 51 just ahead of its car 12 and car 53. Have a look at the traffic between them and the start-finish line. For the rest of their race, they are going to be in traffic. And that generally pays off for the last car that's catching them.
Oh, look at the garbage all over the racetrack. So someone's been off wide there through the gravel trap and brought all that rubbish onto the racetrack. So they all managed to get through that okay. But whew, that's something to get. And look at the marble build-up on the outside of the racetrack too. So if these cars get into a little bit of a battle, they're obviously coming up on some lap traffic as well. But if they battle besides, get side by side, and someone gets out on those marbles, that will bite them.
Well, I tell you, the margin by my software, by my live timing, was 2 seconds when they got down to turn number 1. The race lead is less than 1.5. It's now down to 1.4 seconds, 1.2 seconds. Look at it tumble on the timing. We'll go and have a look at the kitty litter down at Dandenong, because that could be a major, major factor. And I said it. Bowler's not the quickest of the main drivers. He has a pace deficit. No, that's Ryan O'Sullivan. That's a lap car getting out of the way and not playing its part in this lead battle. But Veld is being eaten up at the moment by Emily Jones. She is coming. Yeah. And the problem is, if Veld gets clear, he might be able to skedaddle down the road. He might be able to run.
I hate to say it for Bowler, but I think for the team's interest, what you'd want to do is maybe let Veld go and see if he can make up some margin, because it looks like Emily's right there now, and I think, unfortunately, Bowler might be holding Veld up a little bit.
It's the Sandown 500. You try telling him to pull over.
I know. But
look at him. He's not concerned. He's focused. I've got a job to do. I've got to earn this on the racetrack. And again, at times, I've seen him on that webcam. Relax, calm. He's not calm. He is focused. He is eyes forward, eyes up. You never get an opportunity to have a look underneath the helmet. But right now, Hayden Veld has got a car coming at him from the rear, but he's got a job to do ahead. Ryan Jones is the lap car they'll pick off as they get down the back straight away. He didn't square the corner off. He didn't get a great exit. They'll want Ryan to get out of the way. All three of these guys will want Ryan out of the way. He's got to have a go.
Well,
he's got to.
Look at Jones now, half a second. So right there. And we're talking about a tyre difference too. Emily's got tyre difference on her side. So when you know that you've got a car coming up behind you and they've got those fresher advantage, boy, it puts that team in a bit of a sticky situation where they know that they've got Emily right on the back now. Look at her, she's right there.
What does Emily do? How does she go about her business as well?
Patience.
Because the thing, and she won't know this, by the way, she will have no idea about how the Lobs cars are going tonight. But she's got a championship to think about. She'll think about it after tonight. I don't think she'll even know about it right now. It'll be just play what's in front of me.
Well, she'd be aware of it because she was sitting out watching her co-driver before. So she'd have some sort of understanding that they're having a bad night. And if you know you're having a decent night, even if you finish just on the podium and your championship rivals around you are having a shocker, you know that you can just take that, and that will give her some pep in her step as well. So she needs to be mindful and make sure that she doesn't make a meal of tonight, because she's in a terrific position where she could come away as championship leader possibly.
Well, check in for car 201. It's down in 23rd spot for Andrew Gilliam.
Here she goes.
For car 94 to the inside of Dandenong. And Hayden Veld's on the outside. They're going to get into each other. They'll lean. They'll bounce off each other. Both of them crawl their way out the other side. But contact was made. Paint was exchanged. And again, Veld remains unflappable.
That was heads up driving from Veld because there was that little bit of contact. And if he hadn't have got out of it and just corrected that steering wheel, that could have been a penalty for him and Emily Jones in the wall. That's what Emily needs to be careful about. She doesn't want to put herself in a position where she makes a move up the inside and makes contact and have a possible penalty hanging over her head.
Well, just keep thinking about this one in the back of your mind, Sandman. There are 30 laps to go. At this point in time, we've been at it for 2 hours and 38 minutes. We're going to get this one done in half an hour or so. It is going to be really, really quick. That is the overhead view. Look at them getting into each other out the other side. There was kitty litter down here. But take a breath. Take a breath. Calm. Settle. Refocus yourself. You don't have to win it yet. You've got 30 laps to go.
Yeah, that actually looked a little bit calmer from that drone shot there, from that higher shot. But when we had the head-on view, it looked like that Emily was crossed up a lot more than what she actually was. But you know what, like I said, Hayden Veld, a big shout out, because he could have made that a lot worse than what it really was. So hold your breath. The next 30 laps are going to be very, very interesting, to say the least.
Have a think about what's going through Veld's head. Because a couple laps ago, he could have been leading this thing. He's definitely quick enough. He just didn't get the opportunity to really have a lunge. There was a couple of moments whereby Bowler got a weak exit off a corner. And the problem was, every time Bowler made a mistake, Veld made one too. So he never got the opportunity to do something different. So now the problem becomes, Job Stewart drove car number 12 to the race lead. He's done a cracking job. We said his co-driver stint was phenomenal. It was on point. But Matthew Bowler's been a little bit of a forgotten about figure. He's not been the standout driver for the Eclipse Racing team. He's sort of gone in the background. Things haven't been going his way. He is big friends. Him and Hayden Veld, they're buddies. They're inseparable. They love racing with each other. They love having a good time. After a session and a day's done, you'll see them drifting together, having fun, going about things in a different way and keeping it light-hearted. I don't know. There might be a chat after tonight.
This race has got just so many talking points. And who would have thought? I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. It's Sandown. Sandown never lets us down for a brilliant race. And tonight, holy dooly, look at those stats when you see the last pit stops, 121 to 126 for Emily Jones. So those 5 laps of extra fresh tyres definitely working in her favour. I think she just needs to be calm. She just needs to hit her marks, eyes forward. And hopefully, well, she can get the job done and maybe make this back-to-back wins in the Enduro Cup. Who would have picked that? I don't think anyone would have had that on their bingo card either.
No, she was not. She didn't even rank. I didn't have her in the power rankings. But again, Emily's like that as well. She just goes about her business quietly. Remember the moment she had with partner Jake Burton back at Spa, and the paint was exchanged at that point in time? Well, I actually quizzed Burton about that a little bit further. He said, actually, to be fair, Emily served me a couple of times in the preceding laps. There was a discussion about it, but at the end of it, it was all like, that's racing, on with the job.
Yep. That's brilliant. But I think Bowler's now finding himself in a little bit of a rhythm. And I think what's going to work for him in his favour is that what he wants is Veld to probably harass the back of Emily Jones. You can see he's obviously cautious. He's got his flashing lights going. He's letting the lap cars know that he's the leader and he's coming through. But I think that just that little bit of breathing margin at the moment is helping Bowler at this stage, and knowing that he's got his teammate right behind Emily Jones, that's probably helping him that little bit.
Oh, second phase of the tyre now. Hayden Veld starting to come back, and Emily Jones just a little bit. And that Eclipse setup has been strong on the long run here tonight. We saw her early on. Rattray White was quick, was pointing up front. And I'll tell you what, that's Matthew Bowler asking for traffic to get out of the way. It's Brian Borg that's ahead of him as well. And Brian's not had a great night. He's been in and amongst things. But at the moment, what he doesn't need to do is cause a headache for Matthew Bowler. But this is part of getting your way through lap traffic. Car 017 has got to get itself out of the way. It will have had a blue flag for an extended period of time. It's going to have another one. So he sidesteps things. Jones gets a crawl on coming into the second last corner. And again, I said it at the top of the show. I said it a couple times. This place makes interesting race winners. None of the guys on board any of these cars have ever won at this racetrack. Hayden Veld had an opportunity last year, but it just didn't go his way. He would love some redemption. And could 2026 just be what he asked for?
Oh, Scotty, I'm having a hard time commentating. I'm enthralled. I'm watching this. I'm so excited about how this race is playing out. Top three come and play just over a second. And it's anyone's race. This is going to come down to the line with 27 laps to go.
27 laps, somewhere in the realm of 28, 29 minutes to go to the conclusion of this one. In the sim, it's just after 4:15 p.m. The sun's starting to come down. It's the middle of winter. And I know in my section of the world, much further north than Melbourne, by now the sun's already starting to set, starting to go down. We get 45 minutes into here, we're about to dark up around the New South Wales-Queensland border. But Melbourne, it's so much further south than that. The sun stays out a lot longer, even in the middle of winter. And I think the sun's not going to set yet.
What makes this a little bit more special at the moment for Emily is we spoke to her at the start of this race and she said that she wasn't comfortable. She felt that Rehan was the A driver. She just wasn't, she didn't have the speed, and that's why that Rehan qualified the car, because she just wasn't feeling it. So at the moment, for her to be in P2 at this stage, that's just showing that she's obviously gotten that little bit better, but she is dealing with the pressure that she has to worry about with Veld behind her. So I wonder if that would be playing on her mind, because I think realistically, if they had a perfect scenario, it'd be Rehan in the car at the moment.
By the way,
in front of the leaders.
You know what else was a really important metric that none of the other cars could do? That's car 72. It's had a bad day for Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross. It's been backwards a number of times, started it that way in qualifying, which has continued on, unfortunately for them. I just had a quick look. All of those co-drivers, by the way, remember how we said, oh, you know, you've got to get 54 laps out of the way? All of them did about 77 or 78 laps on their stints. They had to get out of those cars in a couple of laps, or else they were going to be DQ'd for maximum continuous driver time.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's what we love about endurance racing. There's so many different variables that you've got to stay on top of. This is a good bounce back. Just looking at this, we've got Blake Warboys, Wayne Burke, but Josh Anderson, we said he was struggling. I think he qualified 28th or something like that off the top of my head. It was something like that. So for him to be just outside the top 10, I think he'll be happy with that. Brenton Hobson in 14th place. I mean, there's so many names up and down this list, but on your bingo card, how many Lobs cars did you have in the top 10 with 25 laps to go?
A whole lot more than I'm seeing at the moment.
Absolutely.
Luke Rosella, the best place amongst them. How about the return to form for the Chiefs Esports Club, though? That's a really good one to talk back about for them. They've not had a phenomenal year. And realistically, I think Robbie Gibbs, we talked about that front bar. Car 31 has got that front bar problem at the moment. It's poking its ugly nose through.
How impressive was his driving, though, when he was battling with Jared Fieldstone on stages? Like, that was great racing and awesome driving from Robbie. So take nothing away from them. It always hurts a little bit when you get that aero punished a little bit. And they have fixed it a little bit. It doesn't look as bad as what it was. But, yeah, that's always a drama when you have that little bit of aero damage. But P6, they're still there or thereabouts. It's a good day.
Question mark then becomes, where do we feel about these guys heading to Bathurst as Gilliam tries to get to the inside, heading down to the last couple of corners. And all of a sudden, Bathurst, well, if you haven't had a clean race at Phillip Island or Sandown, there's been marks, there's been dramas, there's not been a clean car put forwards. That's not something you want to be going to Bathurst with. Gilliam will finally just lunge down the inside. If you haven't been putting together the race execution you need to, you've got to have that sorted out by the time you get to Bathurst.
Absolutely. There's an interesting spot for Gilliam. He's got TTEs in a TTR sandwich. Obviously racing for position, though, so it's not like these guys need to move out of the way. But Madison down, obviously got past there. But he's also got Brady Myers in front of him too. And they're obviously cheering on their teammate, Emily Jones, in P2. So different set of circumstances with them. They can probably make life a little bit more difficult for Gilliam. But they're not in a situation, as we see up the inside there, that's Myers. He's got the job done, that's another spot. But they can definitely make things a little bit tricky for Gilliam. And he's going to make another position up the inside here. Does he get away with it? Not quite.
Nobody has put car 21 on the inside marbles just before the final corner, which hampered their ability to get in and out the other side. So again, Gilly applying pressure to set that move up a little bit later on. There's now been another change for position. And now Hayden Veld back to P2. And I wonder whether or not there was somebody just in Emily Jones's ear and just said, look, don't fight it too hard. P3 is a whole bunch of points and you might be the championship leader. Guess what? I said don't fight it too hard.
Oh, look at our live pictures. There's a car in the middle of the racetrack at turn number 1.
Got to go backwards.
No. Get out of the way. Oh, thankfully, heads up driving there. That could have been an absolute disaster, but you're spot on there. Emily just needs to think about the overall picture. P3 is still an outstanding result last time round.
Well, we're trying to get through a whole bunch of replays because there's a fair bit of stuff that's happened, and that's Pereira deep at turn 1. And getting into the side of Sam Blacklock, I believe, on board car 215. Might have been Tyson Broad who's on board for that car at the moment. Broad's definitely been quicker in practice service this week. So they were treating him as the A driver for that car tonight. I just heard the race director mic up. And I'm casting an eye around. I don't see a stop car.
Now, we've talked about competition portions. This is Andre Heimgartner, we can see in P1 paint. The contact there. Oh, they're still going on with it. Oh dear. Oh, I got shown the fence. Holy dooly.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not good.
Yeah, you still need to give racing room. I fear it's not over because I think Heimgartner would have been fairly fired up about that. Are you going to make a dive up the inside here, possibly? No. A little bit of nose to tail. Saying, oh, how about have some of that custard? He obviously was not impressed. But I fear that retaliation might...
Is that in front of the leaders? Was that our race leader that was just flashing that headlight in behind it? Could you imagine if that had unfolded in front of the leaders in a worse format?
Yeah, I fear that might, the retaliation might get him some courage from the stewards, but we'll see.
I've got some issues with that because it started down at turn 2. Okay, all right, that happened. Well, turn 3 happened and he was just shown there's no room on the racetrack here for you, Andre. The only issue I have with it is that Andre looked like he got the car parked up at the apex of turn 8 quite nicely and settled. and then the car ahead of him just went nowhere. So whether or not Briggs was catching a slide or something, but his brake light stayed on well and truly after Andre had released his.
He might have been checking up too. You just know. You never know.
And that's the subtleties that race control have to review. That's their job. It's okay. Then was there a car doing something it shouldn't have? But what's the be all end all in that? As Josh Anderson finds his way all the way up and just about collects car number 38 on its transit back through. Ratsu will get back up to P12.
He's got to clear that slowdown too. So that's exactly what he did. He just jumped hard on the brakes. He knew there was no one around him. He's just had to serve that. And so he's cleared that penalty. Unfortunately, even though he just lost it there, he still had to give up that time.
Well, the stewards have done something about it. 5-second time penalty, car 72, contact at turn 4. I don't think they've looked at turn 8 yet.
They will. Yeah, I think they will. But anyway.
So,
yeah, Bowler leads over Veld over Jones. 1.5 seconds covers your top 3. This is going to be an epic 19 laps.
by the way, they've cleared. Remember how we were talking about there was a whole bunch of traffic for our league group? They've cleared it all. They've been setting absolutely blistering pace and they've cleared it all. There's actually a fair whack of room. James Scott's not had a great day at the office. He was actually in and around that top 10 and he's now back in 27th. I was just looking who the next lap car was for our leaders to pick off, and that's why it's James Scott. Yeah, that's effectively how much he's hanging on to the lead lap by. I remember Will Buchanan got involved in something. Oh, okay, stewards have now dealt with the second issue that we were talking about. Andre Heimgartner, 10-second time penalty for contact with Ben Briggs.
I figured as soon as he got into him and finished him and turned him round, I'm pretty sure that was going to be a penalty every day of the week, unfortunately. But it's hard, you get a little bit hot under the collar. You've been served, and you try to get, the payback. And unfortunately, if he just got into the back of him and not spun him,
I'm curious whether or not race control was given a fair bit of leeway on that. And like I said, I think there was a check-up for the car ahead. So normally, to me, that's a drive-through penalty. If you've given it to car 27, it's a drive-through penalty. And I reckon it's only a 10-second penalty because they go, yeah, you still got him, but there was mitigating circumstances. All right. Where to look next? Tyson Gordon has had the elbows applied to him in the recent history. At the moment, 22nd all the way down to 26th spot. William Sapstead has ventured a little bit too far into the off-track area out of the last chicane. Got a slow-down penalty before he got to turn 1. He will get picked off by James Chastanoff. Justy's actually not having a half bad day here, mate. In the middle of that one. I reckon if you'd have given him 24th spot at the start of the night, you reckon, yep, I'll take that. No worries, you handed the points over. I'll just walk away and see you next week.
We'll call him right, yeah. I know there's a lot of drivers that would have been screaming for that handful of points too. It's, you look at the likes of Jared Filser, he'd kill for those points right there.
Just wonder as well whether or not there's somebody else that's going to try and buy their way into our lead battle. With 17 laps to go, Damon Woods, I reckon that gap was out about 6 seconds not too long ago. So Damon Woods has actually eaten a little bit of time out of our lead bunch as well. Last time I was 0.2 of a second faster than Bowler.
Yeah, that could be a point where Bowler, Veld, Jones are sort of just maybe settling down a little bit.
Hang on. Race lead. Have a look at how much closer these guys are. Matthew Bowler is starting to just crack a little bit. They're all starting to come back at him. And he was showing some kindness, and there wasn't a lob thrown his way from Hayden Veld earlier on in the race. There might be now. But the top 5 is in that shot, by the way, because you could see at the back end of that one, Rattray White's starting to sneak his way towards these guys as well.
What did I tell you about team orders earlier? And you said, that it's the Sandown 500. Are you going to move over and let your teammate through?
No, way. No way. Not with. We're 16. Well, we're 15 and a half. We've cleared most of this current lap. 15 laps left at this place. There is no way in heck you are rolling over for this one. Ryan Jones is going to have some drama down at turn 4.
You're right, and I think these teams will be happy for these guys to battle it out. Obviously, stick with the main rule in team racing, where you don't want to make contact. But I think they'll let them race a little bit because they have got that margin. They've got a second on Emily at the moment, so there's no real threat right at this very stage. But look at Bowler's thing; that thing's moving around.
Yeah, it's struggling right now. And is he going to struggle? Yeah. This might be it. This might be it because Aidenveld's there. Emily Jones has dropped away. And again, remember what I said earlier on? Okay, well, there's a drink of the water bottle. Mate,
who said men
rehydrated? And I'll tell you what, I asked some questions about him. Remember a couple of rounds ago, I asked what was the cricket bat for in the background. I actually got sent photos and pictures and a bit of a story that went through it. Well, he tried to whack a ball he hooked a ball. The hook let go of the bat halfway through the shot, just slipped from his fingers and went through a window. Was the same cricket bat was in that shot a while back, like I said. But that was because they were having an Eclipse Christmas party over the summer break. They had all the boys over, having a little bit of a laugh, a little bit of a song, a little bit of a dance, and a lot of fun. Certainly they're the younger element of the community. That much is certainly for sure. And by the way, he also said to me, mate, you've absolutely got to take the opportunity whenever you next get it. You need to make a mockery of my co-driver, Cody Deese, bowling action. I tell you what, Cody Deese, you might want some lessons, my friend. You never take up professional cricket, or at least being a bowler. Hang on. Car 53, 5-second time penalty. Remember the bump and run on Emily Jones, the contact they made down at Dandenong Road? That's been given 5 seconds.
Oh, now this changes things because he desperately needs to get past Bowler and then still needs to be 5 seconds up the road. And a couple of seconds up the road just to stay on the podium. So this is going to get very, very interesting.
Does that then change the discussion? He now jumps on the comms to Matthew Bowler and says, mate, there's 2 ways to think about it. 1, rear gunner. Number 2, mate, I've got 5 seconds. Let me by. I'm not going to pull 5 seconds on you. Hustle on and see if you can actually pull that 5 seconds.
Maybe he could too, because Bowler could check up, and Knox will say that he will, but he could check up Emily Jones and let that margin stretch out a little bit too. But then that puts him in a position where he could get past Emily.
And then look at the traffic they're driving their way towards as well. So they've got to play through all of this traffic in the final 13 laps of the Sandown 500. Oh, and by the way, it's just gotten more interesting. Car 51, 5-second time penalty for contact with car 53.
Oh, no.
Car out in the weeds. That's James Scott that's out in the smoke cloud just up ahead of this battle pack as well. So now Matthew Bowler's just about home and hosed for the Sandown 500 win.
Remember I said that the last thing that Emily needed was to be put in a position where they get a late penalty, and that's exactly what's happened. So Bowler is sitting there just licking his lips at the moment, going, it doesn't even matter if you guys get in front of me, because you still need to get 5 seconds up the road.
I'd wonder, they'll be asking questions about that one and exchanging words. I've got to be honest with you, I thought the contact between them all was just play on. I don't think there was anything in it, because it was a little both ways. I don't want to see, when it's both ways like that, and they both give as good as they get, play on.
I agree.
And the other thing that's been reported was that basically car 53 said, yep, that was play on. And the other side of that argument, car 53 lost out in the first exchange, by the way. They were elbowed and escorted wide and let car 51 through. Now, they weren't going to report it. No, there's going to be a dive for the race lead. It's on. It's really, really on for the race lead. You can't go away from this one. Veld was about to show the nose to Bowler on the run down over the crest of the hill. He was about to show the nose, and Bowler covered it the whole way. Matty, they've got penalties, mate. They've got penalties. Don't throw it away. Cover forward.
Yeah, just let him know. Unfortunately, it's taken a little bit of air out of the race because how close it is here, and we know that they've got penalties, Veld and Jones hanging over their head. So this is, at the looks of it, it's going to give Damon Woods a P2 and Zach Rattray White in maybe for a P3.
It's just, but the thing is, car 53, they weren't going to report it. Well, car 51 lodged the report. Well, at that point in time, you're like, okay, well, we got reported, we got 5 seconds. Heading back out both ways. I would be happy if race control rescinded both of them.
Yeah, I agree. Just play on. We've seen enough cases where there was a little bit of bump and grind throughout tonight's race, and we said that we liked it. We're happy with it. You know, if it's fair and love and war, then so be it. But unfortunately, it's just taken the air right out of this race.
And the other thing is, that's racing at Sandown on a dirty track late in the race as well. Look at the track surface. How do you both get traction out of that? You can't. Oh, I'm disappointed with that, and I will be disappointed. And this one will go down in the history books. Again, the statistic from Sandown is going to be proved correct. But the thing is, have a look at Damon Woods as well. He's now starting to flash the headlights in the background. He is 2.2 seconds away from Matthew Bowler. The problem being, he will sit second on the podium right now, as it stands, with penalties applied. But there's cars in the way. That's Chastanuff. He'll want Chasty out of the way because this is just eating time out of his race that he could be making advantages.
Well, the beauty is he knows that Chastanuff is going to move out of the way. He has to. So it's just, all he needs to do is just basically keep Emily and then go a little tap of the lights just to let him know that he's letting him pass.
Veld can have a go. Veld can have a go. I just saw Veld weaving down that straight, really making sure that Matthew Bowler was looking backwards, not forwards. Boys, make sure you sort it out. Veld thought about it. Bowler ran it a little bit deep, covered it fractionally. Jones back in the picture. 10 to go. 10 to go becomes 9. We're under 35 Ks left in this motor race of 500. It's been a journey. The co-drivers have played their part. The strategy elements have come to the fore. The stewards got involved in this one. And it's not done. It is not done yet.
I don't know where to look. You imagine that Veld is really going to put it up the inside somewhere, a Bowler, just to give him a sniff and hopefully a chance. But he needs to get up the road too. 9 laps to go. Emily's got a rear gunner and a TTR teammate, but they will have to move over shortly because Damon Woods is on the charge. I just wonder how much longer that Veld will stay in behind Bowler.
Bowler's going to block it. He's already made that intention clear. Have a look at Emily Jones is coming back at Veld again.
This is bringing Woods right into the fold.
And again, the queue of cars that are lining up to have a crack is in the background of this one.
So potentially you're looking at Veld maybe finishing 4th and Emily Jones 5th, the way this is going to play out. Wow. 8 laps to go. Obviously a little bit of traffic here to contend with. Bowler knows that he can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief because he knows that Veld and Jones have that penalty hanging over their head. And as the laps tick away, regardless if they get past, they're still not going to be able to get 5 seconds up the road, providing that Bowler has everything go right for him and doesn't make a mistake. Here he goes, up the inside.
He's up the inside. They'll make contact. They will make contact out the other side. Now Matthew Bowler's got something to think about at the moment. He's still in the lead. He's still in the lead. Emily Jones is going to try and get their leads on him at the second last corner. Matthew Bowler will lead. He's got a handful of laps to throw what he can. Throw absolutely every single bit of horsepower at these rear tyres. Everything he can possibly do to escape up the road. We saw the pace was strong for car 53. Matthew Bowler, you have got to think about your life. You have got to think about what's on the table here. Mate, there's 2 5-second penalties coming. Have a think. Switch the brain on. Yeah, you're not happy with your teammate right now, but mate, it doesn't matter. You're leading the Sandown 500. Give me 7 of the best. That's That's the only thing that matters. Give me 7 of your damn best. You Victorian esports sim racing champion he was a couple of years ago. He'd love to have a laugh, and I would love to have a laugh with him on the podium, because I can tell you the men would be fired up. He'd have something funny for us to say. He's always quick with a word, always a witty man. But right now, Matty Bowler, grab 2 hands on that steering wheel and show me what you've got. But make it smart, my friend. Make it smart.
The beauty is that all he needs to do is hit his marks. And if he does that, there's no way that Veld's going to get 5 seconds up the road. So he just needs to stay in contention with him. Keep an eye on that rear view mirror. Make sure that Emily Jones doesn't make a dive, because at the end of the day, she's got a penalty as well.
Make it smart, mate. Make it smart, Matty. Come on, I know you can. I know you can. You are never going to see this opportunity again, my friend. You have driven phenomenally. Job Stewart's done a great job on board this car, and I'm riding with him every corner. I don't talk to the guy a lot, but right now I know that the guy on board of that car needs the win. He hasn't had a great couple of years. He's struggled in and around the sim. He's not necessarily been enjoying himself a whole bunch. Emily Jones and Rayhan Leonards, they had their chance last time out at Phillip Island. Mate, the fairy tale today would have been, but it can't be anymore. It cannot be anymore for car 51. So please let it be someone. Please let it be someone that can tell a story tonight in an interview. Please let it be somebody who has been waiting for an opportunity. He's capable of these drives. He's had the ability over a long period of time. And tonight he's been handed it on a silver platter. But you just got to make sure for 5 more laps of Sandown that you lock in, Matty. The rear tyres, they're screaming, mate. They are screaming.
He's got to keep an eye on his mirror, because I tell you what, Damon Woods is looking racy, and if he gets past Emily Jones, it's between Bowler and Woods for the win. So I'll tell you what, you really got to keep an eye on Damon Woods, because if he gets a nice run out of this corner and gets that move on Emily Jones, he's P2 at the moment, and he has a chance. He still has a chance with about 4.5 laps to go to take this one away.
Now, I'll put something else in the back of your mind as well. If you're in any of these cars with a penalty, do you appeal it? And at the end of tonight's racing, all I'm going to say is provisional, because I guarantee there'll be a discussion about it. I know I pretty much put a guarantee Emily Jones won't touch it. She'll be like, I've got too much to lose. I'm better off not touching. 5 seconds, that's a couple spots. I'll lose them, no problem. I've got a championship lead. And that will be the story that will go out with their decision-making about whether or not they have a discussion of whether to appeal the penalty for car 51. But car 53, could you, if I gave you, Sandman, the opportunity, if you appeal this penalty, you might win the Sandown 500. But if you don't, well, you never see that opportunity. You'd appeal it every day of the week.
Yeah, well, if you've got nothing to lose, then so be it. And then you look at the big picture for Emily Jones, like you said. Potentially, she's going to drop back to P5. So if you had said to her at the start of tonight, I'll give you a P5 after winning at Phillip Island for the previous round, she would have taken it. So, yeah, the race hasn't gone their own way. But you're right. If you haven't got anything to lose, why not appeal it? But, mate, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
4 cars, throw a blanket underneath him. Here comes Damon Woods as well. He's going to make contact down at turn 8 as well. And Rattray White's going to line him up and have a crack. Again, just let him go. Don't get involved. Don't play the game. You don't need to.
No, because she's still going to finish 5th. So that's fine. Just let them. And if it all turns to custard and these two get into each other, then there's a possibility that they end up backwards and they could make some distance there. But still that 5 second. And Bowler's doing everything right. He's just staying in touch. It's under half a second into turn 1.
Well, Matty Bowler's fallen back to 4.5 tenths behind, but the problem is that margin needs to be 5 seconds. It's not going to be, and it's not going to be in the laps we've got left to us. We're starting lap 1:59. Damon Woods has got pace, but he's not got enough pace to get there and challenge Bowler. Not with the time that's left for him. It's going to come down to a mistake from Bowler. Could you imagine being in behind the steering wheel at the moment? I said to him earlier, I was just trying to breathe to him, to just send him a psychic message, to send him a mental telegram of, mate, think about the bigger picture. You know there's better. He knows. He would know there's penalties, the decision making.
Yeah, the team would have told him absolutely over the radio comms that they've got that penalty, and he's just cruising now. He knows that if he hits his marks the next couple of laps, he will be with his teammate, the winner of the Sandown 500.
Damon Woods closed fractionally on that lap. The pace advantage for car 56 is not as much as it once was. And Hayden Veld, I tell you what, at the end of that lap, Matthew Bowler was back to being quicker again. Do you reckon they go for a formation finish just to add something again? There's no way they will. In terms of the race, there's so many stories to tell from tonight. The stories of commiseration. How about Stenny, 12th at the end of qualifying. Everyone would have been celebrating that result. He would have been pumped. He would have been cock-a-hoop at the end of qualifying. And then to be out of the race effectively that early. He's jumped back in the car. They've done every lap to the end of the race. They'll finish 9 laps down, but there's been just about no retirements. And car 49's gone from 43rd to 40th. And that's as far as he's gotten. For Jared Filsell, this will be the moment the championship the regular season will slip from his grasp. What happened to car 201 in the middle of the race? What happened to our championship leader? Its pace just, it disappeared. It's all of a sudden like that car just had a whole bunch of sandbags dropped on it for just one stint in the race, and it disappeared backwards, and the aggression levels from the co-drivers, they wanted to get through because they sensed vulnerability. That's the bad stories. The positive stories are Hayden Veld has waited and waited and waited. Last year, showed so much potential in the wet, showed so much potential around this place. He was sharing videos. He felt so confident. He's done laps here. It didn't go his way on that occasion. There was damage, and that dreaded front bar damage we talked about then. Today, he'll cross the start-finish line first. But it won't count. It won't matter because the results, they're provisional. But for the meantime, the one thing we do know right here, right now, Matthew Bowler, welcome to victory lane, my friend. And they're going to drift it sideways across the start-finish line. And Veld will give it up to his friend and his teammate at the line. He gave it to him because he'd rather not do it in a steward's office. He'd rather do it on the racetrack. And if he's got 5 seconds to pay, he doesn't want anything to be taken away from Matthew Veld. And from Matthew Bowler. And remember how I said these guys are mates and they love drifting? Look what they did out of the last corner. They love absolutely letting the rear end of these cars slide. I've seen them do it so often in so many different races. At the end of it, one thing you can be sure of is car 12 and car 53 will be having a drifting masterclass at the end of practice, at the end of the race.
What a race. Sandown never disappoints, and tonight was no exception. Unbelievable. What a finish. And I tell you what, there are so many stories, like you said, to come away from this race. You talk about the dramas that the Lobs guys had. We thought that Rihan Linage was on for an amazing result with Emily Jones. And unfortunately, a penalty hangs over their head, but still a top 5 finish for them. It's a great points day. And so much has changed coming in as we get ready for the biggest race of our season, the Bathurst 1000.
Mate, I'll message Hayden Veld later. And the big thing I'll say to him is, mate, I'm so glad you took the penalty out of that one, because even if you protest it, you'll finish second, right? Matty Bowler won the race on the racetrack because of what he did. And in that moment, and like I said, they're best of mates. They'll race each other hard, but at the end of the day, there was a little bit of contact, mate. He gave it back. He said, here it is, mate. I'm not going to win it. That is a moment of absolute sportsmanship, and I think they were out of fuel as well.
I was about to say, I think they ran out of fuel trying to do a victory burnout there. There you go. What a race. And what a beautiful shot there. That just goes to show what an amazing racetrack this is. It turns it on each and every year. What a result.
Final confirmation of the standings. Again, provisional 5-second time penalty car 53, 5-second time penalty car 51. Will get them bumped quite a lot further down. What that does mean is provisionally, and with what we know as we know it right now, the one thing we can be sure of is car number 12 is going to win your race by a 10th of a second plus penalties. Damon Woods will then be promoted to P2 and Zach Rattray-White, making it effectively an Eclipse Engineering podium lockout for those guys. Door Esports will be on the car for car number 56 to get them done. That then demotes Hayden Veld down to 4th spot. Will be ahead of Emily Jones. Robbie Gibbs will come home in P6. And again, for him, just think about that one, Sam, man. You take away that bar damage, all of a sudden car 31 becomes a part of that end of the race squabble. And that would have just added an extra element, an extra flavour to it. Luke Rosella home in 7th for car number 55. Jake Maloney home to 8th spot. But we said we was looking for a return of form for the Chiefs Esports clubs. We got it. 2 of their cars home inside the top 10. And Wayne Burke, car number 89, the best of a million cars home in 10th. Blake Warboys and Brad Ratsu and Josh Anderson all had a phenomenal squabble. We saw bits and pieces of it towards the tail end of that race before Ratsu got home ahead of Anderson. Hobson home ahead of Andrew Gilliam. Gilliam drove from 23rd after the pit stop all the way back to 15th. So damage limitation on board for car number 201. And I tell you what, that actually might be enough to hang on to the championship lead just for him. Jacob O'Reilly, Brady Myers, Andre Youssef, Ethan Grigol, and Madison Down. Sam, take us outside of the top 20 if you don't mind.
Yeah, so Ryan Betts in P21, Angus Lawford 22nd, Lachlan Capel in P23, William Sapstead in P24, Tyson Board in 25th, James Chastanoff in 26th, Rick Kazestoff in 27th, James Scott, absolute shocker for him too, in 28th position, Rain Campbell in 29th, and Ryan O'Sullivan in 30th. And this is where we start to look, and to tell you what, there's some of the names that we wouldn't have expected down here. Andre Homegartner in 31st, Brian Borg 32nd, and Aaron Borg in 33rd, Jordan Mazzaroli in 34th, Jared Filsell, that's the big one for tonight, back in 35th position. So he's not just, it's taken a big hit in the points, but no doubt they'll bounce back in Mount Panorama. Dylan Pereira in 36th, Adam Briggs in 37th, Ryan Jones in 38th, Brad Newman 39th, Kurt Stenberg, and the dramas that he had to bounce back. He managed to get one of those laps back, but man, a tough race for Kirk Stenberg in 40th. Kobe Jones 41st, Tom Freer 42nd, and Ben Faulkner rounding out your 43 drivers. I tell you what, we said it so many times, the layout on paper, Sandown looks so easy, but it just produces some of the best racing we'll see. And I'm so glad that we've got it in digital format for as long as we can race on iRacing. It's just brilliant, and so glad it's part of our series. And what a way to lead up to Bathurst.
I was just doing some quick points math. I think Gilliam, the positions he gained back, P5 is worth 344 points for an Enduro, P15 264. That margin is 80 he gained back, and the lead was 134. Gilliam leads the points by 54 points.
Yeah, what benefited them is that he obviously had a good run towards the end, but Emily Jones getting that penalty too. So that's helped him big time.
Well, we're going to get an opportunity to celebrate with a couple of drivers that I guarantee you are living large right now. We'll start with our race winner. And Matthew Bowler is going to be celebrating like you wouldn't believe. But, mate, I tell you what, how about that co-driver of yours? Look, to be perfectly honest, and we'll go to Job in a few moments, but I think he drives better as a co-driver than he does as a main sometimes.
Oh, I think so too. He drove awesome and honestly pretty much set it up. So, yeah, huge props to Job. Can't thank him enough for what he's done tonight.
Walk me through that last stanza of the race, because you could see it, and at points, you and Veldy are just some of the best mates. He's been one of your best mates for a very, very long time on the sim racing platforms, and you guys are always out there having fun, having a laugh. But to go to war for the win of a Sandown 500, was there any form of team orders or discussion or anything? It was just, nah, let us do it.
Yeah, no discussion around it. Hayden is just absolutely amazing around Sandown, so he deserves it more than anyone. And I felt quite bad with the penalty he got. But yeah, pretty much probably the first time I've ever deafened in a Discord call, and I think it's the first time he ever did too. So look, I just wanted to push as hard as I could, and that's what I did. I couldn't have drove it any better, I don't think. Fuel was a bit of an issue, so I was saving and then pushing and then saving and pushing. So yeah, I didn't know what to do or what to think, and the boys behind were catching up pretty quickly. But then, yeah, obviously those penalties came into play and gave me a bit of relief. But I knew that both Damo and Zach were pretty much hot on my heels. So yeah, I was lucky to come away with it. But honestly, super stoked. I thought I drove really well in that last stint. But yeah, massive props to Job, obviously, and yeah, very unfortunate for Hayden. I think, if he went for a pass and stuck it, that would have been fine, and I wouldn't have complained. He drove really well and deserves it more than anyone.
Job, I'll move to you. I can tell you, I sat in a grandstand on the run down to turn 1 in 2025 at the Bathurst 1000, and I was watching the lap times for an extended period of time last year. You got such a big opportunity to prove your talent, your case, your cause for a drive, and that elevated you to a series last year. You've been in and around this series for a number of years. You've finished on the damn podium, but how does that one there tonight rank amongst everything you've done in your career to date?
Yeah, that's pretty high up there, as you said. Been doing this stuff for a fair while and managed to get a podium a few years ago, but never a win. And to do it with Matt, we've been mates for quite a while now, and thought we'd give the Enduros a crack together and have a bit of fun. And yeah, it was just bloody awesome to come away with a result like this. I think at PI we were pretty quick as well, but just fell away with a bit of strategy stuff. But yeah, tonight to come back and win the race is pretty awesome, and to have a top 4 for all the Eclipse guys is awesome too. Obviously, as Matt said, a bit unfortunate for Hayden, as he was driving absolutely awesome as well. But yeah, the whole team's pretty stoked.
Mate, it's been a long time of climbing through the ranks. So you and I were talking, we were flicking through some Super 2 footage from Adelaide, and just you were showing me some of the stuff up against guardrails and curbs, and just the vigorousness that you really have to drive one of these cars in anger around a whole bunch of different places. Sandown versus Adelaide versus curbs versus the challenge of everything. Obviously, the drive tonight, you're so happy, you're so proud of that one, and that one will live up there for a long period of time. But you've got to come to this racetrack and prove yourself in the near future. And was that about the best prep you could have done?
Yeah, 100%. I think so. This stuff on the sim is 99% what it is in the real car. So it's the best prep you can do. And obviously, Sandown's a pretty hard track with the old track surface and the curbs and stuff. It just chews up the rear tires. So it's yeah, pretty good prep for the real life stuff, obviously. But yeah, it's just fun to jump on and yeah, have a crack. I love doing this stuff, and yeah, just stoked for the result.
Matty, none of that would have happened without the man standing along beside you, so I guarantee the first thank you will go in his direction. But first and foremost, I know how much of a struggle this has been for you over the last couple of years. Things have not necessarily gone your way. There's been things changing behind the scenes, dramas, matters, whatever else. Did you ever think you were going to win one of these things, mate, and then celebrate and thank everyone that you've got to thank?
Look, no, not quite. I was usually pretty happy with top 10, top 5, but even a podium I would have been pretty stoked with. But to get the wins, obviously awesome. Yeah, like you said, first thanks is obviously to Job. He's drove mega, and obviously we can't wait to run it back at Bathurst and see what we can do there. And then obviously just a massive thanks to the Eclipse boys. They work so hard every race to produce every setup and to help us improve as drivers. Having the likes of Zach and Damo by our side is a really good reference point to what we're able to achieve, and to allow some of guys like myself who aren't as quick as they are to sort of get to where they are, and that's a massive help. But yeah, just massive thanks to them. Obviously our sponsors, Core Temp Air Conditioning, Lutsu Driving Performance, Bowler Media, 5-6 Sim Coaching, and obviously the car looks sick in the Chico livery, so glad we could do that one for Job. And obviously, yeah, thanks to all you guys for putting on the broadcast and commentating on it.
Mate, and Job, is there anyone else that you'd like to add on top of that, mate?
Yeah, I guess, as Matt said, the main people are just all the Eclipse boys. I know Zach works extremely hard on the setup, as does everyone else in the team. And they've been, pretty warm and welcoming. So just a big thanks to those guys. And thanks to all you boys in the comms box and everyone who puts on a show. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and then, we all appreciate it.
Matty Bowler, I got one more question coming to you from the YouTube chat. Comes out from Dylan Shepherd, mate. Every round from Sandown, yes or no?
Yeah, right.
Mate, I can't believe how quiet you are. I was expecting you to be jumping off the windows and the walls and celebrating like a madman.
Nah, I'm wrecked, mate. I usually don't take this so seriously, but I had to tonight. So, yeah, no, it's awesome. No,
Might
really
have to pay a
happy.
visit to the pub tomorrow.
I think so. That was the plan. So, check your 50.
Mate, take off the Victorian Esports State Champion, slap on Sandown 500 winner. Ladies and gentlemen, your race winners for Eclipse Sim Sports, car number 12, Job Stewart, and the man, the myth, the legend, Matty Vola. Congratulations, boys.
Cheers, boys.
Thanks, Scott.
No worries. Get out of here. Go celebrate with the rest of the team, as they know they very much will be. We'll take a step down to the second step on the rostrum, and it's going to be the drivers on board of car number 56. We've got a big old talking up from his teammates earlier on in the week, I can tell you, Seth Brown, but Stephen Sandman Clark is going to be there to have a chat.
Yeah, we'll start off at Damon Woods, mate. P2, what did you think when the team told you that the cars in front had those 5-second penalties?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't really focused about that. Like, I was just trying to catch him as quick as I could. Coming out after the final stop, 7 and a bit seconds back was a bit daunting. Knowing how quick, the boys were going to be as well. So, yeah, I just put my head down. I wasn't really worried about the 5 seconds. I knew we would eventually get the spots, but yeah, it was just eyes forward, try and catch Emily, and then also try and get to Matt. Unfortunately, didn't have enough time to do it, but. Yeah, I mean, the car was absolute on rails. So big thanks to Zach for that. It was one of the best cars we've put together, and it showed tonight.
So obviously would have been good confidence coming in tonight. Like you said, the car looked good, and you said it drove great. Did you imagine that this sort of result was on the cards? Is that what you sort of tipped coming into tonight?
Well, I mean, I only started doing laps last night for this event. I've been pretty booked with Spa 24, Pesk, and then also Porsche Pro, so the schedule's been busy. I haven't had too much time to prep the supercar. But yeah, look, to be honest, knowing where we were last year and the progression we've made in terms of setup, we definitely were confident coming in, and we knew that especially Valdi was going to be very quick. Sandown's his go-to track, so I think we were very confident that we're going to at least have 3 cars up the front. But yeah, to lock out the top 4, although I'm still a door car, but with Alliance, yeah, to lock out top 4 is pretty impressive for us.
And Seth, the beauty about endurance racing is you're just as important in this as this result as well, mate. So congratulations, a top result. And your thoughts in these dying stages, mate? It would have been a bit nervous knowing that what was happening in front and possibly a chance at, maybe a win if everything went to custard in front.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just glad that Damon actually got a podium because I kind of sold at Phillip Island. So if I had a bit more pace, I reckon we would have been able to win. But I just blew the rear tires off the thing, got hot in the cockpit, but the core temp aircon kept me cool. So we're all good.
Mate, now we head to the big one for Bathurst. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm actually not here, so we'll have to change co-drivers for that. But I'm sure whoever will be will do good.
Well, David, we'll put that to you, mate. So Mount Panorama, we head there for the big one. Obviously, that's where your mindset starts to turn to now. Are you excited about getting back to the mountain?
Well, I'd like a bit of redemption for last year. We had a really quick race car, but unfortunately in the middle part of the race, some things didn't go our way, and by the end of it, we had really good pace, but we just had no track posse. So yeah, hopefully we can recreate in terms of setup, and then from there we try and just put a clean race together like we did tonight. And yeah, hopefully all goes well and we keep redeeming ourselves in the chip.
Well, before we let you go off and enjoy this result, is there anyone you think? Who would you like to thank there, Damon?
Big thanks to Dor for always being on board and backing me with all the racing I'm doing in Australia this year. Big thanks to Seth for putting in some proper work to get up the pace, but then also to keep the car clean and keep us in the race. So huge thanks to him, and then also Zach for the hard work on the dock. Without him, I don't think we would be in the position that we are. He's put in a stupid amount of hours into this car, and it's really showing now. So really, he should be the one that's one step up on the podium, but it is what it is. I'm sure he'll get his chance, and hopefully that one's Bathurst.
And Seth, finally with you.
Yeah, just the same. Thanks for Zach and Marino as well for the setup. It pretty much helps us do what we did tonight. So, and just thanks for Damo for giving me the shot to actually drive the car. And yeah.
Well, congratulations, guys. A hell of a result. Nothing to stick your nose up. P2 at Sandown for the 500 is still a great result. Congratulations and all the best for Mount Panorama.
Cheers, boys. Have
Yeah,
a good one.
Cheers.
There you go, Scotty. And now we'll hand over the reins to you and you'll finish off catching up with Zach Retro White, who finished P3 tonight.
Mate, car number 17, there was a lot of points there where you were in with a shout of getting to the pointy end of things. Cast your mind back, 150 laps or so ago when you and Robbie Gibbs and Jared Filser were having a stoush for the ages for the lead of this race. But it just proved that point of how difficult it is to get the job done for a pass for the race leader at Sandown. That is just, it was just nigh on impossible with some of the best talents in the country.
Yeah, it's certainly hard. The track feels like it's just a really long hallway, and it feels like it's 5 feet wide. So getting a pass done cleanly, especially that early on in the race, you don't want to sink yourself right from the get go and cop a penalty or whatever. But I don't know, it was a fun race. I think that battle in particular was good. It's a bit unfortunate what happened off that first safety car where we got rotated and lost a couple positions, but I think the climb back through, we had the pace in that last stint, especially we were flying. So it's good little battle right at the end.
Mate, challenging night. Obviously the chatter from about just the raw number of laps and things that you've had to do this week, and there's Pesk, there's Porsche, there's V8s, and that gets even more intense when we get all the way over to Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time, where we've got more Porsche laps. Let alone you don't get a Wednesday. I actually said it to somebody earlier on. There are 3 people in this country. I think I said it to you. It was actually a conversation we were having yesterday. There are 3 people in this country that don't get a Wednesday night off. It's Jay Kennedy, you, and me are the only 3 people working just about every Wednesday of the year, because you've got sprint cars to drive, you've got Porsches to drive, and you've got this thing to drive. Mate, it's just, how do you deal with the raw volume of high level laps that you've got to put in?
I think it's pretty important to make sure you don't get burnt out. Obviously, as you said, it's pretty busy, but I think, especially for the sprint cars, for me, I don't take it quite as seriously, and I try and look at it as just something for fun. You got to remember sometimes that it is a hobby, and trying to get as caught up in the toxicity as this community can have sometimes. But yeah, I think it's just important to make sure that you don't get too caught up and take one race at a time and not get. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find it that hard personally, and it's always good to get laps under your belt and stay on top of things. But yeah, just one at a time.
Mate, the biggest challenge of them all, you've done 161 laps here tonight, but now it's 161 laps at a track double the size at Bathurst. You've looked capable at bits and pieces here throughout this series. And look, I got to be honest, I said it earlier as well this week, I think it's a bad sign that the fact that your co-driver's already won this race. And I think stats prove that here tonight. But that stat doesn't come into the equation when we get to the mountain. The only thing that comes into the equation is bravery, commitment, setup, an ability to keep that thing on rails and out of the fence all throughout 1,000 of the toughest kilometers. And looking at the field we have, I think it's been the toughest 1,000 we've had in the last 3 or 4 years, because there are right now 7 or 8 cars that could win that race. How do you go approach preparing for that again, but also, is it a realistic shot that car 17 takes a Bathurst 1000?
Yeah, but that's it. Like you said, there's a handful of combos that are very strong at the moment. That could take it. But I think for us, the best thing we can do is just prepare as we have been doing, and give ourselves the best opportunity to score max points. Even if it's not a win, we still want good points because it is a championship. And I think it's always going to be the team that puts it together on the day, because I think even in today's race, even the combo that probably might not have been the fastest at times still came out on top. So yeah, we can only do it so much in prep to make sure that we get it done right. And yeah, it's the big one. It's the most fun. So we'll see. We'll have fun.
Mate, I love talking to you every single time you can. Have you pulled the pink socks off yet? Or are they still sitting on the feet, keeping your toes warm?
Ah, Matt, they're still on. I can't wait to go to bed. So a bit under the weather today, so can't wait to go hit the sheets.
Mate, go get enjoy them. First and foremost, a big shout out, a big thank you. Obviously, Cody D's not here to thank some other guys, but who would you like to give a thank you for?
Yeah, my co-driver Dylan, he did a good job. He got the really late call up. He wasn't meant to be driving. He was meant to be Griffin, but he's having a break, which he rightfully deserves. So thanks to Dylan for turning up and doing what he needed to do. Did a really good job. The rest of the guys of the team for their continued support. It's doesn't go unnoticed. Core Temp Air Conditioning, Lutsu Drive Performance, 5-6 Sim Coaching, Bowler Media, and Whitey's Pies as well for their continued support.
Where did you get the pink socks from? Because I think that probably needs to be the added support. A lot of chat, and the only thing that would make Zach Ratro White change teams is another pink race car. Can't go without the pink race car. This man. Where were the socks sourced from?
I think they came from my brother's girlfriend. I think the feet talk should be quite limited. I think it's a bit on that one. I think you need to go to bed, Scotty.
Mate, it's a fun time as always having a chat to you. Great chat about the race and great time to rustle your feathers. Go enjoy, and you owe me a coaching session, my friend.
That's it, bro. Thank you.
I talk to him a lot, Steve. I actually get a lot of opportunity to have a chat and a bit of banter about the racecraft and everything that's going on. And I tell you what, I give you a little bit of a statement of the relationship that Zach Ratro White and I have. We got each other a a birthday gift this year. I gave him a voucher to slender me anytime he feels like, and he gave me one straight back, and I went, I'm cashing mine in immediately. And called him a couple of names and moved right on with it. But you got to have fun with it. Right, those guys had fun with it from the Sandown 500 tonight. Now begins the wind-up. In just under 30 days' time, we are on our way to 1,000 kilometers of the mountain. But before we get there, there's so much to happen in the interim. There's more Speedway stuff next week from I-55. There's more Porsche Cup stuff to come the week after. And then we get into Bathurst week itself. This is what the 1000 is going to look like. If you like yourself the feeling of a race week that's got support categories, that's got banter, that's got chatter, that's got a little bit of a podcasty feel and vibe to the core of it, then the Australian Sim Racing Group's Bathurst 1000 schedule will not disappoint. The only category we have this year that's not going to be there is the sprint cars. And, well, I don't know how you get sprint cars to Bathurst, but I'm sure there'd be a way. I'm sure we could find something. What we can say is that the Porsche Pro Invitational will be on Wednesday, August the 12th. That will be from the mountain. We will unleash all 6 cylinders placed in the rear of the car with downforce trimmed off the things. It's as close to a V8 supercar as you can get with a completely different vibe. That will be an interesting one. Let me tell you, tires through the dipper are not easy to hang on to from around the mountain. Then we get to the co-driver clash. That'll be your Friday night entertainment. Then we take a breath. We suck it in. We breathe it back out again. Qualifying. Top 10 shootout. That's all to come. But also, there's a V8 veteran support category race in the old Gen 2 hardware on your Saturday. If that wasn't enough, once you've finally got through the adrenaline that is pumping through your veins, breathe again. Take a look up at the kilometers you've got to climb, the kilometers you've got to fall. Have a think about the number of tires. Have a think about the drama, the strategy decisions, the driver swaps that you've got to time, because that was critical here tonight, and that would be critical then. Will the stewards have something to say from the 1000? We in the booth certainly hope not. We want them to be hands off and let our guys go racing. 11 a.m. Sunday, August 16 is when the 1000 kicks off. And I tell you what, I reckon there is an out-and-out fight, not just for the True Force Endurance Cup, but that championship lead. I did some quick math. 54 points in favour of Andrew Gilliam. And when he came out of the pits, by the way, Sandman, he did not have the championship lead. He had to drive back to a position. He was about 14 points behind when he came out of the pits. He drove back to a 64, I think it just said 64-point margin at the lead. It'll be very, very close. We haven't had that close a fight since I think about round 2 or round 3.
Yeah, and that's huge, and that's kudos to him too. He obviously, they put themselves in a bit of a situation, but they clawed back the best they could. Obviously, it helped that the Emily Jones got a little bit of a penalty as well. So, but they still had to do their part. They had to charge through the field, make up positions where they can, and that could be a game changer come championship deciding. So it was really good to see. They didn't lay down. They took it to them, and it was just a good comeback.
Well, new drivers have written their names into the record books. Job Stewart was only ever a single podium finisher prior to tonight. Matthew Bowler had never seen the rostrum. This place decides new winners in this series, and it's given us another one tonight, but it could have been any of 8 cars. It could be any of a whole bunch of cars when we get to the mountain. Next week, we go sprint car racing. The week after, Porsche Cup racing. And in 30 days' time, we're going to head to the goddamn mountain. You better not miss it.
Hi, I'm Jada. I currently race GT3 in Australia. It's a cool brand. The socks and the gloves are quite cool, and it's good to use on the sim. High quality materials, and most importantly, comfortable. Quite cool to feel all the bits doing their job, and it was good.